Hercule Poirot turned at the sound of his name, spoken in a voice like smooth velvet, a tone carefully cultivated as an instrument. He offered a formal bow and a handshake. This unexpected meeting stirred in him a rare flicker of feeling. "My dear Mr. Shaitana," he replied. They stood facing one another, two figures poised like fencers ready to engage. Around them the well-heeled and leisurely crowd of London murmured and drifted through the rooms of Wessex House, where an exhibition of antique snuff-boxes was on display for a guinea admission, the proceeds benefiting the city's hospitals. Drawling voices commented, "Darling, how exquisite and simply divine, aren't they?" "How delightful to see you," purred Mr. Shaitana. "Is business slow in the criminal world these days? No urgent hangings or guillotinings requiring your attention? Or perhaps we are to be treated to a robbery here this afternoon that would be too perfect?" "Alas, no," Poirot answered. "I'm here today purely as a private citizen." For a moment Mr. Shaitana's attention was captured by a fashionable young woman with tight curls piled on one side of her head and three absurd black straw cornucopias perched on the other. "My dear," he said to her, "why did you neglect my last party? It was truly marvelous. A surprising number of people actually addressed me. One lady even managed a full 'How do you do?' followed by a goodbye and a 'thank you so much,' though she was from one of those Garden City suburbs. Poor thing, so one must make allowances." As the young woman offered a suitably vapid reply, Poirot took the opportunity to study the luxurious moustache adorning Mr. Shaitana's upper lip. It was a fine specimen, perhaps the only one in London that could invite comparison with his own. "But it is not so luxuriant," Poirot mused inwardly. "No, it is decidedly inferior in every respect. Still, it does command attention." Indeed, Mr. Shaitana's entire person was designed to command attention. He cultivated a deliberately Mephistophelian air. He was tall and lean, with a long, mournful face, dramatically arched jet-black eyebrows, and a moustache with stiff, waxed ends, complemented by a small, pointed black beard. His clothing was exquisitely tailored, yet subtly bizarre. The sight of him provoked in every robust, healthy Englishman a fervent and earnest desire to give him a good, solid kick. The reaction to his arrival was as predictable as it was unoriginal. "Look, it's that dreadful foreigner, Shaitana," someone muttered. Meanwhile, the women in attendance, wives, daughters, aunts, mothers, and even a few sharp-eyed grandmothers, whispered variations on the same theme. "Oh, I know he's perfectly awful," they would concede, "but he's fabulously wealthy, darling. His parties are legendary, and he always has the most deliciously wicked gossip about everyone." His exact origins remained a mystery. Was he Argentine, Portuguese, Greek, or something else entirely? It didn't truly matter to London society. Three things were universally acknowledged. He resided in opulent splendor in a Park Lane penthouse. He hosted an endless stream of extraordinary gatherings, from the macabre to the respectable, and he was a man who inspired a vague, collective unease. This fear was hard to pin down. Perhaps it was the sense that he knew a few too many secrets, or that his particular brand of humor had a cruel, unpredictable edge. Offending Mr. Shaitana was widely considered a very poor idea. It was this mischievous humor that prompted him to approach the oddly fastidious little man, Hercule Poirot, that afternoon. "Even a detective must have a hobby, I see," Shaitana purred. "Are you cultivating an appreciation for the arts in your retirement, Monsieur Poirot?" Poirot responded with a polite smile. "I observe, monsieur, that you have contributed 3 snuff-boxes to this exhibition." Shaitana waved a dismissive hand, his rings catching the light. "One acquires curiosities. You must visit my flat. I have some truly intriguing pieces. My tastes are eclectic. I am not confined to any single period or style." "Your interests are Catholic, it seems?" Poirot remarked. Suddenly, Shaitana's expression transformed. His eyes glittered, his lips curled, and his eyebrows arched dramatically. "Why, I could even show you items from your own professional sphere, M. Poirot. You maintain a private collection of criminal relics, then? A black museum of your own? Pah! Shaitana snapped his fingers contemptuously. The teacup of some provincial poisoner, the crowbar of a common burglar, such trivia is for children. I collect only the finest specimens. And what, in your artistic view, constitutes the finest specimen of a crime? Poirot inquired, his head tilted. Leaning in, Shaitana placed 2 fingers on Poirot's shoulder and lowered his voice to a theatrical hiss. The human being who commits it, my dear Poirot. The artists themselves. Poirot's eyebrows lifted a fraction. It was almost laughable, this pretense of profundity. You see, I have surprised you, Shaitana continued, utterly pleased with himself. We view this subject from opposite poles for you. It is all routine, a body, an inquiry, a clue, and finally, for you are competent, I grant you, a conviction. How mundane. I have no interest in failures. The captured murderer is, by definition, second-rate. No, I collect only the triumphs. The triumphs being, Poirot prompted, the ones who have succeeded, the minds that have executed the perfect crime and now live comfortable, unsuspected lives. Admit it, that is a far more amusing hobby. A different adjective came to my mind, Poirot said dryly. An idea, Shaitana exclaimed, ignoring him. A dinner party, a small gathering to introduce my exhibits. Yes, I see it perfectly. A week from Friday the 18th. You're available. Any evening that week would be suitable? Poirot replied with a slight bow. Splendid, it is settled. The idea delights me to no end. Shaitana was already reaching for a small, ornate notebook. I'm not entirely certain it delights me, Poirot said slowly. It is not a question of ingratitude for the invitation. Shaitana cut him off, a smirk playing on his lips. Does it offend your rather conventional sensibilities? My dear friend, you really must break free from that rigid policeman's mindset, Shaitana remarked. Poirot considered this, then replied, I suppose it is true that I possess a rather conventional middle-class view of murder. But why? I agree, a clumsy, brutal killing is nothing special. Yet murder can be an art form. The murderer can be an artist. I do not deny that, Poirot conceded. Then what is the issue? Shaitana pressed. He remains a killer. My dear Poirot, surely achieving something with supreme skill is its own justification. You, with a lack of imagination, wish to arrest every murderer, handcuff him, lock him away, and eventually have him hanged at dawn. In my view, a truly accomplished murderer deserves a state pension and dinner invitations. Poirot gave a slight shrug. You mistake me. I'm not blind to artistry in crime. I can appreciate the flawless murder, just as I can admire a tiger, that magnificent striped creature. But I admire it from outside the cage. I do not go in, that is, unless duty compels me. For you see, Mr. Shaitana, the tiger might pounce. Shaitana laughed. I understand, and the murderer might murder, Poirot stated seriously. My dear man, you are such a worrier, so you will not come to meet my collection of tigers. On the contrary, I shall be delighted. How courageous! You misunderstand me, Mr. Shaitana. My words were intended as a warning earlier. You asked me to admit your idea of a murderer collection was amusing. I said I could think of another word. That word was dangerous. I suspect your hobby might prove rather hazardous. Shaitana laughed, a low theatrical sound. Then I may expect you on the 18th? Poirot gave a small bow. You may expect me on the 18th? Thank you very much. I shall arrange a small gathering, Shaitana mused. Do not forget, 8 o'clock. He moved away. Poirot stood for a moment watching him go, then shook his head slowly, a thoughtful expression on his face. Dinner at Mère Shaitana's. The door to Miss Shaitana's apartment opened without a sound. A grey-haired butler admitted Poirot, quietly took his coat and hat and murmured, Your name, sir? Hercule Poirot. A murmur of conversation drifted from a nearby room. The butler opened a door and announced, Mr. Hercule Poirot, sherry glass in hand. Shaitana came forward to greet him, impeccably dressed as always. The devilish impression he cultivated seemed heightened tonight, his eyebrows arched in a more pronounced mocking curve. "Let me introduce you, do you know, Mrs. Oliver?" He clearly enjoyed Poirot's slight start of recognition. Mrs. Ariadne Oliver was a famous author of detective and mystery novels. She wrote lively, if informally styled, pieces on criminal psychology, famous crimes of passion, and the motives of love versus greed. A passionate feminist whenever a major case dominated the news, an interview with Mrs. Oliver was sure to appear, often containing statements like, if a woman were running Scotland Yard, she was a firm believer in feminine intuition. Otherwise, she was a pleasant woman of middle age, handsome in a somewhat dishevelled way, with intelligent eyes, broad shoulders, and a great deal of unruly grey hair, which she was constantly restyling. One day she might look severely intellectual, her hair pulled tightly back. The next she might appear with soft loops or a cascade of untidy curls. This evening, Mrs. Oliver was experimenting with bangs. She greeted Poirot, whom she had met previously at a literary function, in a congenial, low voice. "And you are undoubtedly familiar with Superintendent Battle," Mr. Shaitana continued. A large, squarely built man with an impassive wooden expression stepped forward. Observers often felt Superintendent Battle was not merely carved from wood, but specifically from the sturdy timber of a warship. He was widely regarded as one of Scotland Yard's finest, though his demeanour was consistently stolid and deceptively simple. "I have had the pleasure of meeting M. Poirot," Superintendent Battle stated. His wooden features briefly cracked into a smile before settling back into their usual inscrutable mask. "Colonel Race," Mr. Shaitana proceeded. Poirot had not made Colonel Race's acquaintance before, but he was aware of the man's reputation. A dark, handsome figure with a deep tan, Colonel Race, around 50, was typically stationed in some distant corner of the empire, especially where trouble was simmering. While Secret Service might sound overly dramatic, it accurately captured the nature of his work for the average person. By now Poirot fully grasped the particular flavour of his host's mischievous planning. "Our remaining guests appear to be delayed," Mr. Shaitana remarked. "The fault may be mine. I believe I mentioned 8:15. Just then the door swung open and the butler announced, "Dr. Roberts," the man who entered, did so with an almost theatrical imitation of a doctor's brisk, confident manner. He was a cheerful, ruddy-faced individual of middle age, with twinkling eyes, a receding hairline, and a slight stoutness that spoke of good living. His overall impression was of a thoroughly sanitized and successful medical man. His manner was buoyant and assured. One could imagine his diagnoses being accurate and his prescriptions involving a pleasant practical remedy, perhaps a glass of champagne during recovery. He was unmistakably a man of the world. "I trust I'm not holding up the party?" Dr. Roberts asked genially after shaking hands with his host. He was introduced to the others. He seemed particularly delighted to meet Battle. "Why, you're one of the top brass at the Yard, aren't you? This is a treat. I know it's poor form to talk shop, but I must warn you I'll be tempted. Always had a fascination with crime, a terrible habit for a doctor, I suppose. Best not mention it to the more anxious patients. Ha ha." The door opened once more. Mrs. Lorimer. Mrs. Lorimer was an elegantly dressed woman in her 60s. She possessed finely sculpted features, exquisitely styled silver-grey hair, and a clear, precise voice. "I do hope I am not late," she said, approaching her host. She then turned to greet Dr. Roberts, with whom she was already acquainted. The butler announced again, "Major Despard." Major Despard was a tall, lean and handsome man, his appearance slightly altered by a scar near his temple. After the introductions, he naturally drifted toward Colonel Race, and the two men were soon deep in conversation about big game hunting and comparing their various safari experiences. For a final time, the door opened and the butler declared, "Miss Meredith." A young woman in her early 20s entered. She was of average height and quite pretty, with soft brown curls resting on her neck and wide-set grey eyes. Her face was lightly powdered, devoid of other makeup, and her voice was gentle and somewhat hesitant. She said, "Oh dear, am I the very last to arrive?" Mr. Shaitana swooped over with a glass of sherry and a flowery complimentary reply. His introductions were formal, almost ceremonial. Miss Meredith was left sipping her sherry beside Poirot. "Our host is most meticulous with his formalities," Poirot observed with a smile. The girl agreed. People are so casual about introductions these days. They often just say, "I expect you know everyone," and leave it at that. Whether you actually do or not. Exactly. It can be rather awkward sometimes, though this method feels more intimidating. She paused, then inquired, "Is that Mrs. Oliver, the novelist?" At that moment, Mrs. Oliver's resonant contralto voice rose powerfully as she addressed Dr. Roberts. "You simply cannot argue with a woman's intuition, Dr. Women understand these things instinctively." Forgetting her hairstyle included a fringe, she attempted to sweep her hair back from her forehead in a dramatic gesture, only to be thwarted by the stubborn curls. "That is indeed Mrs. Oliver," Poirot confirmed. "The author of The Body in the Library. The very same." Miss Meredith's expression grew thoughtful. "And that serious gentleman, did Mr. Shaitana introduce him as a superintendent?" "From Scotland Yard, yes. And yourself, me?" "I'm quite familiar with your reputation, Poirot. You were the one who truly unravelled the ABC murders. Mademoiselle, you flatter me." Miss Meredith hesitated, her brow furrowed. "Mr. Shaitana," she started, then paused. "Mr. Shaitana," Poirot offered a quiet observation. "One could say he possesses a rather criminal imagination." "It appears so. No doubt he hopes to provoke some lively debate among his guests. Observe how he is already encouraging Mrs. Oliver and Dr. Roberts, their topic undetectable poisons." A slight shiver passed through Miss Meredith. "What a strange man he is." "Dr. Roberts?" "No, Mr. Shaitana. There's always been something unsettling about him, I feel. You can never predict what he might find entertaining. It could be something rather severe, like fox hunting, perhaps," Poirot suggested. She gave him a mildly scolding look. "I meant something more. Exotic. He seems to have a twisted sort of mind. Torturous, you think?" "No, twisted," she corrected, her voice lowered confidentially. "I must admit I don't care for him very much. You will, however, greatly enjoy his dinner," Poirot assured her. "He employs a truly exceptional chef." She looked at him with uncertainty before a laugh escaped her. "Why? I believe you're actually quite approachable." "But of course I am." "You must understand," Miss Meredith explained. "Being surrounded by so many notable people is rather daunting." "Mademoiselle, you should not be daunted. You should be excited. You ought to have your autograph book and pen at the ready." "Well, the truth is, crime doesn't fascinate me terribly. I don't believe many women share that interest. It's always men devouring detective novels." Hercule Poirot sighed with theatrical dismay. "Alas," he murmured, "what I would not give at this moment to be even the most minor of film stars." The butler opened the doors. "Dinner is served," he announced softly. Poirot's prediction was thoroughly vindicated. The meal was exquisite, served with flawless precision. The room was bathed in soft light, gleaming wood, and the deep blue shimmer of Irish crystal. In the shadows at the table's head, Mr. Shaitana appeared more sinister than ever. He offered a graceful apology for the uneven number of guests. Mrs. Lorimer sat to his right, Mrs. Oliver to his left. Miss Meredith found herself between Superintendent Battle and Major Despard, while Poirot was seated between Mrs. Lorimer and Dr. Roberts. The latter leaned toward Poirot with a playful nudge. "You won't be permitted to claim the only lovely lady all evening, you know. You continental gentlemen never waste an opportunity, do you?" "I happen to be Belgian," Poirot murmured. "All the same where the fairer sex is involved, I'd wager," the doctor replied cheerfully. Then, shedding his jovial tone, he turned to Colonel Race beside him and adopted a professional manner, discussing the latest advancements in treating sleeping sickness. Mrs. Lorimer engaged Poirot in conversation about recent theatre productions, her critiques both insightful and precise. Their discussion flowed from literature to global affairs, and Poirot found her to be a remarkably well-informed and intelligent woman. Across the table, Mrs. Oliver was pressing Major Despard for information on obscure little-known poisons. There's curare, of course. My dear Major, that's ancient history. It's been used in hundreds of stories. I need something fresh, Major Despard replied dryly. Primitive tribes tend to be rather traditional. They prefer the reliable methods passed down by their ancestors. How inconvenient, Mrs. Oliver sighed. I always imagined they were constantly experimenting with grinding herbs and roots. It seems a perfect opportunity for explorers. They could return and discreetly dispose of wealthy, elderly relatives with some novel substance nobody recognizes. If you seek innovation, Despard remarked, you should look to modern civilization, not the wilderness. A contemporary laboratory, for instance, would be far more promising. The conversation turned to the topic of germs that could be cultivated to cause genuine illness. That wouldn't suit my readers at all, declared Mrs. Oliver, and all those scientific names are so dreadfully confusing for my poor secretary, Staphylococcus, Streptococcus, and the like. It all becomes rather tedious, don't you agree? What's your view, Superintendent Battle? In actual cases, people rarely go in for such complexity, Superintendent Battle replied. Arsenic remains a popular choice, largely because it's so readily available. What absolute rubbish, Mrs. Oliver retorted. That's only because there are countless crimes your colleagues at Scotland Yard never even uncover if you had a woman in a position of real authority. We do have women on the force. Yes, those terribly earnest policewomen in their odd hats bothering couples in parks. I mean a woman leading the investigations. Women possess an innate understanding of criminal psychology. They often make remarkably successful criminals themselves, observed Superintendent Battle. They keep remarkably cool heads. The sheer nerve with which some of them carry on is astonishing. Mr. Shaitana gave a soft, amused laugh. Poison is traditionally a woman's weapon, he murmured. One imagines there must be numerous female poisoners operating in secret, entirely undetected. Naturally there are, agreed Mrs. Oliver cheerfully, helping herself to a generous portion of the foie gras mousse. A doctor, of course, also has unique opportunities. Mr. Shaitana continued thoughtfully. I must object to that, cried Dr. Roberts with a hearty laugh. Any poisoning we commit is purely accidental, I assure you. But if I were to commit a crime, Mr. Shaitana went on, then paused deliberately, creating a sudden, compelling silence. Every face turned toward him. I believe I would keep it very simple. There is always an accident to consider, a tragic shooting mishap during a hunt, or perhaps a household tragedy. He gave an elegant shrug and lifted his wineglass. But who am I to speculate with so many experts gathered here? He drank the flickering candlelight, cast a ruby glow from the wine onto his face, accentuating the waxed moustache, the neat imperial beard, the theatrically arched eyebrows. A brief, heavy quiet fell over the table. Mrs. Oliver broke it, saying brightly, Is the time 22 or 20 past? An angel must be passing. My feet aren't crossed, so it must be a rather dark angel. A game of bridge. Upon returning to the drawing-room, the guests found a bridge table prepared. Coffee was served. Who among us plays bridge? Inquired Mr. Shaitana. Mrs. Lorimer, I am aware, is an enthusiast. And Dr. Roberts, do you play, Miss Meredith? I do, though I'm not terribly expert. Splendid. And Major Despard? Excellent. Suppose the four of you play here. Thank heaven for bridge, Mrs. Lorimer confided to Poirot in an aside. I'm a hopeless addict. It's becoming a compulsion. I simply refuse dinner invitations nowadays. If there's to be no card game afterward, I just drift off to sleep. It's disgraceful, but there it is. They cut cards for partners. Mrs. Lorimer was paired with Anne Meredith, opposing Major Despard, and Dr. Roberts. Women versus men, announced Mrs. Lorimer, taking her seat and shuffling the deck with professional ease. The blue cards, partner. I favor an aggressive two-bid. Do make sure you win, urged Mrs. Oliver, her feminist sentiments stirred. Show the men they can't dominate every arena. They haven't a chance, the poor fellows, Dr. Roberts said jovially. as he began shuffling the other pack. "Your deal, I believe, Mrs. Lorimer." Major Despard sat down somewhat slowly. He was gazing at Anne Meredith as if he had just noticed she was quite strikingly lovely. "Cut, please," said Mrs. Lorimer with a touch of impatience. With a start, he apologized and cut the deck she presented. Mrs. Lorimer commenced dealing with a practiced hand. "There is a second bridge table in the adjoining room," said Mr. Shaitana. He led the way through another doorway, and the remaining four followed him into a small, comfortably appointed smoking room where another table stood ready. "We really must draw lots to see who sits out," suggested Colonel Race. Mr. Shaitana shook his head. "I do not play," he stated. "Bridge is not among the games I find diverting," despite polite protests from the others who insisted they would rather not play. He overruled them with quiet firmness, and they eventually took their seats. Poirot and Mrs. Oliver faced off against Battle and Race. Mr. Shaitana observed them briefly, a devilish smile playing on his lips as he noted Mrs. Oliver's bold declaration of 2 no trumps, before slipping silently into the adjoining room. There the other four were deeply engrossed, their expressions serious, the bids flying fast. 1 heart, pass, 3 clubs, 3 spades, 4 diamonds, double, 4 hearts. For a moment Shaitana stood watching, a private smile on his face. Then he moved across the room and settled into a large armchair near the fireplace. A tray of drinks sat on a nearby table, the crystal decanter stoppers catching the fire's glow, a master of atmosphere. Shaitana had arranged the lighting to mimic a room lit only by flames. A small shaded lamp at his elbow provided reading light if desired, while discreet fixtures cast a soft, subdued glow. A slightly stronger light illuminated the bridge table, from which the steady stream of calls continued. 1 no trump, clear and decisive, from Mrs. Lorimer. 3 hearts with an aggressive edge from Dr. Roberts. No bid. A quiet murmur from Anne Meredith. There was always that slight, deliberate pause before Despard's voice came, not from slowness, but from a man who liked certainty before he spoke. 4 hearts. Double bathed in the flickering firelight, Mr. Shaitana smiled. He smiled and kept on smiling, his eyelids fluttering slightly. His little gathering was proving most entertaining. 5 diamonds.
"Game and rubber," announced Colonel Race.
"Well done, partner," he said to Poirot. "I confess I didn't think you'd pull it off. A spade lead would have been unfortunate for us." "Probably wouldn't have changed the outcome much," Superintendent Battle said with gentle generosity. He had called spades, his partner Mrs. Oliver had held one, but a sudden intuition had told her to lead a club, instead a decision with disastrous consequences. Colonel Race checked his watch. 12:10. Time for one more? "You'll have to excuse me," said Superintendent Battle. "I'm something of an early-to-bed man." "I as well," Hercule Poirot agreed. "We should settle up," Race suggested. The tally from the evening's 5 rubbers showed a decisive victory for the gentleman. Mrs. Oliver found herself lighter by £3 and 7 shillings. Colonel Race was the big winner, though a poor bridge player. Mrs. Oliver was a good sport. She paid cheerfully. "Nothing went right for me tonight," she declared. "Some evenings are like that. Just yesterday I held the most magnificent cards. 150 honours 3 times in a row." She stood, collecting her embroidered evening bag, just stopping herself from pushing her hair off her forehead. "I assume our host is next door," she said, leading the way through the connecting door with the others following. Mr. Shaitana remained in his chair by the fire. The bridge players were utterly absorbed.
"Double 5 clubs,"
Mrs. Lorimer stated in her cool, precise voice. 5, no trumps.
"Double 5, no trumps."
Mrs. Oliver approached the table. This promised to be a thrilling hand. Superintendent Battle joined her. Colonel Race moved toward Mr. Shaitana with Poirot close behind. "We must be off, Shaitana," said Race. There was no reply. Shaitana's head had fallen forward, as if he were asleep. Race exchanged a brief, quizzical glance with Poirot and stepped closer. Suddenly he let out a stifled exclamation and bent forward. Poirot was at his side instantly. his eyes following where Race pointed at an object that might have been mistaken for an ornate shirt stud, but was not. Poirot leaned down, lifted one of Mr. Shaitana's limp hands, then let it drop. He met Race's questioning look and gave a slow, grave nod. The Colonel raised his voice. "Superintendent Battle, a moment, please." The superintendent came over to them. Mrs. Oliver, oblivious, continued to watch the intense play of the doubled 5 no trumps. Despite his stolid appearance, Superintendent Battle was a very quick man. His eyebrows lifted as he approached, his voice dropping to a low, concerned tone. "Is there a problem?" Colonel Race gestured silently toward the figure slumped in the chair as Superintendent Battle leaned in to examine the scene. Hercule Poirot studied what was visible of Mr. Shaitana's face. It appeared oddly foolish now. The mouth slack and open, that previously devilish expression utterly vanished. Poirot gave a slight, regretful shake of his head. Battle straightened up, his manner becoming all business. He had inspected, without touching, the object that resembled an extra shirt stud, and confirmed it was nothing of the sort. He had tested the lifeless hand. Now he stood every inch the unflappable professional, ready to assume command. "A moment of your attention, please," he said, his voice shifting into an official tone so distinct that every head at the bridge table turned. Anne Meredith's hand froze in mid-air over the dummy's ace of spades. "I regret to inform you," Battle announced, "that our host, Mr. Shaitana, has passed away." Dr. Roberts and Mrs. Lorimer stood immediately. Major Despard stared, a deep frown etching his face. Anne Meredith released a sharp, startled gasp. "Are you certain, Dr. Roberts asked, his medical instincts kicking in as he moved forward with a purposeful stride. Almost imperceptibly, Battle shifted to block his path. "One moment, Doctor. First, can you tell me who has entered or left this room tonight?" Roberts looked baffled. "Entered or left? No one? We've all been here." The superintendent's gaze swept to Mrs. Lorimer. "Is that correct? Entirely correct," she affirmed. "The butler brought in the refreshment tray when we began our game. He hasn't returned since." Battle looked to Despard, who gave a terse nod of agreement. Anne added breathlessly, "Yes, that's right. What is all this?" Roberts pressed impatiently. "Let me examine him. It could be a simple faint." "It is not a faint," Battle stated firmly, "and I must ask that no one touches him until the medical examiner arrives. Mr. Shaitana has been murdered, ladies and gentlemen. Murdered." The word hung in the air, met with a horrified gasp from Anne, a stark, unreadable stare from Despard, a sharp-clipped "murdered" from Mrs. Lorimer, and a stunned "good God" from Dr. Roberts. Superintendent Battle gave a slow, deliberate nod, his expression as inscrutable as a porcelain figurine. "Stabbed," he said flatly. "That's what happened. He was stabbed." Then he fired his next question. "Did any of you leave the bridge table during the evening?" He watched 4 faces transform, registering fear, dawning comprehension, indignation, and dismay. Yet nothing definitive emerged. "Well," after a heavy pause, Major Despard replied calmly, having risen to stand with a soldier's bearing. "Each of us left the table at some point to fetch a drink or tend the fire. I did both. When I went to the fireplace, Shaitana appeared to be asleep in his chair." "Asleep? That was my assumption, yes." "He may have been," Battle conceded. "Or he may already have been dead. We will clarify that. For now, I must ask you all to proceed to the adjoining room." He turned to the quiet man beside him. "Colonel Race, would you accompany them?" Race nodded in immediate understanding. "Of course, Superintendent." The 4 bridge players filed slowly through the doorway. At the far end of the room, Mrs. Oliver sank into a chair and began to weep quietly. Battle picked up the telephone receiver and issued brief, clear instructions. Hanging up, he remarked, "Local officers will be here shortly. I've been instructed to lead the investigation. The medical examiner is on his way." He glanced at Poirot. "How long would you estimate he has been dead?" "I'd place it at well over an hour." "I concur, alas. One cannot be more precise. One cannot declare. This man has been dead for 1 hour, 25 minutes and 40 seconds. Battle nodded absently, his eyes returning to the chair positioned directly before the fire. A grim, focused silence settled over the room, broken only by the faint crackle of the dying embers and the distant, unsettling tick of a clock. That does change things a bit. An hour, maybe 2.5 at most. That's what our medical examiner will conclude. I'm certain of it. And yet no one heard a sound, no one saw a thing. Remarkable, what a reckless gamble to take. The victim could have cried out. But he didn't. The killer's luck held. As you say, my friend, it was an extraordinarily desperate act. Do you have any thoughts on a motive, M. Poirot? Anything along those lines. Poirot replied thoughtfully. Yes, I have some observations on that subject. Tell me, Superintendent, did Mr. Shaitana give you any indication of what kind of gathering you were attending tonight? Superintendent Battle studied him with interest. No, M. Poirot. He didn't say a word. Why do you ask? A distant bell chimed, followed by a firm knock at the door. That will be our team, said Superintendent Battle. I'll let them in. We'll hear your story soon enough. For now, the routine work must proceed. Poirot gave a nod. Battle exited the room. Mrs. Oliver's quiet sobs continued. Poirot moved to the bridge table without touching anything. He carefully examined the scorecards, shaking his head slowly once or twice. The foolish little man, Hercule Poirot murmured to himself, to costume himself as the devil and attempt to terrify people. What childishness. The door opened. The medical examiner entered, bag in hand, followed by the divisional inspector in conversation with Battle. A photographer came next. A uniformed officer remained in the hall. The methodical machinery of criminal investigation was now in motion. Who was the first murderer? An hour later, Hercule Poirot, Mrs. Oliver, Colonel Race, and Superintendent Battle were seated around the dining table. The body had been examined, photographed, and removed. A fingerprint specialist had completed his work. Superintendent Battle looked toward Poirot. Before I bring those 4 guests in, I want to hear what you have to tell me. You believe there was a specific purpose behind this evening's party. With great deliberation, Poirot recounted his earlier conversation with Shaitana at the Wessex House event. Superintendent Battle pursed his lips, nearly letting out a low whistle. Exhibits, you say? Murderers alive and in the room? And you think he was serious? You don't believe he was merely having a joke at your expense? Poirot shook his head. Oh no, he meant it. Shaitana cultivated a Mephistophelian persona. He was a man of considerable vanity. He was also ultimately a foolish man, which is precisely why he is now dead. I understand, said Superintendent Battle, piecing it together. A party of 8, himself included. 4 investigators, so to speak, and 4 potential murderers. It's impossible, Mrs. Oliver exclaimed. Absolutely impossible. Those people cannot be criminals. Superintendent Battle shook his head thoughtfully. I wouldn't be so certain, Mrs. Oliver. Murderers often look and act like anyone else. Frequently they are perfectly pleasant, quiet, and reasonable individuals. In that case, it's Dr. Roberts, Mrs. Oliver stated firmly, a new certainty hardening her tone. I knew instinctively something was off about that man the moment I laid eyes on him. My instincts are never wrong. Battle turned to Colonel Race, who merely shrugged his shoulders. He treated the question as pertaining to Poirot's statement, not Mrs. Oliver's suspicions. It's possible, he said. It's entirely possible. It proves Shaitana was correct in at least one instance. He could only have suspected these individuals were murderers. He couldn't have been certain. He may have been right about all 4, or only about 1, but he was right about 1. His death confirms that. One of them panicked. Is that your view, Poirot? Poirot nodded. The late Mr. Shaitana had a certain reputation, he noted. He possessed a dangerous sense of humour and was considered to be quite merciless. The guilty party likely believed Shaitana was orchestrating an evening's entertainment, culminating in handing them over to the police. To you, he or she must have been convinced Shaitana possessed definitive evidence. Did he? Poirot offered a slight shrug. That we shall never know, Dr. Roberts, Mrs. Oliver repeated, her voice now edged with a sarcastic bite. So relentlessly hearty. Murderers often adopt a jovial manner. It makes for such a convenient disguise, doesn't it? If I were in your shoes, Superintendent Battle, I'd have him in handcuffs already. Superintendent Battle allowed a faint, dry twinkle to show in his otherwise impassive eyes. I expect we would if a woman were running Scotland Yard. But since it's just us men in charge, we have to move carefully. We can't rush things. Oh, men, sighed Mrs. Oliver, already drafting imaginary headlines in her mind. Best to bring them in now, Battle decided. We shouldn't leave them waiting too long. Colonel Race began to rise. If you'd prefer we step out. Battle hesitated, his glance meeting Mrs. Oliver's pleading look. He was fully aware of Colonel Race's official standing, and Poirot had cooperated with the police countless times before. Letting Mrs. Oliver stay was definitely bending the rules. But Battle had a soft spot. He recalled how cheerfully she had taken the loss of £3 and 7 shillings at bridge earlier. You can all remain as far as I'm concerned, he said. But no interruptions, please. He looked pointedly at Mrs. Oliver. And not a word about what Ma'am Poirot just shared. That was Mr. Shaitana's own private secret, and for all practical purposes it died with him. Is that clear? Perfectly, Mrs. Oliver assured him. Battle walked to the door and summoned the constable on duty in the hall. Go to the small smoking room. You'll find Anderson there with 4 guests. Ask Dr. Roberts if he would be kind enough to come this way. I'd have saved him for last, Mrs. Oliver remarked. In a novel, I mean, she added quickly. But real life isn't so neatly plotted. Real life's a bit different. Battle agreed. I know, said Mrs. Oliver. It's often badly constructed. Dr. Roberts entered, his usual brisk step, somewhat subdued. I say, Battle, this is a devilish business. Forgive me, Mrs. Oliver, but it is. Speaking as a medical man, I can scarcely believe it. To stab someone with 3 other people just a few yards away. He shook his head. Whew, I wouldn't have had the nerve. A slight, ironic smile touched his lips. So what can I possibly say or do to convince you I didn't have a hand in it? Well, there's the matter of motive, Dr. Roberts. The doctor nodded emphatically. That should be perfectly clear. I hadn't the slightest motive for harming poor Shaitana. I didn't even know him all that well. He amused me. He was such a theatrical character, had a certain flair for the dramatic. Naturally, you'll look into my connections with him closely. I'd expect nothing less. I'm not a fool, but you won't find anything. I had no reason to kill Shaitana, and I did not kill him. Superintendent Battle gave a wooden nod. That's all fine, Dr. Roberts. You understand I have to look into everything. You're a reasonable man. Now, can you tell me anything about the other 3? I'm afraid I don't know much at all. Despard and Miss Meredith I met for the first time tonight. I'd heard of Despard before, read his travel book, quite a gripping tale, actually. Were you aware that he and Mr. Shaitana knew each other? No, Shaitana never mentioned him to me. As I said, I'd heard of him, but never met him. Miss Meredith I'd never seen before. Mrs. Lorimer I know slightly. What can you tell me about her? Roberts shrugged. She's a widow, moderately comfortable. Intelligent, well-bred woman. An excellent bridge player. That's actually where I've met her, at the bridge table. And Mr. Shaitana never spoke of her, either. No. That doesn't move us forward much. Now, Dr. Roberts, please take a moment and think carefully. Can you recount how often you yourself left your seat during the bridge game, and anything you remember about the movements of the others? Dr. Roberts paused to consider. It's tricky, he admitted frankly. I can recall my own movements more or less. I got up 3 times, that is, on 3 separate occasions when I was dummy. I left my chair and made myself useful. Once I went over to put another log on the fire. Once I fetched drinks for the 2 ladies. I recall pouring myself a whiskey and soda at one point during the evening. As for the specific times, I can only offer a rough estimate. We likely started playing around 9:30. I'd guess it was about an hour later when I added a log to the fire. Then not long after that I went to fetch drinks for the table, maybe the next hand or the one after. I believe I got my own drink around 11:30, but these are all approximations. I wouldn't swear to their accuracy. The table holding the drinks was positioned just beyond Mr. Shaitana's chair. That means I passed quite close to him on 3 separate occasions. The first time I simply assumed he was asleep. The second, I didn't even glance his way on the third pass. The idle thought crossed my mind, how that fellow can sleep, but I didn't study him closely. It never occurred to me to check his breathing. Now, regarding the others leaving their seats, that's trickier to pin down. Major Despard got up at least twice, once for an ashtray and once for a drink before I did. I remember him offering to bring me one, and I declined, saying I wasn't ready, missus. Lorimer went over to the fireplace once. I believe to tend to the fire. I have a vague impression she might have said something to Shaitana, but I was deep in a difficult no-trump hand at the time and can't be sure. As for Miss Meredith, she definitely left the table once. She came around to look at my cards, we were partners then, and then drifted about the room, glancing at the others' hands. I wasn't paying close attention to what she did afterward. My focus was on the game. From where we sat at the bridge table, no one had a direct, unobstructed view of the fireplace. Our chairs were angled sideways to it, and a rather large and handsome Chinese cabinet stood partly in the way. So it was entirely possible for someone to approach and stab the man. When you're absorbed in a hand of bridge, you're not scanning the room. The only person with the leisure to observe would be the dummy. And in this instance, Superintendent Battle finished grimly. The dummy was undoubtedly the killer. All the same, Dr. Roberts mused. It took nerve. Who's to say someone wouldn't glance up at precisely the wrong moment? Exactly, Battle agreed. It was a tremendous risk, which suggests a powerful motive, he added. With what was not entirely honesty, I only wish we knew what that motive was. You'll uncover it, I expect, Roberts said. Going through his papers and effects will likely turn up a clue. We can hope, Battle replied, his tone deliberately gloomy. Then he shifted, fixing the doctor with a direct look. As one man to another, Doctor, I'd value your personal opinion. Off the record, which of the other 3 do you fancy for it? Roberts gave a dismissive shrug. That's straightforward enough. My immediate thought would be Despard. The man has plenty of nerve, accustomed to a life where quick, decisive action is necessary. He wouldn't shy away from a risk. The women seem less likely to me. I should think it required a bit of strength. Not necessarily as much as you might imagine, Battle countered. Take a look at this. Like a magician, he produced a long, thin stiletto of gleaming metal, its handle adorned with a small jeweled head. Dr. Roberts leaned forward, took the weapon, and examined it with clinical appreciation. He tested the needle-like point and let out a low whistle. What an instrument, absolutely designed for murder. It would slide in like butter, I suppose he brought it with him. No, Battle said. It belonged to Mr. Shaitana. It was lying on a table near the door among a collection of other curios. So the murderer simply helped himself. A bit of luck finding a tool like that just lying about. Well, that's one way of looking at it, Battle said slowly, his voice taking on a drier, almost sardonic edge. Though I suppose it wasn't much luck for Shaitana, was it? But my point is, there's another angle. Perhaps it wasn't luck at all. Perhaps it was a deliberate choice. A cold, theatrical flourish from someone who knew exactly what they were doing and wanted to make a statement with the victim's own property. It struck me that noticing this weapon might have been what planted the idea of murder in our culprit's mind. You're suggesting it was a sudden impulse, that the killing wasn't planned in advance? He came up with the notion after arriving? Anything in particular lead you to that thought? He gave him a probing look. It's merely a theory, Superintendent Battle replied evenly. Well, it's certainly possible, Dr. Roberts said, considering the idea. Superintendent Battle cleared his throat. I won't detain you further, Doctor. Thank you for your assistance. Perhaps you could leave your address. Of course, 200 Gloucester Terrace, W2, Telephone is Bayswater 23896. Thank you. I may need to contact you soon. Always happy to see you. I do hope the papers don't sensationalize this too much. I'd hate for my more anxious patients to be disturbed. Superintendent Battle glanced toward Poirot. If you'd like to ask any questions, M. Poirot? I'm sure the doctor wouldn't object. Not at all. Not at all. A great admirer of your methods, M. Poirot. The little grey cell's order and method? I'm familiar with your work. I've no doubt you'll think of something particularly clever to ask me. Hercule Poirot gestured expansively. No, I merely wish to have all the details arranged clearly. For example, how many rubbers of bridge did you play? 3, Roberts answered without hesitation. We were 1 game apiece in the 4th rubber when you arrived. And what were the partnerships? For the first rubber, Despard and I played against the ladies. They beat us soundly. I might add, a complete walkover. We hardly held a decent card. Second rubber, Miss Meredith and I were against Despard and Mrs. Lorimer. Third rubber, Mrs. Lorimer and I partnered against Miss Meredith and Despard. We cut cards each time, but it somehow worked out like a rotating pivot. The 4th rubber was to be Miss Meredith and I once again, who was ahead and who was behind. Mrs. Lorimer won every rubber. Miss Meredith won the first, but lost the next 2. I was slightly ahead, and Miss Meredith and Despard must have been down overall. Poirot smiled. The good superintendent has asked your opinion of your companions as potential murderers. I shall ask for your opinion of them as bridge players. Mrs. Lorimer is first class, Dr. Roberts stated promptly. I'd wager she makes a tidy annual sum from the game. Despard is also a strong player, what I'd call a sound strategic thinker. Miss Meredith you could describe as a perfectly safe player. She doesn't make errors, though she isn't flashy. And your own play, Doctor? Robert's eyes twinkled. I'm told I sometimes overcall my hand, but in my experience it tends to pay off. Poirot smiled. Dr. Roberts stood. Anything else? Poirot shook his head. Well, good night, then. Good night, Mrs. Oliver, you ought to find some material for a story here. More compelling than your fictional untraceable poisons, eh? Dr. Roberts left the room, his step noticeably lighter. The moment the door shut, Mrs. Oliver said with some bitterness. Material indeed. People can be so obtuse. I could invent a more ingenious murder any day of the week than anything real life serves up. Plots never fail me, and my readers prefer untraceable poisons. 5. A second murderer, Mrs. Lorimer entered the dining room with an air of quiet dignity. She was somewhat pale, but perfectly composed. I regret the necessity of troubling you. Superintendent Battle began. One must do one's duty, of course. Mrs. Lorimer said calmly. It is, I admit, a most disagreeable situation, but there is no point in avoiding it. I fully understand that one of the 4 people in that room must be guilty. Naturally, I cannot expect you to simply take my word that I am not the person. She accepted the chair Colonel Race offered and sat facing the superintendent. Her intelligent grey eyes met his directly, and she waited, attentive. You were well acquainted with Mr. Shaitana, the superintendent began. Not intimately. I have known him for a number of years, but our acquaintance was never close. Where did you meet? At a hotel in Egypt, the Winter Palace in Luxor, I believe. What was your impression of him? Mrs. Lorimer gave a slight shrug. I considered him to be perfectly frank, something of a fraud. Did you have any reason, if you'll pardon the question, to want him gone? Mrs. Lorimer appeared faintly amused. Superintendent Battle, honestly, do you imagine I'd confess to it if I did? An exceptionally clever person might realize the truth would emerge eventually. Battle replied. She gave a thoughtful nod. That is a fair point. No, Superintendent, I had no motive whatsoever to desire Mr. Shaitana's removal. Whether he lived or died was a matter of complete indifference to me. I found him affected, overly dramatic, and on occasion he grated on my nerves. That sums up my feelings toward the man. Very well. Now, Mrs. Lorimer, can you tell me anything about the other 3 guests? I'm afraid not. I met Major Despard and Miss Meredith for the first time this evening. They both seemed perfectly pleasant. I'm slightly acquainted with Dr. Roberts. He has a considerable practice, I understand. He is not your personal physician?
Certainly not.
Now, can you recount how often you left your seat tonight and describe the movements of the others? Mrs. Lorimer answered without hesitation. I anticipated that question. I have been trying to recall. I rose once myself when I was dummy. I went to stand by the fireplace. Mr. Shaitana was alive at that moment. I remarked to him how pleasant a real wood fire was. And his response? He said he detested radiators. Did anyone overhear your exchange? I think not. I kept my voice low so as not to disturb the game, she added dryly. So you only have my word that Mr. Shaitana was alive and spoke to me. Superintendent Battle offered no comment, proceeding with his methodical inquiry. What time was this? I should estimate we had been playing for just over an hour. And the others? Dr. Roberts fetched me a drink. He got one for himself later as well. Major Despard also went for a drink around 11:15, I believe. Only once? No, twice, I think. The gentlemen moved about quite a bit. I didn't particularly note their actions. Miss Meredith left her seat once, I believe. She went to look at her partner's hand. But she stayed near the card table. I really couldn't say. She may have moved away. Battle gave a nod. It's all rather vague, he muttered. I apologize. Once again, Battle produced the slender, delicate stiletto. Will you examine this, Mrs. Lorimer? She took it without any visible reaction. Have you ever seen this before? Never. It was lying on a table in the drawing room. I did not notice it. You understand, perhaps, that with a weapon like this, a woman could have managed the deed as easily as a man. I suppose she could, Mrs. Lorimer said quietly, handing the ornate little object back to him. Yet for a fleeting moment her composed expression seemed to crack, revealing a glint of something sharper, amusement perhaps, or disdain for the messy, desperate act such a trinket had performed. But all the same, Superintendent Battle continued. She would have to be truly desperate. It was a tremendous risk to take. He waited, but Mrs. Lorimer remained silent. Do you know anything of the relationships between the other three and Mr. Shaitana? She shook her head. Nothing at all. Would you be willing to offer an opinion on which of them you consider the most likely? Mrs. Lorimer drew herself up stiffly. I should not care to do anything of the kind. I consider that a highly improper question. The superintendent looked like a chastened schoolboy. Your address, please, he mumbled, pulling his notebook forward. 111 Chain Lane, Chelsea. Telephone number. Chelsea 45632, Mrs. Lorimer rose. Anything you wish to ask, M. Poirot? Battle said hurriedly. She paused, her head slightly inclined. Would it be a proper question, madame? Poirot asked. To request your opinion of your companions, not as potential murderers, but strictly as bridge players. Mrs. Lorimer responded with a chill in her voice. I don't mind answering if it has any relevance to the matter at hand, though I honestly can't see how it possibly could. I'll be the one to decide that. Your answer, please, madam. With the tone of a patient adult indulging a foolish child, Mrs. Lorimer said, Major Despard is a solid, reliable player. Dr. Roberts tends to overbid, but he plays his cards brilliantly. Miss Meredith is a perfectly nice player, though overly cautious. Anything else, Poirot, in his turn performing a bit of sleight of hand, produced 4 crumpled bridge score sheets. These scores, madam, does one of these belong to you? She examined them briefly. This is my handwriting. It's from the 3rd rubber. And this one? That would be Major Despard's. He cancels as he goes along. And this? Miss Meredith's, the 1st rubber. So this unfinished one is Dr. Roberts' correct? Thank you, madam. I believe that is all. Mrs. Lorimer turned to Mrs. Oliver. Good night, Mrs. Oliver. Good night, Colonel Race. Then, after shaking hands with each of them, she left the room. Well, that didn't squeeze any extra information out of her, Battle remarked. She put me in my place too. The old-fashioned type, polite on the surface, but proud as anything underneath. I have a hard time picturing her doing it. But you never really know. She's certainly got backbone. What was the point of all those bridge scores, Ma'am Poirot? Poirot spread the sheets across the table. They are quite revealing, don't you think? What are we searching for in this case? Insight into character, and not just one character, but four. This is precisely where we are most likely to find it, in these scribbled numbers. Look at the first rubber, a straightforward affair, over quickly. Neat, small figures, careful addition and subtraction. That's Miss Meredith's score. She was partnered with Mrs. Lorimer. They held the better cards and won. Now this next one is trickier to follow because it's kept in the cancellation style. But it tells us something about Major Despard, a man who prefers to know exactly where he stands at every moment. The figures are compact and full of personality. Here is Mrs. Lorimer's score, she and Dr. Roberts against the other two. It was a real battle, scores climbing above the line on both sides. The doctor overcalled and they went down, but since they're both skilled players, they never went down too heavily. When the doctor's aggressive bidding tempted the opponents into rashness, they seized the chance to double. See these figures here, doubled tricks lost? The handwriting itself is characteristic, graceful, very clear and firm. And this last sheet, the unfinished rubber, I made sure to collect one sample from each person, you see. The figures here are rather bold. The scores aren't as high as in the previous rubber, likely because the doctor was playing with Miss Meredith, and her timidity only grew with his aggressive style. You might think these questions of mine are silly, but no. I wish to understand the characters of these four players, and when I ask only about bridge, everyone is willing to talk. I never think your questions are foolish, Poirot, said Battle. I've seen enough of your methods. Everyone has their own way of working. I always give my inspectors free rein. Each person must discover what method suits them best. But perhaps we shouldn't dwell on that now. Let's have the young lady in. Anne Meredith was visibly distressed. She paused in the doorway, her breath coming unevenly. Superintendent Battle immediately adopted a fatherly tone. He stood, pulled out a chair for her, and adjusted its position slightly. Sit down, Miss Meredith. Sit down. Now there's no need to be frightened. I know all of this seems terribly daunting, but it isn't as bad as it feels. Nothing could feel worse, the girl said softly. It's horrible, truly horrible to think that one of us could. Let me do the worrying, Battle said kindly. All right, Miss Meredith, let's start with your address. Wendon Cottage in Wallingford. No residence in the city? Not at the moment. I'm just spending a couple of nights at my club. And which club is that? The Ladies' Naval and Military. Very good. Now, Miss Meredith, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Shaitana? We weren't close at all. Honestly, he always made me uneasy. Why is that? Oh, everything about him. That unsettling smile of his and the way he would lean in too close, as if he were about to whisper some terrible secret. It gave me chills. How long had you known him? Roughly 9 months. We met in Switzerland during the winter sports season. I wouldn't have pictured him as the sporting type, Battle remarked, surprised. He wasn't, really. He only skated. But he was exceptional at it. All sorts of intricate figures and spins. Yes, that sounds more in character. Did you see him often after that? A reasonable amount. He would invite me to his parties and gatherings. They were usually quite entertaining. But you didn't enjoy his company personally? No, he gave me a peculiar creeping feeling. Battle's tone softened. You didn't have any particular reason to be afraid of him, though? Anne Meredith met his gaze with clear, innocent eyes. A particular reason? No, certainly not. All right, then, let's move to tonight. Did you leave your seat at the bridge table? I don't believe so. Wait, yes, I suppose I did once. I went to look at the other players' hands. So you remained near the bridge table the entire time? Yes. Are you absolutely certain, Miss Meredith? A sudden flush spread across her cheeks. No, I think I did walk around a little. Thank you. You'll forgive me, but it's important to be truthful. I understand you're nervous, and when we're nervous, we sometimes shape the truth to suit our wishes. But that never helps in the long run. You walked about. Did you happen to walk near Mr. Shaitana's chair? She was quiet for a long moment. Truthfully, I don't recall. Very well, we'll say it's possible you did. What can you tell me about the other 3 guests? Nothing really. I'd never met any of them before tonight. What are your impressions? Does anyone strike you as a potential murderer? It's impossible to believe. I simply can't imagine Major Despard doing such a thing. And a doctor. A doctor could find far simpler methods if he wanted to harm someone. A drug, perhaps. It doesn't make sense then. By process of elimination, you suspect Mrs. Lorimer. Oh, I don't. I'm certain she wouldn't. She's utterly charming and was so kind during the game. She's a brilliant player. But she never made me feel inadequate or pointed out my errors. Yet you mentioned her last, Battle observed. Only because stabbing feels like a more feminine act somehow. Battle performed his little demonstration, producing the stiletto. Anne Meredith recoiled. Oh, how dreadful. Do I have to touch it? I'd prefer if you did. He watched as she took the slender blade with obvious distaste, her face tightening. With this little thing, with this? Would slide in like a hot knife through butter, Battle said with grim enthusiasm. A child could manage it. You mean you're suggesting, she stammered, her wide eyes fixed on him in terror, that I could have done it? But I didn't. Why on earth would I? That's precisely what we need to discover, Battle replied. The motive. Why would anyone wish to kill Shaitana? From what I gather, he was a colourful character, but not a dangerous one. He paused, noting a faint, sharp intake of breath from her. Not a blackmailer, for example, or anything of that nature. And anyway, Miss Meredith, you don't strike me as the sort of young woman burdened with a host of guilty secrets. For the first time, she offered a small, relieved smile, disarmed by his friendly manner. No, I'm really not. I don't have any secrets to speak of. Then try not to worry. We'll likely need to ask you a few more routine questions later, but it's all standard procedure. He stood. Off you go now. My officer will hail a taxi for you. Don't lose sleep over this. Take an aspirin or 2. He saw her out. Returning to the room, Colonel Race murmured in a low, amused tone, Battle, you are a truly accomplished prevaricator. Your paternal manner was truly unmatched. There's no point in dragging this out with her, Colonel Race. Either the girl is genuinely terrified, which would make our persistence cruel, and I've never considered myself a cruel man, or she's an exceptionally skilled performer, in which case keeping her here all night wouldn't get us any further. Mrs. Oliver sighed deeply, running her fingers roughly through her bangs until they stood on end, giving her a rather dishevelled, almost intoxicated look. You know, she mused, I'm starting to believe she might actually be the one. It's fortunate this isn't one of my novels. Readers never really accept the lovely young heroine as the culprit, but personally, I'm leaning toward her guilt. What's your opinion, Mem Poirot? As for me, I have made a small observation, not in the bridge scores again. Precisely. Miss Anne Meredith turns her scorecard over, draws lines and uses the reverse side. And what does that signify? It signifies either a habit born of frugality or a naturally economical disposition. Her clothes are quite expensive, though, noted Mrs. Oliver. Send in Major Despard, instructed Superintendent Battle. Despard entered with a brisk, energetic stride, a gait that vaguely reminded Poirot of someone, though he couldn't quite place it. Apologies for the lengthy wait, Major Despard, Battle began. I wanted to allow the ladies to depart promptly. No apology necessary, I understand perfectly. He took a seat and looked at the superintendent with a questioning gaze. How well were you acquainted with Mr. Shaitana? Battle commenced. I met him on 2 occasions, Despard replied succinctly. Only twice? That is correct. Under what circumstances? Roughly a month ago, we both attended the same dinner party. He then invited me to a cocktail gathering a week later. Hosted here? Yes. Where did it take place, in this room or the drawing room, throughout the various rooms? Did you happen to see this little item lying about? Battle once again produced the stiletto. Major Despard's lip curled slightly. No, he said. I didn't earmark it on that occasion for potential future use. No need to get ahead of my questions, Major Despard. My apologies. The implication seemed rather clear. After a brief pause, Battle continued his line of inquiry. Did you have any particular reason to dislike Mr. Shaitana? Every reason imaginable. Eh? The superintendent sounded taken aback. For disliking him, not for killing him, Despard clarified. I had no desire whatsoever to murder the man, but I would have thoroughly enjoyed giving him a good kick. A real pity that opportunity has now passed. Why did you feel he deserved kicking, Major Despard? Because he was precisely the sort of ostentatious fellow who desperately needed it. He made the toe of my boot positively itch with anticipation. Do you know anything discreditable about him? He was overdressed, his hair was too long, and he reeked of cologne. Honestly, the man had the air of someone who'd never seen a hard day's work, preferring to linger in drawing rooms. It's a type I've little patience for. Yet you accepted his invitation to dinner, Battle pointed out. If I only dined where I wholly approved of my host superintendent, I'd dine out very rarely indeed, Despard said dryly. A fleeting, almost imperceptible shadow crossed his face, as if recalling a distant, less complicated landscape far from crowded rooms and polite conversation. You enjoy society, but you don't necessarily approve of it, Battle suggested. I enjoy it in small doses, returning from remote places to lit rooms, women in elegant dresses, to music and fine food. Yes, I find that pleasurable for a time. Then the inherent pretense of it all begins to chafe, and I feel the pull to be gone again. His tone shifted here from one of weary social critique to a sharper, almost sarcastic edge. It's all a beautifully staged play, isn't it? And we're all just actors waiting for our cue to exit, stage left or otherwise. The life you lead, Major Despard, wandering in those wild places, must be fraught with danger. Despard gave a slight shrug, a faint smile touching his lips. Mr. Shaitana did not lead a dangerous life, and yet he is dead, while I am still here. He may have been involved in riskier pursuits than you assume, said Battle with pointed emphasis. What are you implying? The late Mr. Shaitana had a tendency to be inquisitive, Battle stated. The other man leaned forward. You mean he interfered in people's private affairs, that he uncovered things? What sort of things? I merely suggest he might have been the type to meddle, well, particularly where women were concerned. Major Despard leaned back in his chair. He let out a short laugh, amused but utterly dismissive. I doubt any woman would give a charlatan like that the time of day, Major Despard remarked. What's your take on who killed him, Major? All I know is it wasn't me. And I'm certain it wasn't young Miss Meredith. I can't picture Mrs. Lorimer doing such a thing. She reminds me of my most devout aunt. That leaves the doctor. Can you walk us through your own movements this evening and what you observed of others? I left my chair twice, once to fetch an ashtray and tend to the fire, and later to pour a drink. At what times? I couldn't say precisely. The first was perhaps around 10:30, the second near 11. But that's only a guess. Mrs. Lorimer approached the fireplace once and spoke to Shaitana. I didn't hear a reply, but I wasn't really listening, so I can't swear he didn't answer. Miss Meredith moved about the room a little, but I don't believe she went near the hearth. Doc Roberts was constantly up and down at least 3 or 4 times. Battle offered a slight smile. I'll pose Poirot's question to you. What was your impression of them as bridge players? Miss Meredith is quite competent. Roberts overbids his hand shamelessly. He gets away with it more often than he deserves. Mrs. Lorimer is exceptionally skilled. Battle turned to Poirot. Anything further, M. Poirot? Poirot shook his head. Despard provided his address at the Albany, bid them good night and exited as the door shut. Poirot gave a faint start. What is it? Battle asked. Nothing, Poirot replied. It merely struck me how he moves, like a tiger. Yes, precisely that, lithe, effortless grace. Battle grunted. His eyes then swept over his 3 companions. So, which one of them did it? Battle's gaze travelled from face to face. Only one person was eager to offer an opinion. Mrs. Oliver, Never one to hold back, plunged in. "The girl or the doctor," she declared. Battle looked inquiringly at the two men, but both seemed reluctant to commit. Race shook his head. Poirot busied himself smoothing the creased bridge scorecards. "One of them is guilty," Battle mused aloud. "One of them is lying through their teeth." "But which one? It's not straightforward. No, not at all." He fell silent for a moment before continuing. "If we go by their statements, the doctor suspects Despard. Despard suspects the doctor. The girl suspects Mrs. Lorimer, and Mrs. Lorimer refuses to say not terribly enlightening." "Perhaps not," Poirot said lightly. Battle shot him a sharp glance. "You think there is something?" Poirot waved a dismissive hand. "A mere nuance, nothing more. Nothing concrete to pursue." Battle pressed on. "You gentlemen won't venture a guess?" "No evidence," Race stated bluntly. "Oh, you men, Mrs." Oliver sighed, clearly disdainful of such caution. "Let's consider the possibilities," Battle said, pausing to think. "I'd rank the doctor first, a smooth-talking character. He'd know exactly where to place the blade, but there's little beyond that. Then Despard, a man with iron nerve used to swift decisions and dangerous situations. Mrs. Lorimer? She possesses considerable fortitude as well, and seems the type who might harbour a secret. She has the look of someone acquainted with sorrow. On the other hand, she strikes me as a woman of high principle, the sort who could run a prestigious school. It's difficult to imagine her driving a knife into anyone. Frankly, I doubt she did. Lastly, there's Miss Meredith. We know nothing about her. She appears an ordinary, rather timid, attractive girl, but as I said, we have no information. We know Shaitana believed her capable of murder." Poirot interjected, the angelic face concealing a demon. Mrs. Oliver murmured dramatically, "Is this speculation getting us anywhere, Battle?" Colonel Race inquired. "You find it unproductive, sir?" "Well, in a case like this, speculation is inevitable." "Wouldn't it be better," Race suggested, "to actually learn something about these people?" A faint smile touched Battle's lips. "We'll certainly be putting in the work on that front. I believe you could be of assistance there, of course." "In what way?" "Concerning Major Despard. He spent considerable time overseas in South America, East Africa, South Africa. You have connections in those regions. You could gather intelligence on him." Race gave a nod. "Consider it done? I'll compile every available detail." "Oh, I have an idea," Mrs. Oliver exclaimed. "There are 4 of us. 4 detectives, you might say. And 4 of them, what if we each took one? Back our own choice. Colonel Race handles Major Despard. Superintendent Battle takes Dr. Roberts. I'll look into Anne Meredith, and M. Poirot manages Mrs. Lorimer. Each of us follows our own trail." Superintendent Battle shook his head firmly. "That wouldn't quite work, Mrs. Oliver. This is official, you see. I'm in charge. I have to pursue every angle. Besides, saying back your fancy is all well and good, but 2 of us might fancy the same suspect. Colonel Race hasn't stated he suspects Major Despard, and M. Poirot may not be placing his bets on Mrs. Lorimer." Mrs. Oliver sighed. "It was such a tidy plan," she said with regret. "So elegant." Then her spirits lifted slightly. "But you don't mind if I do a little independent investigating, do you?" "No," Superintendent Battle replied thoughtfully. "I can't say I object to that. In fact, it's beyond my authority to forbid it. Having been at this gathering tonight, you're naturally free to follow any line your own curiosity or interest prompts. But I must point out, Mrs. Oliver, that you ought to be rather careful." "Discretion itself," declared Mrs. Oliver. "I won't breathe a word of anything," she finished somewhat awkwardly. "I do not believe that was quite Superintendent Battle's meaning," Hercule Poirot interjected. "He meant that you will be dealing with a person who, to the best of our knowledge, has already killed twice. A person, therefore, who will not hesitate to kill a 3rd time if they consider it necessary." Mrs. Oliver considered him thoughtfully. Then she smiled. A charming, almost mischievous smile, rather like that of a bold child. "Consider me warned," she quoted. "Thank you, M. Poirot. I'll watch my step, but I'm not going to sit this one out." Poirot bowed gracefully. "Permit me to say you are a true sport, madame." "I assume," said Mrs. Oliver, sitting up very straight and adopting a businesslike committee meeting tone, "that all information we uncover will be shared, that we won't keep any knowledge to ourselves, our own personal deductions and impressions, of course, we are entitled to keep to ourselves." Superintendent Battle sighed. "This isn't a detective novel, Mrs. Oliver," he said. Race added, "Naturally, all information must be handed over to the police." Having delivered this in his most formal military manner, he added with a slight twinkle in his eye, "I'm sure you'll play fair, Mrs. Oliver, the stained glove, the fingerprint on the glass, the fragment of charred paper. You'll turn them all over to Battle here." "You may laugh," said Mrs. Oliver, "but a woman's intuition." She nodded decisively. Race stood up. "I'll have Despard's background checked for you. It may take a little time. Anything else I can do?" "I don't think so, thank you, sir. Any insights? I'd value anything of that nature." Well, I'd keep a special watch for shootings, poisonings, or so-called accidents, but I expect you're already on top of that." "I'd made a note of that, yes, sir." "Good man, Battle. You don't need me to teach you your job. Good night, Mrs. Oliver. Good night, M. Poirot." With a final nod to Battle, Colonel Race left the room. "Who is he, really?" asked Mrs. Oliver. "Very distinguished military record," said Battle. "Travelled extensively, too. There aren't many parts of the world he isn't familiar with." "Secret Service, I suppose," said Mrs. Oliver. "You can't confirm it, I understand, but he wouldn't have been invited otherwise this evening. The 4 suspects and the 4 sleuths, Scotland Yard, Secret Service, private investigator, fiction writer. It was a clever notion." Poirot shook his head. "You are mistaken, madame. It was a profoundly foolish idea." The tiger was startled, and the tiger pounced. "The tiger? What tiger?" "By the tiger, I mean the killer," Poirot explained. Superintendent Battle asked directly, "What's your recommended course of action, M. Poirot?" "That's my first question. I'd also appreciate your thoughts on the psychology of these 4 individuals. You have a particular talent for that." Still arranging his bridge scorecards, Poirot replied, "You are correct. Psychology is crucial. We understand the nature of the murder and the method used. If we encounter a person whose psychological profile makes them incapable of committing this specific type of crime, we can eliminate them from consideration. We have formed impressions of these people. We know the stance each has chosen to adopt, and we have gained insight into their minds and characters from observing them as card players, from analyzing their handwriting, and from studying these scores. Yet, unfortunately, it is not so simple to deliver a definitive judgment. This murder required boldness and nerve, a person willing to take a significant risk. Consider Dr. Roberts a bluffer, someone who overplays his hand, a man with absolute confidence in his ability to succeed at a hazardous venture. His psychology aligns well with the crime. One might then conclude that this automatically rules out Miss Meredith. She is timid, fearful of overreaching, cautious, frugal, prudent, and lacks self-assurance. She is the least likely type to execute a daring and risky maneuver. However, a timid person can be driven to murder out of fear. A frightened, nervous individual, when cornered, can become desperate and fight back with the ferocity of a trapped animal. If Miss Meredith had committed a crime in her past, and if she believed Mr. Shaitana was aware of it and intended to hand her over to the authorities, she would be consumed by terror. She would stop at nothing to save herself. The outcome might be the same, though arrived at through a different emotional path, not cool nerve and daring, but desperate panic. Then we have Major Despard, a cool, resourceful man willing to attempt a long shot if he deemed it absolutely necessary. He would weigh the odds and might decide there was a sporting chance in his favor. He is the type who prefers action to inaction, a man who would never shy away from a dangerous path if he believed there was a reasonable probability of success. Finally, there is Mrs. Lorimer, an older woman, but one in full command of her faculties. A composed woman, a woman with a mathematical mind. She likely possesses the sharpest intellect of the four. I confess that if Mrs. Lorimer committed a crime, I would expect it to be a premeditated one. I can envision her planning a crime slowly and meticulously, ensuring there were no flaws in her scheme. For that reason, she seems to me slightly more improbable than the other three. Yet she is the most dominant personality, and whatever she undertook, she would probably execute flawlessly. She is a thoroughly efficient woman. He paused, a faint, almost sarcastic smile touching his lips. So you see, all this psychological dissection doesn't get us very far, does it? We're just spinning elegant theories while a killer walks free. No, there is only one true path forward in this crime. We must delve into the past. Battle sighed wearily. You've hit the nail on the head, he murmured. In Mr. Shaitana's opinion, each of those four people had committed murder. Did he have proof, or was it merely a guess? We cannot know, it seems unlikely. I think that he could have possessed concrete evidence in all four cases. I concur, said Battle, nodding. That would stretch coincidence a bit too far. I suggest it might have happened this way, Poirot continued. Murder, or a certain form of it, is mentioned in conversation, and Mr. Shaitana, who was exceptionally quick, very sensitive to expression, catches a fleeting look on someone's face. It amused him to experiment, to probe gently during seemingly aimless chatter. He was alert to notice a wince, a hesitation, a sudden desire to change the subject. Oh, it is easily done. A person's past, after all, has a way of shadowing them, of whispering in quiet moments when they least expect it. If you begin to suspect a particular secret, confirming it becomes almost effortless. You start noticing every word that strikes a chord if you're paying attention to that sort of thing. It's exactly the kind of game our late friend would have enjoyed. Battle remarked with a nod. We can assume, then, that this was his method in at least one instance. He might have stumbled upon a tangible piece of evidence elsewhere and pursued it. I doubt he ever gathered enough concrete proof to take to the authorities in any of these cases. Or perhaps the circumstances weren't the kind the police could act upon, Battle added. There are plenty of shady situations where foul play is suspected but never proven. Regardless, our path is clear. We must examine the histories of all these individuals and flag any deaths that seem significant. You likely caught, just as the Colonel did, what Shaitana implied over dinner. The Black Angel, Mrs. Oliver murmured, a tidy little allusion to poison, to so-called accidents, to a doctor's convenient position, to hunting mishaps. Frankly, I believe he sealed his own fate the moment he uttered those words. It was an unnerving silence that followed, Mrs. Oliver recalled. Indeed, Poirot agreed. Those words struck a nerve in at least one person. Someone who likely believed Shaitana knew much more than he actually did. That listener assumed the remarks were a prelude to exposure, that the entire evening was a staged drama culminating in an arrest for murder. So yes, in taunting his guests that way, he effectively signed his death warrant. A brief quiet settled over them. This will be a lengthy process, Battle sighed. We can't uncover everything at once, and we must proceed with caution. None of the four should suspect what we're really investigating. All our inquiries must appear solely related to this murder. They mustn't catch a whiff that we're considering a motive rooted in the past. And the tricky part is, we're not checking on one old death, but Poirot raised a gentle objection. Our friend Mr. Shaitana was not omniscient, he said. It is just possible he may have been mistaken. About all four? No, he was more discerning than that. Call it 50-50 odds. Not even that. For my part, I would say 1 in 4. 1 innocent and 3 guilty. That's troubling enough. And the real devil of it is, even if we uncover the truth about the past, it may not help us now, even if someone did push their elderly relative down a staircase back in 1912. That's of little use to us here in 1937. But it will be of use, Poirot insisted, his tone encouraging. You know it will. You understand as well as I do? Battle nodded slowly. I know what you mean, he said, the same signature. Do you mean, asked Mrs. Oliver, that the earlier victim would also have been stabbed with a dagger? Not quite so literally, Mrs. Oliver, Battle replied, turning to her. But I've no doubt the essential nature of the crime will match. The details may differ, the method, the setting, but the core mechanics will be identical. It's strange, but a criminal always betrays himself that way. Man is an unoriginal creature, Hercule Poirot observed. Women, Mrs. Oliver countered, are capable of infinite variation. I myself would never commit the same style of murder twice in a row. Don't you ever write the same plot twice? Battle asked. The Lotus murder, Poirot murmured thoughtfully. The clue of the candle wax. Mrs. Oliver turned to him, her eyes lighting up with appreciation. That's clever. That's really very clever, because, of course, those two are essentially the same plot, though no one else has noticed. One involves stolen documents during an informal weekend gathering of government officials, and the other is a murder in a rubber planter's bungalow in the tropics. But the pivotal twist is identical, Poirot said. One of your most elegant tricks. The rubber planter arranges his own apparent murder. The cabinet minister stages the theft of his own papers. Then, at the critical moment, a third party intervenes and turns the charade into reality. I thoroughly enjoyed your latest, Mrs. Oliver, Battle added, offering a faint smile. Oliver, Superintendent Battle said in a friendly tone, the story where all the chief constables were shot at the same time. You only made a few small mistakes on the official details, since you usually care about getting things right, I thought. Mrs. Oliver cut him off. Honestly, I don't care a bit about accuracy. Who is accurate these days? Nobody. If a reporter writes that a lovely 22-year-old girl dies by turning on the gas after staring at the ocean and kissing her favorite Labrador, Bob, goodbye. Does anyone complain because she was actually 26, her room faced away from the water, and the dog was a Sealyham Terrier named Bonnie? If journalists can do that, why should it matter if I mix up police ranks, call a revolver an automatic, say dictograph when I mean phonograph, or use a poison that only lets you whisper one last sentence before you die? What really counts is having plenty of bodies. If the story starts to drag, a little more blood livens things right up. Someone is about to reveal a secret and then they get killed first. Readers always eat that up. It's in every one of my books, disguised differently, naturally. And people love untraceable poisons, clueless police inspectors, girls tied in cellars with sewer gas or water rushing in, a terribly messy way to kill someone, really, and a hero who can take down anywhere from 3 to 7 villains all by himself. I've written 32 books now, and of course, deep down, they're all the same story, as Mr. Poirot seems to have noticed, though no one else has, and my only real regret is making my detective a Finn. I don't actually know anything about Finland, and I keep getting letters from readers there pointing out something impossible he's said or done. They must read a lot of detective stories in Finland. Probably those long, dark winters with no sunlight. In Bulgaria and Romania, they don't seem to read much at all. I should have made him a Bulgarian instead. She stopped herself. I'm sorry, I'm talking shop. And this is a real murder. Her expression brightened. What a wonderful idea it would be if none of them had killed him, if he'd invited them all, and then quietly killed himself, just for the fun of causing a huge scandal. Poirot nodded in agreement. A most elegant solution, so tidy, so ironic. But unfortunately, Mr. Shaitana was not that sort of man. He was very fond of being alive. I don't believe he was a very nice man, really, Mrs. Oliver said thoughtfully. He was not nice, no, Poirot replied, but he was alive, and now he is dead, and as I once told him, I have a very conventional view of murder. I disapprove of it entirely, he added quietly, and so I'm ready to step inside the tiger's cage. 9. D.R. Roberts. Good morning, Superintendent Battle. Dr. Roberts stood up from his chair and offered a large pink hand that carried a faint scent of good soap and a hint of carbolic. How is the investigation progressing? He continued. Superintendent Battle took a moment to look around the comfortable consulting room before answering. Well, Dr. Roberts, to be perfectly honest, it isn't progressing. It's standing still. I've been glad to see there hasn't been much in the papers, sudden death of the well-known Mr. Shaitana at an evening party in his own home. That's all we're saying for now. We've completed the autopsy. I brought a copy of the findings with me. Thought you might find it interesting. That's very thoughtful of you. I would, Heem. Heem, yes, very interesting indeed. He handed the report back. And we've spoken with Mr. Shaitana's lawyer. We know the terms of his will. Nothing noteworthy there. He has relatives in Syria, it appears. And of course we've gone through all his personal papers. Was it imagination, or did that broad, clean-shaven face look a little tense, a little stiff? And, said Dr. Roberts. Nothing, said Superintendent Battle, watching him closely. There wasn't an audible sigh of relief, nothing that obvious, but the doctor's posture seemed to relax, just a touch more easily into his chair. So you've decided to come to me then, exactly as you've surmised I have come to you. The doctor's eyebrows lifted slightly, his sharp gaze meeting Battle's. You wish to rummage through my private files, is that it? That was the general idea. Do you possess a search warrant? Not at the moment. I imagine you could obtain one without much trouble. I won't create any obstacles. Being suspected of murder isn't exactly a pleasant experience, but I can hardly fault you for performing what is clearly your duty. Thank you, sir, Superintendent Battle replied with genuine appreciation. I must say I greatly respect your cooperative attitude. I only hope the others will prove to be as reasonable. What can't be cured must be endured, the doctor said, his tone surprisingly light. He continued, I've finished with my appointments here. I'm about to leave for my rounds. I'll hand over my keys and have a quick word with my secretary, and then you can dig around to your heart's content. That's very decent of you, Battle acknowledged. Before you go, I'd like to ask a few more questions about that evening. I believe I've told you everything I know. No, not about that, about you personally.
Very well, ask away. What is it you wish to know?
I'd appreciate a brief outline of your background, Dr. Roberts. Where you were born, your marital status, that sort of thing. It will be good practice for my eventual biography, the doctor remarked dryly. My history is quite straightforward. I'm from Shropshire, born in Ludlow. My father practiced medicine there. He passed away when I was 15. I was educated at Shrewsbury and followed my father into the medical profession. I trained at St. Christopher's Hospital, though I expect you already have those details. I did look into your record, yes, sir. Are you an only child, or do you have siblings? I'm an only child. Both my parents are deceased and I am unmarried. Will that suffice for now? I entered into a partnership here with Dr. Emery. He retired to Ireland roughly 15 years ago. I can provide his address if you like. I reside here with a cook, a parlour maid, and a housemaid. My secretary comes in daily. I earn a comfortable living and maintain a reasonably acceptable mortality rate among my patients. How does that sound? Superintendent Battle allowed himself a grin. That's quite comprehensive, Dr. Roberts. I'm pleased you have a sense of humour. Now, there's one more thing I need to ask. I assure you, Superintendent, I lead a strictly moral life. Oh, that wasn't my meaning. No, I was going to request the names of 4 individuals, people who have known you well for a considerable number of years. References, if you will. Yes, I understand. You would prefer people currently in London, I assume. It would simplify matters, but it isn't strictly necessary. The doctor pondered for a moment, then scribbled 4 names and addresses on a sheet of paper with his fountain pen and slid it across the desk. Will these do? They're the best I can recall on short notice. Battle read the list carefully, nodded in satisfaction, and tucked the paper into an inner pocket. It's merely a process of elimination, he explained. The sooner I can clear one person and move to the next, the better for everyone involved. I must establish beyond any doubt that you were not on bad terms with the late Mr. Shaitana, that you had no private connections or business dealings with him, and that there was no instance of him causing you injury which might have fostered resentment. I may accept your word that you knew him only slightly, but my personal belief isn't the issue. I must be able to state that I have verified the facts. Oh, I understand perfectly. You must assume everyone is lying until they prove they are telling the truth. Here are my keys, Superintendent. This one is for the desk drawers, that one for the bureau, and the small one is for the poison cabinet. Please be certain to lock it again. Perhaps I should just speak with my secretary first." He pressed a button on his desk. Almost immediately the door opened and a capable-looking young woman entered. "Did you call for me, Doctor?" "This is Superintendent Battle from Scotland Yard, Miss Burgess." Miss Burgess turned a steady, appraising look toward Battle. Her expression seemed to convey a silent, detached curiosity, as if she were observing an unusual specimen. "I would appreciate it, Miss Burgess, if you would answer any questions Superintendent Battle has for you and provide whatever assistance he requires." "Of course, Doctor, if that is your instruction." "Very well," said Roberts, getting to his feet. "I'll be on my way. Did you place the morphine in my bag? I'll need it for the Lockhart appointment." He hurried out, still speaking, and Miss Burgess followed him to the door. "Simply press the buzzer when you need me, Superintendent Battle." Superintendent Battle thanked her and said he would. Then he began his work. His examination was thorough and systematic, though he held little expectation of discovering anything significant. Roberts' immediate cooperation had practically eliminated that possibility. Roberts was a sharp man. He would have anticipated a search and prepared accordingly. Still, there remained a slim chance. Battle might uncover some trace of the information he was truly seeking, since Roberts could not know the real objective of this inspection. Battle opened and closed drawers, sorted through pigeonholes, skimmed a checkbook, tallied the outstanding bills, noting what they were for, scrutinized Roberts' bank statements, flipped through his case notes, and left no written record unexamined. The yield was disappointingly scant. He next inspected the poison cabinet, observed the wholesale suppliers the doctor used and the inventory system, relocked it, and moved to the writing desk. Its contents were more personal, but Battle found nothing relevant to his inquiry. He shook his head, settled into the doctor's chair, and pressed the call button. Miss Burgess appeared with admirable speed. Superintendent Battle politely invited her to sit, then studied her briefly, deciding how best to proceed. He had immediately sensed her resistance and was weighing whether to provoke more candid remarks by amplifying that tension or to attempt a gentler approach. "I assume you're aware of what this concerns, Miss Burgess," he began. "Dr. Roberts informed me," Miss Burgess replied tersely. "The matter is rather delicate," Superintendent Battle observed. "Is it?" said Miss Burgess. "Well, it's an unpleasant affair. 4 individuals are under suspicion, and one of them is guilty. What I need to know is whether you have ever seen this, Mr. Shaitana." "Never." "Have you ever heard Dr. Roberts mention him?" "Never." "No, wait. About a week ago, Dr. Roberts asked me to note a dinner engagement in his calendar. Mr. Shaitana, 8:15 p.m. on the 18th. And that was the first time you heard the name?" "Yes." "Never noticed it in the society pages? He was frequently mentioned in those columns. I have more worthwhile things to do than follow society news." "I'm sure you do." "I'm quite sure you do," the superintendent said mildly. "So there we are. All 4 of these people admit only to a slight acquaintance with Mr. Shaitana. Yet one of them knew him well enough to murder him. My task is to determine which one." An unhelpful silence followed. Miss Burgess appeared wholly indifferent to the performance of Superintendent Battle's duty. Her role was to comply with her employer's directive to sit, listen, and answer any direct questions put to her. "You know, Miss Burgess," the superintendent continued, "finding it heavy going but persisting. I doubt you fully appreciate the complexities of our work. People make statements, for instance. We may not believe a word of it, but we still have to take it all into account. This is especially true in a case like this. I don't wish to speak ill of your gender, but it's undeniable that a woman, when agitated, can sometimes let her tongue run a bit loose." Miss Burgess leaned forward, her expression sharpening. "Are you suggesting that someone has been spreading rumors about the doctor?" "Not in so many words," Battle replied carefully, "but certain circumstances have been brought to my attention. Concerns regarding a patient's passing, it's likely all baseless gossip. and I feel foolish even mentioning it. I bet it's that old story about Mrs. Graves, Miss Burgess said, her voice tight with irritation. The way people chatter about things they don't understand is appalling. Plenty of elderly women develop those paranoid fancies, convinced everyone from their family to their physician is trying to poison them. Mrs. Graves had cycled through 3 doctors before seeing Dr. Roberts, and when she turned the same suspicions on him, he immediately suggested she consult Dr. Lee instead. He always says that's the only sensible approach. She went through Dr. Steele and then Dr. Farmer after that until she finally passed away, the poor soul. You'd be amazed what can start a whisper, Battle observed. Whenever a doctor receives anything from a patient's estate, someone always has a nasty comment. But why shouldn't a grateful person leave a token or even a substantial gift to the person who cared for them? It's always the relatives, Miss Burgess sniffed. Nothing reveals human pettiness like a death, arguing over possessions before the person is even buried. Thankfully, Dr. Roberts has avoided that sort of drama. He often says he hopes his patients don't leave him anything. I believe he once received $50, along with 2 walking sticks and a pocket watch over the years, but that's the extent of it. The life of a professional man is fraught with peril, Battle sighed, almost theatrically. He's perpetually vulnerable to malicious gossip. The most innocent situations can be twisted to look scandalous. The doctor must avoid even the semblance of wrongdoing, which means he has to be clever and constantly on guard. Much of what you say is true, Miss Burgess conceded. Doctors certainly have their trials with excitable female patients, excitable women. Precisely. I had a feeling that's what this all boiled down to. Battle's tone shifted subtly, taking on a dry, almost sarcastic edge. It's a wonder any medical professional gets through the day without being accused of something, given how every nervous flutter or imagined slight can be spun into a grand conspiracy. The world seems full of amateur dramatists just waiting for their moment on the stage of scandal. I assume you're referring to that dreadful Mrs. Craddock. Battle pretended to search his memory. Let me see, was that 3 years back? No longer. 4 or 5, I think. She was profoundly unstable. I was relieved when she moved overseas, and so was Dr. Roberts. She told her husband the most outrageous lies. They always do, of course. The poor man wasn't well himself by then. His health had begun to fail. He died of anthrax, you recall, from a contaminated shaving brush. I'd forgotten that detail, Battle lied smoothly. And then she went abroad and died not long after. But I always thought she was an unpleasant sort, obsessed with male attention, you know. I know the type, said Battle. Very dangerous. A doctor must keep a clear distance. Where did she die abroad exactly? It's on the tip of my tongue. Egypt, I believe. She contracted blood poisoning, some local infection. Another tricky situation for a doctor, Battle said, changing tack abruptly, is when he suspects a patient is being poisoned by a family member. What's his course of action? He must be absolutely certain, or else keep silent. And if he chooses silence, it becomes very awkward for him. If rumors of foul play surface later, I wonder if Dr. Roberts has ever encountered a case like that. I truly don't think so, Miss Burgess said after a moment's thought. I've never heard of anything along those lines. From a statistical standpoint, it would be interesting to know how many deaths occur in a doctor's practice each year. You've been with Dr. Roberts for some time now. 7 years, 7. Well, roughly, how many deaths would you say there have been in that period? Really, it's hard to say offhand. Miss Burgess paused, her brow furrowed in calculation. By now she had relaxed entirely, her earlier wariness gone. 7 or 8, I suppose. I can't recall the precise number, certainly not more than 30 in that period. Well, I imagine Dr. Roberts must be rather exceptional at his profession, Battle remarked cheerfully. I expect most of his patients are quite well off. They have the means to look after themselves properly. He is very well liked. His diagnostic skills are excellent. Battle sighed and stood up. I'm afraid I've strayed from my purpose, which is to uncover any link between the doctor and this Mr. Shaitana. You're absolutely certain he was never a patient here? Completely certain? perhaps under an assumed name. Battle offered her a photograph. "Do you recognize him at all? What a dramatic-looking individual." "No, I have never seen him here." "Well, that settles that," Battle said with another sigh. "I'm very grateful to the doctor for being so accommodating. Please convey my thanks to him. Will you tell him I'm moving on to the next address? Goodbye, Miss Burgess, and thank you for your assistance." He shook her hand and left. Strolling down the street, he retrieved a small notebook and made a few brief entries under the letter R. Mrs. Graves, unlikely Mrs. Craddock. No inheritances involved. No wife, a shame, really. Looking into patient deaths would be challenging. He closed the book and entered the Lancaster Gate branch of the London and Wessex Bank. Presenting his official card, secured a private meeting with the manager. "Good morning, I understand one of your clients is a Dr. Geoffrey Roberts." "That is correct, Superintendent." "I will require information regarding that gentleman's account going back several years. I will see what can be provided." A complicated half-hour ensued. Finally, Battle tucked away a sheet of penciled figures with a resigned sigh. The bank manager looked on curiously. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "No, I did not. Not a single promising lead, thank you, regardless." At that very moment, Dr. Roberts, washing his hands in his consulting room, said over his shoulder to Miss Burgess, "So what about our stolid detective, eh? Did he turn the place upside down and interrogate you thoroughly?" "He didn't learn much from me, I assure you," Miss Burgess replied, pressing her lips together firmly. "My dear, there was no need to be so secretive. I told you to tell him whatever he wished to know. What precisely did he wish to know? Oh, he kept circling back to whether you knew that man, Shaitana. He even suggested he might have been a patient here under a different name. He showed me his photograph. Such a theatrical person, Shaitana. Yes, rather enjoyed posing as a modern Mephistopheles. It was generally quite effective." What else did Battle ask? Nothing of great significance, really. Except, oh yes, someone had told him some ridiculous story about Mrs. Graves. You know how she used to carry on. "Graves? Oh yes, old Mrs. Graves. That is rather amusing." The doctor laughed with genuine delight. "That is genuinely very funny indeed." In remarkably high spirits, he went in to lunch. Superintendent Battle was having lunch with Hercule Poirot. The former appeared discouraged, the latter sympathetic. "Your morning, then, was not entirely fruitful," Poirot observed thoughtfully. Battle shook his head. "It's going to be difficult work, M. Poirot." "What is your impression of him?" "Of the doctor, frankly. I think Shaitana was correct. He's a killer. He reminds me of Westaway, and of that solicitor in Norfolk, the same hearty, self-assured manner, the same popularity. Both were clever devils, and so is Roberts, all the same. It doesn't automatically mean Roberts killed Shaitana, and in fact I don't believe he did. He'd understand the risk too well, better than a non-medical person, that Shaitana might wake and cry out. No, I don't think Roberts murdered him. But you believe he has murdered someone, possibly a significant number of people. Westaway had. But it will be difficult to prove. I've examined his bank account. Nothing suspicious there, no sudden large deposits. In any case, over the past 7 years, he hasn't inherited a single thing from a patient. That rules out murder for straightforward financial gain. He's never been married, which is unfortunate, since it's so perfectly simple for a doctor to arrange an accident for his own wife. He's comfortably off, of course, but that comes from his successful practice among wealthy clients. So it seems he leads an entirely respectable life, and perhaps he actually does, possibly. But I'd rather assume the worst, he continued. There's a whisper of some trouble involving a woman, one of his patients, a Mrs. Craddock. That's worth digging into, I believe. I'll have someone look into it immediately. The woman actually died out in Egypt from some regional illness, so I doubt there's anything directly there, but it might shed some light on his general character and morals. Was there a husband? Yes. The husband died of anthrax. Anthrax? Correct. There was a flood of cheap shaving brushes on the market around that time. Some were contaminated. It caused quite a scandal. Convenient, Poirot suggested. My thought exactly. if the husband had been threatening to make trouble. But there it's all speculation. We haven't a shred of solid evidence. Patience, my friend. I am aware of your famous endurance. In the end, you may find yourself with as many leads as a centipede has legs. And trip myself up by overthinking every one of them, Battle replied with a grin. Then he asked curiously, "What about you, Poirot, planning to get involved? I too might pay a call on Dr. Roberts. 2 of us in a single day, that ought to make him nervous." "Oh, I shall be exceedingly discreet. I shall not probe into his past." "I'd love to know exactly what approach you'll take," said Battle, intrigued. "But don't tell me unless you wish to."
"Not at all. Not at all. I'm quite willing. I shall merely discuss a little bridge, that is all." "Bridge again. You do harp on that, don't you, M. Poirot? I find the topic remarkably useful. Well, every man to his own methods. I don't deal much in subtle approaches. They don't suit my style. And what is your style, Superintendent?" The Superintendent met the twinkle in Poirot's eyes with one of his own, a straightforward, honest, diligent officer doing his duty in the most painstaking manner. "That's my style. No frills, no fancy work, just honest sweat. Stolid and a bit slow, that's my persona." Poirot raised his glass to our respective methods, and may success crown our joint efforts. "I expect Colonel Race might turn up something useful about Despard," said Battle. "He has a good many sources of information. And Mrs. Oliver, that's a bit of a gamble. I rather like that woman. She talks a great deal of nonsense, but she's a good sport, and women often learn things about other women that men can't access. She might notice something helpful." They parted ways. Battle returned to Scotland Yard to set certain inquiries in motion. Poirot made his way to 200 Gloucester Terrace. Dr. Roberts' eyebrows lifted humorously as he greeted his visitor. "2 detectives in one day," he remarked. "I suppose I'll be in handcuffs by tonight." Poirot smiled. "I assure you, Dr. Roberts, my attentions are being quite evenly distributed among all 4 of you." "Well, that's something to be grateful for, at any rate. Care for a smoke?" "If you permit, I prefer my own." Poirot lit one of his small Russian cigarettes. "So what can I do for you?" asked Roberts. Poirot was silent for a moment, taking a few puffs. Then he said, "Are you a keen observer of human nature, Doctor?" "I suppose I am a doctor, has to be. That was precisely my reasoning. I said to myself, a doctor is constantly studying his patients, their expressions, their complexion, their breathing, any signs of agitation. A doctor notices these things almost automatically, without even realizing he's noticing. Dr. Roberts is the man to assist me. I'm willing enough to help. What's the issue?" Poirot produced from a neat pocket case 3 carefully folded bridge scores. "These are the first 3 rubbers from the other evening," he explained. "Here is the first one in Miss Meredith's handwriting." Roberts looked at him, completely taken aback. "You can't be serious, Mr. Poirot. How on earth could I recall all that? Is it truly impossible? I would be most appreciative if you could try. Consider that first rubber. The opening hand must have ended with a game bid in hearts or spades, or one side would have gone down 50. Let me think. That was the very first deal. Yes, I believe they made their contract in spades and the following hand. I suppose one of us went down 50, but I can't recall who or what the suit was. Honestly, Mr. Poirot, you can't reasonably expect me to remember. Can you recall any of the specific bids or the hands themselves? I made a grand slam. I remember that distinctly. It was doubled, too. And I also remember taking a nasty loss later, playing 3-no trump, I think it was. Went down rather heavily. But that was much later in the evening. Do you recall who your partner was at that table, Mrs. Lorimer? She looked rather stern, I remember. Probably didn't approve of my aggressive bidding, and you can't remember any other specific hands or the bidding sequences. Roberts gave a short laugh. My dear Mr. Poirot, did you genuinely expect I could? First, there was the murder, enough to drive even the most spectacular hand straight from one's mind. On top of that, I've played at least half a dozen rubbers since then.
Poirot sat for a moment looking somewhat deflated. "I'm sorry," said Roberts, not unkindly. "It is of no great consequence," Poirot replied thoughtfully. "I had hoped you might recall one or two of the hands at least, as they could serve as valuable landmarks for remembering other details." "What other details?" "Well, you might have observed, for instance, that your partner botched the play of a perfectly straightforward no-trump hand, or perhaps an opponent. Quite unexpectedly, handed you a couple of tricks by failing to lead an obvious card." Dr. Roberts' demeanor shifted abruptly. He leaned forward in his chair, his earlier amusement gone. "Ah," he said, his voice low, "now I understand what you're getting at. Forgive me. I initially thought you were speaking pure nonsense. You mean that the murder, its successful execution, might have caused a noticeable difference in the guilty person's card play?" Poirot gave a single, firm nod. "You have grasped the concept perfectly. It would be a clue of the first order if you had been four players intimately familiar with each other's game. A sudden variation, a lapse in concentration, a missed opportunity that would have been immediately apparent. Unfortunately, you were all strangers to one another. Fluctuations in play would not be so easily spotted. But think, Doctor, I implore you to think. Do you remember any irregularities, any sudden glaring errors in anyone's performance at the table?" There was a lengthy silence before Dr. Roberts finally shook his head. "It's no use. I can't help you," he admitted frankly. "I simply don't remember. All I can repeat is what I told you before. Mrs. Lorimer is a first-rate player. I didn't notice a single slip from her. She was brilliant throughout. Despard's play was consistently solid as well, rather a conventional player. If I'm honest, his bidding follows the book strictly. He never ventures outside the rules or takes a long shot. Miss Meredith?" He paused, seeming to search for the right words. "Yes, Miss Meredith?" Poirot prompted. "She did make mistakes once or twice, I recall, toward the end of the evening, but that could simply have been fatigue, given she's not a very seasoned player." Her hands were trembling too. He stopped abruptly. "When did her hands tremble? When was it now? I can't quite place it. I think she was just nervous. Mr. Poirot, you're making me imagine things that might not have been there." "I apologize. There is another matter on which I seek your assistance." "Yes." Poirot chose his words with deliberate care. "It is a delicate matter. You see, I do not wish to ask you a leading question. If I say, 'Did you notice such and such?' well, then I have planted the idea in your mind. Your answer loses some of its value. Let me approach it from another angle. If you would be so kind, Dr. Roberts, describe for me the room in which you played." Roberts stared at him, his astonishment plain. "The contents of the room, you say?" "If you would be so kind, my dear man. I truly have no idea where to start." "Start wherever you like." "Very well, there was a considerable amount of furniture." No, I must insist on precision, please." Dr. Roberts let out a sigh. He began in a playful, auctioneer-like tone. "One large settee in ivory brocade, another matching one in green, 4 or 5 substantial armchairs, 8 or 9 Persian carpets, a set of 12 small gilt Empire chairs, a William and Mary bureau. I feel exactly like an auctioneer's assistant, a quite exquisite Chinese cabinet, a grand piano. There was more furniture, but I'm afraid I didn't take note of it all. 6 excellent Japanese prints, 2 Chinese pictures on mirrored glass, 5 or 6 rather fine snuff boxes, a collection of Japanese ivory Netsuke figures displayed together on a table, some antique silver, Charles the Fast Tazers, I believe, a couple of pieces of Battersea enamel." "Excellent, excellent!" Poirot applauded. A pair of old English slipware birds and, if I recall, a Ralph Wood figurine. Then there were some Eastern pieces, elaborate silverwork, some jewellery, though I'm no expert on that. Some Chelsea porcelain birds, I remember. Oh, and a case of miniatures, quite fine ones, I should think. That's far from everything, but it's all I can summon at the moment." "It is magnificent," said Poirot with genuine appreciation. "You possess the true eye of an observer." The doctor asked with curiosity, "Did I include the particular object you had in mind?" That is the fascinating part, Poirot replied. If you had mentioned the object I was thinking of, it would have been profoundly surprising to me. As I suspected, you could not mention it.
Why not?
Poirot's eyes twinkled. Perhaps because it was not there to be mentioned, Robert stared. That somehow reminds me of something. It reminds you of Sherlock Holmes, does it not? The curious incident of the dog in the night time. The dog did nothing at all. That was the curious thing.
Ah, well, I am not above borrowing the methods of others. You know, M. Poirot, I am utterly lost as to what you are implying. That is perfect. That, in confidence, that is precisely how I achieve my little effects. Then, as Dr. Roberts still appeared rather bewildered, Poirot smiled and rose to his feet. You may at least understand this. What you have told me will be exceedingly useful in my next conversation. The doctor stood as well. I can't see how, but I'll take your word for it, he said. They shook hands. Poirot descended the steps of the doctor's house and hailed a passing taxi, 111 Chain Lane, Chelsea. He instructed the driver. The house at 111 Chain Lane was neat and trim, standing on a quiet street. The door was painted a glossy black, the steps were impeccably whitened, and the brass knocker gleamed in the afternoon sun. An elderly parlour-maid in a pristine white cap and apron answered the door. Upon Poirot's inquiry, she stated that her mistress was at home and led him up a narrow staircase. "What name, sir?" Hercule Poirot. He was shown into an L-shaped drawing-room. Poirot's gaze swept the room, noting the details. The furniture was good, well polished, and of a solid family style. Shiny chintz covered the chairs and settees. A few old-fashioned silver photograph frames were placed about. The room had an agreeable sense of space and light, and a tall jar held a striking arrangement of chrysanthemums. Mrs. Lorimer came forward to greet him. She shook hands without any evident surprise, indicated a chair, took one herself, and made a polite remark about the pleasant weather. There was a brief silence. "I hope, madame," said Hercule Poirot, "that you will forgive this visit." Looking directly at him, Mrs. Lorimer inquired, "Is this a professional call?" "I confess that it is." "You realize, I suppose, Mem Poirot—" Mrs. Lorimer regarded Poirot with a cool, measured gaze. "You understand, of course, that while I am obliged to assist Superintendent Battle and the official police, I am under no such obligation to an unofficial investigator?" "I am fully aware of that, madame," Poirot replied with a slight bow. "If you were to show me the door, I would depart with perfect submission." A faint smile touched her lips. "I am not prepared to be quite so drastic, M. Poirot, you may have 10 minutes after that. I have a bridge engagement. 10 minutes will be more than sufficient. I wish for you to describe the room where you played bridge that evening. The very room where Mr. Shaitana met his end." Her eyebrows lifted. "What a peculiar request. I fail to see the relevance." "Madame, if during a bridge game someone were to demand why you played a particular ace, or why you used a jack that was captured by a queen instead of a king that would have won the trick, the explanation would be lengthy and tedious, would it not? In this investigation I am the expert. You are, shall we say, the novice." He gave a small, polite smile. "Very well, then." She considered for a moment. It was a sizable room, rather crowded with objects. "Can you describe some of those objects?" There was a modern piece, glass flowers, quite striking, and I believe there were some Asian prints on the walls. A bowl of small red tulips sat on a table. They were remarkably early for the season. Beyond that, I'm afraid I didn't take detailed note. The furniture, do you recall the upholstery? Something silken, I think. That is all I can say. Did you observe any of the smaller items? I'm afraid not. There were so many. The overall impression was of a collector's space, curated but dense. There was a brief silence. Mrs. Lorimer offered another thin smile. "I fear I haven't been very helpful." "There is another matter." He produced the bridge scores. "Here are the records of the first 3 rubbers. With these, could you attempt to reconstruct the hands?" "Let me see." She leaned forward, her interest visibly piqued. "That was the first rubber. Miss Meredith and I opposed the 2 gentlemen. The first game was bid to 4 spades. We made it with an overtrick."
The next hand was left at 2 diamonds, and Dr. Roberts went down 1. I recall considerable bidding on the third hand. Miss Meredith passed. Major Despard bid a heart. I passed. Dr. Roberts gave a jump to 3 clubs. Miss Meredith then bid 3 spades. Major Despard went to 4 diamonds. I doubled. Dr. Roberts took it into 4 hearts. They went down 1. Magnificent, murmured Poirot. What a memory. She continued without pausing. On the following hand, Major Despard passed, and I opened 1 no trump. Dr. Roberts bid 3 hearts. My partner passed. Despard put his partner to 4. I doubled, and they went down 2 tricks. Then I dealt, and we went out on a 4-spade bid. She took up the next score. Poirot noted, "That one is more difficult." Major Despard scores in the cancellation style. I believe both sides went down 50 initially. Then Dr. Roberts went to 5 diamonds. We doubled and set him 3 tricks. We made 3 clubs, but the others immediately made game in spades. We won the second game in 5 clubs. Then we went down 100. The others made 1 heart, we made 2 no trumps, and we finally won the rubber with a 4-club bid. She picked up the final score. This rubber was quite a battle, as I remember. It began quietly. Major Despard and Miss Meredith made a 1-heart contract. Then we went down a couple of 50s, attempting 4 hearts and 4 spades. The others then made a game in spades. There was no stopping them. We went down 3 hands in succession after that, though undoubled. Then we won the second game in no trumps. After that, a true battle royal commenced, with each side going down in turn. Dr. Roberts overcalled, and while he went down a couple of times, his aggressive style paid off by intimidating Miss Meredith out of bidding on her own strong hands. He opened with 2 spades. I responded with 3 diamonds. He jumped to 4, no trumps. I bid 5 spades, and then he made a wild leap to 7 diamonds. Naturally, we were doubled. It was an outrageous call. By some miracle, we made it. I never thought we would, when I saw his dummy. If the opponents had led a heart, we'd have been down 3. Instead, they led the king of clubs, and we managed to pull it off. The whole thing was incredibly tense. I should say so. A grand slam, vulnerable and doubled, that stirs the blood. Personally, I admit I lack the nerve to chase slams. I'm content to settle for game. Oh, but you really mustn't think that way, Mrs. Lorimer replied with conviction. One has to play the game properly. You mean one should take chances? There's no chance involved if the bidding is sound. It should be a mathematical certainty. The trouble is, so few people bid well. They know their opening bids, but later they lose their composure. They fail to distinguish between a handful of winners and one merely devoid of losers. But I mustn't lecture you on bridge or on the losing count, Mr. Poirot. I'm certain it would improve my game, madam. Mrs. Lorimer returned her attention to the score sheet. After that excitement, the next few hands were rather dull. Do you have the 4th score there? Ah, yes. A real back-and-forth struggle. Neither side could score below the line. That often happens as the evening progresses. True, one starts cautiously, and then the cards seem to grow more heated. Poirot gathered the scores and gave a slight bow. Madam, I congratulate you. Your memory for cards is astounding, truly astounding. One might say you remember every single card that was played. I believe I do. Memory is a remarkable gift. With it, the past is never truly past, I should imagine, madam, that for you the past unrolls itself, every incident as clear as yesterday. Is that so? She looked at him swiftly, her eyes wide and dark. It was only for an instant before she resumed her polished, worldly manner, but Hercule Poirot had no doubt. His probe had struck its mark. Mrs. Lorimer stood. I'm afraid I must be going now. I'm sorry, but I really cannot be late. Of course not. Of course not. I apologize for taking up your time. I only wish I could have been more helpful. But you have helped me, said Hercule Poirot. I hardly think so, she stated decisively. But yes, you have told me something I wish to know. She asked no question about what that something might be. He extended his hand. Thank you, madam, for your patience. As she shook his hand, she said, You are an extraordinary man, Mr. Poirot. I am as the good Lord made me, madam. I suppose we all are. Not all, madam. Some have tried to improve upon his design, Mr. Shaitana, for instance. In what way do you mean he possessed a very refined taste in objects d'art and curios? He should have been satisfied with that. Instead, he collected other things. What sort of things? Well, shall we say sensations? And don't you think that was in keeping with his character? Poirot shook his head gravely. He played the part of the devil too convincingly. But he was not the devil. At heart he was a foolish man. And so he died, because he was foolish. It is the sin that is never forgiven and always punished, madam. There was a silence then. Poirot said, I shall take my leave. 1,000 thanks for your kindness, madam. I will not return unless you send for me. Her eyebrows rose. My dear Mr. Poirot, why on earth should I send for you? You might. It is just an idea. If so, I will come. Remember that. He bowed once more and departed. On the street, he said to himself, I'm correct. I am certain I am correct. It must be that. 12. Anne Meredith. Mrs. Oliver disentangled herself with some effort from the driver's seat of her small two-seater car to start. Modern car designers seem to think only slender, delicate knees will ever occupy the driver's seat. The current trend is to sit low, which for a comfortably built middle-aged woman means a considerable amount of undignified contortion is required to extract herself from behind the wheel. Furthermore, the passenger seat was hopelessly cluttered with an assortment of maps, a handbag, 3 paperback novels, and a sizable paper sack of apples. Mrs. Oliver had a notorious weakness for apples, and had once, while deeply engrossed in plotting the affair of the silver fish, absent-mindedly consumed nearly 4 pounds of them, only to come to her senses with a distinct pang of regret, and the realization she was over an hour late for a literary luncheon being held in her honor. With one last determined heave and a firm kick at a stubborn door, Mrs. Oliver emerged rather abruptly onto the sidewalk outside Whendon Cottage, scattering several apple cores around her feet in the process. She let out a profound sigh, pushed her sensible country hat back to a decidedly unfashionable angle, glanced down with satisfaction at her practical tweed suit, and then frowned upon noticing she had, in her usual distracted manner, forgotten to change out of her sleek London high heels. Brushing a stray bit of lint from her sleeve, she pushed open the cottage gate and marched up the flagstone path to the front door. She pressed the bell and delivered a cheerful staccato rap with the knocker, an odd little brass piece shaped like a frog's head. When no one answered, she repeated the summons. After waiting what felt like an age, Mrs. Oliver decisively turned and set off around the side of the house on a reconnaissance mission. Behind the cottage lay a small, somewhat untidy garden, where late-blooming Michaelmas daisies mingled with leggy chrysanthemums. Beyond it stretched a field that sloped down to the river. The October sun was surprisingly warm. 2 young women were just coming through the far gate into the garden from the field. The one in front stopped abruptly, her expression one of pure astonishment. Mrs. Oliver advanced. "How do you do, Miss Meredith? You remember me, I trust?" "Oh, yes, of course," Anne Meredith stammered, hastily offering her hand. Her eyes were wide with surprise before she collected herself. "This is my friend and housemate, Miss Dawes Roder. This is Mrs. Oliver." The other girl was tall, dark-haired, and radiated a lively energy. She exclaimed with evident excitement, "Oh, you're the Mrs. Oliver, Ariadne Oliver?" "I am indeed," confirmed Mrs. Oliver, turning her attention back to Anne. "Now let's find somewhere to sit, my dear. I have a great deal to discuss with you. Of course, shall I put the kettle on for tea?" "Tea can wait," Mrs. Oliver declared firmly. Anne led the way to a cluster of rather worn-looking deck chairs. Mrs. Oliver selected the sturdiest one with deliberate care, having learned from past unfortunate encounters with precarious garden furniture. "Now then," she began briskly, "let's not waste time about this murder business the other night. We simply must roll up our sleeves and take action." "Take action?" Anne echoed, looking perplexed. naturally stated Mrs. Oliver. I don't know what you believe, but I haven't a shadow of a doubt about who's responsible. That doctor fellow Roberts, wasn't it? Yes, Roberts, a Welsh name. I've never trusted the Welsh, you know. My childhood nanny was Welsh, and she once took me to a seaside pier and got so engrossed in a penny arcade she nearly left me behind. Dreadfully flighty, but never mind her. The point is, Roberts did it, and we must put our heads together and prove it. Rhoda Dawes let out an involuntary laugh, then immediately flushed. I do apologize. It's just you're rather different from what I had pictured. A letdown, I suppose, said Mrs. Oliver placidly. I'm quite accustomed to that. It's of no consequence. What matters is proving Robert's guilt. But how can we possibly do that? Anne asked, her voice tinged with doubt. Oh, don't be such a pessimist, Anne, cried Rhoda, her eyes shining. I think Mrs. Oliver is magnificent. She knows all about these things from her books. She'll handle it just like Sven Herson would. Mrs. Oliver felt a faint blush rise at the mention of her famous Finnish detective. Mrs. Oliver leaned forward, her expression earnest. This simply must be addressed, my dear, and I'll tell you why you wouldn't want anyone to suspect you, would you? Anne's cheeks flushed. Why on earth would they suspect me? You know how people talk? Mrs. Oliver insisted. The three innocent parties will face just as much scrutiny as the guilty one. Anne considered this slowly. I still don't fully understand why you've come to me specifically, Mrs. Oliver. Because in my view, the other two are of little concern. Mrs. Lorimer spends her entire day at bridge clubs. Women like that develop a thick skin, they can handle themselves perfectly well. And she's older? It hardly matters if gossip follows her. A young woman is different. She has her whole future ahead of her. What about Major Despard? Anne inquired. Pa! Mrs. Oliver waved a dismissive hand. He's a man. I never fret over men. They are remarkably adept at looking after their own interests, if you ask me. Besides, the Major thrives on danger. He's merely finding his excitement closer to home instead of on some distant river, the Irrawaddy? Or is it the Limpopo? You know the sort of place those adventurous types adore? No, I'm not troubling myself over either of them. That's very considerate of you, Anne said, her voice measured. It was a dreadful business, Rhoda chimed in. It's shaken Anne terribly, Mrs. Oliver. She feels things deeply, and I believe you're absolutely right. Taking some action would be far better than sitting here dwelling on it all. Of course it would, Mrs. Oliver agreed. To be perfectly honest, a genuine murder has never crossed my path before, and, continuing in that vein of honesty, I don't believe real crime is quite my specialty. I'm so accustomed to arranging the pieces, if you catch my meaning. But I wasn't about to be left out while those three men had all the amusement to themselves. I've always maintained that if a woman were in charge of Scotland Yard— Yes, Rhoda prompted, leaning in with keen interest. What would you do if you were the head of Scotland Yard? I'd have Dr. Roberts arrested immediately, and then— However, I'm not the head of Scotland Yard, Mrs. Oliver retreated from that bold claim. I'm merely a private citizen. Oh, you're far more than that, Rhoda said, her compliment a bit flustered. Here we are, Mrs. Oliver continued, 3 private citizens, all women. Let's see what we can accomplish by putting our minds together. Anne nodded thoughtfully before asking, Why do you believe Dr. Roberts is responsible? He's precisely that type of man. Mrs. Oliver replied without hesitation. But wouldn't a doctor— Anne hesitated. Wouldn't something like poison be much simpler for him? Not at all. Poison or any sort of drug would point directly to a medical professional. Consider how often they leave cases of dangerous medications in their cars all over London, only to have them stolen. No, precisely because he is a doctor, he would take extra care to avoid anything associated with his field. I suppose that makes sense, Anne said, though she still sounded uncertain. She then asked, But why would he want to kill Mr. Shaitana? Do you have any notion? Notion? I have a surplus of notions, in fact. That's always my problem. I can never settle on just one plot. I invariably think of at least 5, and choosing between them is pure agony. I can conjure 6 splendid motives for the murder right now. The trouble is, I have no earthly way of determining which is correct. For instance, perhaps Shaitana was a moneylender. He had a rather slippery appearance. Roberts was in his debt and killed him because he couldn't repay. Or perhaps Shaitana ruined his sister or his daughter. Or maybe Roberts is a bigamist, and Shaitana discovered it. Or possibly Roberts is married to Shaitana's second cousin and stands to inherit his money through her. Or how many is that? 4. Rhoda counted. Or, and this one is particularly good, suppose Shaitana knew a dark secret from Robert's past. You might not have noticed, my dear, but Shaitana said something rather odd at dinner just before that peculiar silence fell. Anne bent down, distractedly nudging a caterpillar with a blade of grass she'd plucked from the garden border, a small nervous gesture betraying her tension. "I'm not sure I recall," she replied. Rhoda pressed her. "What exactly did he mention? Something about an accident and poison, wasn't it? Doesn't that ring a bell?" Anne's fingers tightened around the wicker arm of her chair. "I suppose something like that does sound familiar," she said, her voice steady. Rhoda suddenly exclaimed, "Sweetheart, you really should fetch a coat. It isn't summer anymore, you know. Go on and grab one." Anne shook her head. "I'm perfectly warm," yet a faint, peculiar shiver passed through her as she spoke. "You see my theory," Mrs. Oliver continued, clearly enjoying herself. "I imagine one of the doctor's patients might have accidentally poisoned himself, but in truth, the doctor orchestrated it all. I wouldn't be surprised if he's eliminated plenty of people that way." A sudden flush rose in Anne's cheeks. "Do doctors generally wish to murder their patients on a large scale?" she asked, coolly. "Wouldn't that have a rather unfortunate impact on their professional reputation?" "There would have to be a motive, naturally," Mrs. Oliver said, waving a vague hand. "I find the whole notion ridiculous," Anne stated crisply. "It's utterly absurd and melodramatic." "Oh, Anne!" Rhoda cried out, her voice thick with apology. She glanced toward Mrs. Oliver, her intelligent, spaniel-like eyes pleading silently for understanding. "I think it's a brilliant idea, Mrs. Oliver," Rhoda said earnestly. "And a doctor would have access to something completely untraceable, wouldn't he?" "Oh!" Anne exclaimed. The other two turned to look at her. "I remember something else now," she said. "Mr. Shaitana mentioned something about a doctor's opportunities in a laboratory. He must have meant something by that." "It wasn't Mr. Shaitana who said that." Mrs. Oliver shook her head. "It was Major Despard." The sound of footsteps on the garden path made her turn. "Well," she exclaimed, "speak of the devil!" Major Despard had just rounded the corner of the house. At the sight of Mrs. Oliver, he seemed momentarily taken aback. Beneath his tan, his face flushed a deep brick red. Embarrassment made his movements abrupt. He strode directly toward Anne. "I do apologize, Miss Meredith," he said. "I've been ringing your bell." No one answered. "I was passing through the area and thought I might stop by." "I'm so sorry you were ringing with no answer," said Anne. "We don't have a live-in maid, only a woman who comes in the mornings." She introduced him to Rhoda, who said briskly, "Let's have some tea. It's turning chilly. We'd better go inside." They all moved into the house. Rhoda disappeared into the kitchen. Mrs. Oliver remarked, "This is quite a coincidence, all of us meeting here like this," Despard said slowly. "Yes." His eyes rested on her thoughtfully, appraising, measuring. "I've been telling Miss Meredith," said Mrs. Oliver, thoroughly enjoying the situation, "that we really ought to devise a plan of campaign regarding the murder. I mean, obviously that doctor is responsible, don't you agree with me?" "Couldn't say. There's very little to go on, Mrs." Oliver adopted her classic "how typical" of a man expression. A palpable air of constraint had settled over the three of them. Mrs. Oliver, ever perceptive, sensed it immediately. When Rhoda returned with the tea, she rose and announced she really must be getting back to town. No, it was terribly kind, but she wouldn't stay for tea. "I'm going to leave you my card," she said. "Here it is with my address. Do come and see me when you're in town and we can talk everything over. Perhaps we can devise something clever to get to the bottom of this." "I'll walk you to the gate," said Rhoda. Just as they started down the front path, Anne hurried out of the house and caught up to them. "I've been thinking it all over," she said, her pale face held in unusual resolve. "Yes, my dear. It's extraordinarily kind of you, Mrs. Oliver, to have taken all this trouble, but I would genuinely prefer not to do anything at all. I mean, it was all so dreadful. I just want to forget about it, my dear child. The question is whether you'll be allowed to forget about it." "Oh, I quite understand the police won't let it drop. They'll likely come here and ask me many more questions. I'm prepared for that. But as for any sort of private investigation or speculation, I want no part in it. It feels like stirring up shadows best left alone." The firmness in her voice was new, a quiet strength pushing back against the morbid curiosity that had filled the afternoon garden. "Privately, I just don't want to think about it, or have it brought up in any way. I suppose I'm a coward, but that's honestly how I feel." "Oh, Anne," Rhoda Dawes exclaimed. "I understand, but I'm not convinced that's the wisest course," Mrs. Oliver remarked. "If we leave it to them, the police may never uncover what really happened." Anne Meredith gave a slight shrug. "Does it truly matter?" "Matter?" Rhoda cried out. "Of course it matters. It absolutely matters, doesn't it, Mrs. Oliver?" "I should certainly think so," Mrs. Oliver replied with a dry tone. "I don't agree," Anne said stubbornly. "No one who knows me would ever suspect I was involved. I don't see any reason to get involved myself. Finding the truth is the police's job." "Oh, Anne, you're being so passive," Rhoda sighed. "Well, that's how I feel," Anne stated. She extended her hand. "Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Oliver. It was kind of you to trouble yourself." "Naturally, if that's your position, there's nothing more to discuss," Mrs. Oliver said cheerfully. "I, for one, don't intend to sit around and wait. Goodbye, my dear. Do visit me in London if you reconsider." She got into her car, started the engine, and drove off, offering a cheerful wave to the two young women. Suddenly, Rhoda dashed after the vehicle and leapt onto the running board. "What you said about visiting you in London," she said breathlessly. "Did you only mean Anne, or did you include me as well?" Mrs. Oliver applied the brake. "I meant both of you, naturally." "Oh, thank you. Please don't stop. I might come by one day. There's something—" "No, really, don't stop. I can jump off." She did so, and waving a hand ran back to the gate where Anne stood waiting. "What in the world?" Anne began. "Isn't she wonderful?" Rhoda asked with enthusiasm. "I really like her. Did you notice she was wearing mismatched stockings? I'm sure she's terribly clever, she must be, to write all those books. Wouldn't it be something if she figured it all out while the police and everyone else were stumped?" "Why did she come here?" Anne asked. Rhoda's eyes widened. "Darling, she told you." Anne made an impatient gesture. "We should go inside. I forgot. I've left him alone, Major Despard." "Anne, he's incredibly handsome, don't you think?" "I suppose so." They walked up the path together. Major Despard was standing by the fireplace, teacup in hand. He interrupted Anne's apologies for her absence. "Miss Meredith, I should explain my reason for intruding like this." "Oh, but—" "I said I happened to be passing by. That wasn't entirely accurate. I came here deliberately." "How did you get my address?" Anne asked slowly. "I obtained it from Superintendent Battle." He noticed her slight recoil at the name and continued quickly. "Battle is on his way here now. I happened to see him at Paddington Station. I fetched my car and drove down. I knew I could easily beat the train." "But why?" Despard hesitated for a moment. "This may seem presumptuous, but I had the impression you were perhaps what people call alone in the world." "She has me," Rhoda declared. Despard shot her a quick, appreciative glance, rather taken by the gallant, boyish figure leaning against the mantelpiece, following his words so intently. They were an attractive pair. "I'm sure she couldn't have a more devoted friend than you, Miss Dawes," he said courteously. "But it occurred to me that, given these unusual circumstances, advice from someone with a good measure of worldly experience might be helpful. Frankly, the situation is this. Miss Meredith is under suspicion of murder. The same applies to me and to the two other people who were in the room last night. Such a position is unpleasant, and it carries its own peculiar difficulties and dangers, which someone as young and inexperienced as you, Miss Meredith, might not recognize. In my opinion, you ought to place yourself in the hands of a very competent solicitor. Perhaps you already have. Anne Meredith shook her head. It never occurred to me, exactly as I suspected. Anne shook her head once more. I've rarely had any need for a lawyer. Mr. Bury is an option, Rhoda offered, but he's well over 100 and completely out of his mind. Allow me to make a suggestion, Miss Meredith. Despard interjected. I would advise you to consult Mr. Myhern, my own solicitor. The firm is Jacobs, Peel and Jacobs. They are an excellent practice and know the legal landscape inside out. Anne had grown noticeably paler. She sank into a chair. Is this truly necessary? She asked quietly. I would say it is absolutely essential, Despard replied firmly. There are numerous legal complexities to navigate. Are they very costly? Anne inquired. That's not a concern at all, Rhoda assured her. It will be perfectly fine, Major Despard. I believe everything you're saying is correct. Anne needs to be properly protected. I believe their fees will be quite fair, Despard added, his tone serious. I genuinely think this is the prudent course of action, Miss Meredith. Very well, Anne said slowly. If you both think so, I'll do it. Excellent, Rhoda spoke with warmth. I think it's terribly kind of you, Major Despard. Really wonderfully kind. Anne murmured her thanks after a pause. She asked, Did you mention that Superintendent Battle is coming here? Yes. Please don't be alarmed by that. It's unavoidable. Oh, I understand, to be honest. I've been expecting him. Rhoda burst out impulsively. It's been absolutely dreadful for her, this whole affair. It's so unjust, horribly unfair. Despard nodded. I agree, it's a rotten business, dragging a young woman into something like this. If someone wanted to stab Shaitana, they should have picked a different location or time entirely. Rhoda asked bluntly, Who do you think did it? Dr. Roberts or that Mrs. Lorimer? A faint smile touched Despard's moustache. For all you know, I might have done it myself. Oh, don't be silly, Rhoda exclaimed. Anne and I both know you didn't do it. He looked at them both with a kind expression. A nice pair of young women, touchingly full of faith. The Meredith girl seemed a timid little thing. Never mind, Myhern would handle her affairs. The other one was more of a fighter. He doubted she would have crumbled in the same way if their positions were reversed. He found himself wanting to know more about them. Aloud, he said, Never take anything for granted, Miss Dawes. I don't place the same value on human life as most people do. Look at all the hysterical fuss over road fatalities, for instance. We're always in danger, from traffic, from germs, from 100 different things. You might as well be killed one way as another. The moment you start being overly cautious, adopting safety first as your motto, you might as well be dead, in my opinion. Oh, I completely agree with you, Rhoda cried. I think one ought to live incredibly dangerously if one ever gets the chance, that is. But life on the whole is terribly tame. It has its moments, yes, for you go to remote places and get mauled by tigers and shoot things and have burrowing insects in your toes and get stung and everything's terribly uncomfortable but absolutely thrilling. Well, Miss Meredith has had her own thrill now. I don't suppose it happens often that you're actually in the room while a murder is being committed. Oh, please don't, Anne cried. He apologized quickly, but Rhoda said with a sigh, Of course it was awful. But it was also exciting in a way. I don't think Anne appreciates that side of it. You know, I believe that Mrs. Oliver is absolutely thrilled to the bone to have been there that night. Your plump friend who writes the books about the unpronounceable Finn. Is she trying her hand at real-life detection? She'd like to, well, let's wish her luck. It would be amusing if she managed to outsmart Battle and his team. What is Superintendent Battle like? Rhoda asked curiously. Major Despard said gravely. He's an extraordinarily astute man, a man of remarkable ability. Oh, said Rhoda. Anne said he looked rather dull. That, I should imagine, is part of Battle's particular method. But we mustn't make any mistakes. Battle is no fool. He stood up. Well, I should be going. There's just one more thing I'd like to mention. Anne had also risen. Yes, she said, extending her hand. Despard hesitated briefly, choosing his words with care. He He took her hand and held it in his own, looking directly into her wide, striking grey eyes. "Don't be upset with me," he began. "I only mean to say this. It's possible there might be some aspect of your connection to Shaitana that you'd prefer to keep private. If that's the case, and please don't be angry," he added, feeling her instinctive attempt to pull her hand away, "you are completely within your rights to decline answering any of Battle's questions unless your lawyer is present." Anne snatched her hand back. Her eyes widened, the grey darkening with irritation. "There's nothing, absolutely nothing. I barely knew the dreadful man. My apologies," said Major Despard. "I felt I should bring it up." "It's the truth," Rhoda chimed in. Anne hardly knew him. She didn't care for him much, but he did throw wonderfully extravagant parties. "That," said Major Despard dryly, "appears to have been the sole redeeming quality of the late Mr. Shaitana." Anne replied in a cool tone, "Superintendent Battle can ask me whatever he likes. I have nothing to conceal, nothing at all." Despard spoke very softly. "Please forgive me." She met his gaze. Her annoyance faded, replaced by a gentle, understanding smile. "It's quite all right," she said. "I know you meant well." She offered her hand once more. He took it and said, "We're in this together. You know, we ought to be allies." It was Anne who walked with him to the gate. When she returned, Rhoda was gazing out the window, whistling a tune. She turned as her friend came back into the room. "He's terribly attractive, Anne. He is nice, isn't he? He's a great deal more than just nice. I've developed a serious crush on him. Why wasn't I at that wretched dinner instead of you? I think I would have relished the drama, the net tightening around me, the looming shadow of the gallows. No, you wouldn't. You're talking nonsense, Rhoda." Anne's voice was sharp, then softened as she added, "It was kind of him to come all this way, for a stranger, a girl he's only met once. Oh, he's smitten with you. Obviously men don't perform purely selfless acts of kindness. He wouldn't have come all the way down here if you'd been cross-eyed and covered in blemishes. Don't you think so?" "I certainly do not, you silly thing. Mrs. Oliver is a far more disinterested party. I don't like her," Anne said abruptly. "I had a strange feeling about her. I wonder what she really wanted. Just the usual suspicions toward your own gender. I dare say Major Despard had his own motives, if we're being honest." "I'm sure he didn't," Anne protested heatedly, then flushed as Rhoda Dawes laughed. 14, third visitor. Superintendent Battle arrived in Wallingford around 6 o'clock. His plan was to gather as much as he could from harmless local chatter before speaking with Miss Anne Meredith. Collecting information proved easy enough. Without making any definite claims, the superintendent nevertheless managed to give several distinct impressions of his profession. At least 2 residents would have sworn he was a contractor from the city, there to discuss adding a new wing to the cottage. Another would have told you he was one of those weekenders looking to rent a furnished place, while 2 more were positively certain he represented a firm that installed hard-court tennis surfaces. The details Battle gathered were uniformly favourable. Whendon Cottage, yes, that's correct, on the Marlbury Road, you can't miss it. Yes, 2 young ladies, Miss Dawes and Miss Meredith. Very nice young ladies, too. The quiet sort. Been here for years? Oh no, not that long. Just over 2 years. They moved in last September. Bought it from Mr. Pickersgill. He didn't use it much after his wife passed away. Battle's source had never heard they came from Northumberland. He thought they were from London originally. They were well liked in the neighbourhood, though a few of the more traditional residents felt 2 young women living alone was a bit unconventional. Still, they kept to themselves, not at all like the weekend party crowd. Rhoda was the lively one, while Meredith was more reserved. It was Miss Dawes who handled the finances. She was the one with the means. The superintendent's inquiries eventually brought him to Mrs. Astwell, who cleaned for the ladies at Whendon Cottage. Mrs. Astwell enjoyed a good chat. "Oh, I don't believe they'd want to sell, sir. They only moved in 2 years back. I've been with them from the start, 8 until noon. Those are my hours. Very cheerful young ladies, always up for a laugh. Not a bit pretentious. Now, I couldn't say if it's the same Miss Dawes you knew, sir. Same family, that is. I've a notion her home's in Devonshire. She gets cream sent over now and then and says it reminds her of home. So I expect it is. It's a shame, really, so many young ladies having to make their own way these days. These two aren't what you'd call wealthy, but they live quite comfortably. Miss Dawes has the money, of course. Miss Anne is more of a companion, you might say. The cottage belongs to Miss Dawes. I couldn't rightly say where Miss Anne is from. I've heard her mention the Isle of Wight, and I know she isn't fond of the north of England. She and Miss Rhoda were together in Devonshire. I've heard them joking about the hills and talking of the pretty little coves and beaches. The conversation flowed on. Every so often, Superintendent Battle made a mental note, later jotting down a cryptic word or two in his little book. That evening, around 8:30, he walked up the path to Whendon Cottage. The door was opened by a tall, dark-haired girl in an orange cretonne dress. "Does Miss Meredith live here?" asked Superintendent Battle, his manner stiff and soldierly. "Yes, she does." He was met with an intense, scrutinizing look. "Come in," said Rhoda Dawes, stepping back from the doorway. Anne Meredith was seated in a cosy chair by the fire, sipping coffee. She wore embroidered crepe de chine pyjamas. "It's Superintendent Battle," Rhoda announced as she showed him in. Anne rose and came forward, hand extended. "A bit late for a visit," said Battle, "but I wanted to catch you at home, and it's been a pleasant day." Anne offered a smile. "Would you like some coffee, Superintendent? Rhoda, could you fetch another cup?" "That's very kind of you, Miss Meredith. We like to think we make rather good coffee," said Anne, gesturing to a chair. Superintendent Battle sat down. Rhoda brought a cup, and Anne poured. The fire crackled, and the flowers in their vases added a touch of warmth to the room. It was a comfortable, homey scene. Anne appeared composed and at ease, while the other girl continued to study him with keen interest. "We've been expecting you," said Anne, her tone carrying a hint of gentle reproach, as if to say, why the delay? "Apologies, Miss Meredith? There's been a lot of routine work to attend to. Any progress?" "Not especially, but it all has to be done. I've gone over Dr. Roberts thoroughly, so to speak, and Mrs. Lorimer as well. Now I've come to do the same for you, Miss Meredith." Anne smiled. "I'm ready. What about Major Despard?" Rhoda interjected. "Oh, he won't be overlooked, I can promise you that," Battle replied. He set his coffee cup down and turned his attention to Anne. She straightened slightly in her chair. "I'm quite ready, Superintendent. What would you like to know?" "Well, broadly speaking, all about yourself, Miss Meredith." "I'm a perfectly respectable person," said Anne, still smiling. "She's led a blameless life, too," Rhoda added. "I can vouch for that. Well, that's very nice to hear," said Superintendent Battle cheerfully. "You've been acquainted with Miss Meredith for quite some time, I take it." "Since our school days," Rhoda replied. "It feels like a lifetime ago now, doesn't it, Anne?" "Probably so distant, it's all a bit hazy," Battle remarked with a soft laugh. "Now, Miss Meredith, I must apologize in advance. This will feel rather like filling out one of those tedious passport applications." "I was born," Anne began to humble yet virtuous parents. Rhoda interjected playfully. Superintendent Battle raised a hand in gentle admonishment. Now, let's keep things orderly, please, Rhoda dear," Anne said, her tone serious. "This is important. My apologies," Rhoda murmured. "Very well, Miss Meredith," Battle continued. "Your place of birth? Quetta in India? I see, military family, I presume?" "Yes, my father was Major John Meredith. My mother passed when I was 11. Father retired 4 years later, and we settled in Cheltenham. He died when I was 18, leaving very little behind." Battle nodded with understanding. "That must have been a difficult adjustment. It was rather, I always knew finances were tight, but to discover there was virtually nothing, that was a different kind of shock altogether. What did you do then, Miss Meredith?" "I needed employment. My education was adequate but not extensive, and I had no particular skills, no typing, no shorthand. A friend in Cheltenham found me a position with some acquaintances of hers, looking after 2 young boys during school holidays and assisting generally around the house." "May I have the name, please?" Mrs. Eldon, at the Larches in Ventnor. I remained there for 2 years until the family relocated overseas. Afterwards, I went to work for a Mrs. Deering. That's my aunt, Rhoda added. Indeed, Rhoda helped secure the position for me. I was quite content there. Rhoda would visit occasionally, and we always had a lovely time together. Your role was that of a companion? Essentially, yes. More like an assistant gardener, Rhoda clarified with a smile. My Aunt Emily is utterly devoted to her garden. Anne spent half her time pulling weeds or planting bulbs, and your reason for leaving Mrs. Deering, her health declined, and she required full-time nursing care. She has cancer, Rhoda said softly. The poor dear needs regular morphine now. She was always very kind to me, Anne continued. I was truly sorry to go. I was looking for a cottage to rent at the time, Rhoda explained, and wanted someone to share it with. After my father remarried, someone I never quite warmed to, I invited Anne to join me here. She's been with me ever since. Well, that certainly sounds like a thoroughly respectable history, Battle acknowledged. Let's just clarify the dates you were with Mrs. Eldon for 2 years, you said. Could you provide her current address? She's in Palestine now. Her husband holds some government post there. I'm not certain of the exact title. That's fine. I can look into it. And after that you were with Mrs. Deering. For 3 years, Anne confirmed. Her address is Marshdeane in Little Hembury, Devon. Understood. That would make you 25 now, Miss Meredith. Just one more thing, the names and addresses of 1 or 2 people in Cheltenham who knew both you and your father. Anne provided the information. Now, regarding the trip to Switzerland where you met Mr. Shaitana, did you travel alone or was Miss Dawes with you? We went together and met up with a larger group. There were 8 of us in total. Tell me about your encounter with Mr. Shaitana. Anne thought for a moment. There isn't much to tell, really. He was simply there, as one often meets people in a hotel. He won first prize at the fancy dress ball, dressed as Mephistopheles. Superintendent Battle sighed. Yes, that was always his preferred persona. He was remarkably convincing. Rhoda recalled. He barely needed any makeup. The superintendent's gaze shifted between the 2 women. Which of you would you say knew him better? Anne hesitated, but Rhoda answered, about the same initially, which is to say not very well at all. You see, our group was always off skiing during the day and dancing together in the evenings, but after a while Shaitana seemed to develop a particular interest in Anne. He went out of his way to pay her compliments. You know, that sort of attention. We teased her about it a bit, honestly, Rhoda said. Anne sighed. I believe he only did it to irritate me, because he knew I didn't care for him. He seemed to enjoy making me uncomfortable. With a laugh, Rhoda added, We told Anne it would be a very advantageous match. She got absolutely furious with us. Perhaps, Superintendent Battle suggested, you could provide the names of the others in your group? You aren't what I'd call a trusting man, Rhoda remarked. Do you imagine everything we're telling you is an outright fabrication? Battle's eyes twinkled. I'm simply going to verify it isn't, he replied. How suspicious you are, Rhoda said. She quickly wrote down several names on a slip of paper and handed it to him. Rising to his feet, Battle said, Well, thank you very much, Miss Meredith. As Miss Dawes pointed out, your life appears to have been particularly above reproach. I shouldn't think you have much to worry about. It is curious how Mr. Shaitana's manner shifted toward you. Forgive my asking, but he didn't propose marriage or bother you with attentions of a more personal nature. He didn't make any improper advances, Rhoda supplied helpfully. If that's what you're getting at. Anne flushed. Nothing of the sort, she insisted. He was always perfectly polite and correct. It was just his overly elaborate courtesy that made me uneasy. And certain remarks or insinuations he might have made. No, well, not really. He never hinted at anything. My apologies. These so-called lady killers sometimes do well. Good night, Miss Meredith. Thank you again. Excellent coffee. Good night, Miss Dawes. Once Anne returned to the room after seeing the superintendent out, Rhoda said, There, that's done, and it wasn't so dreadful after all. He's a rather nice, fatherly sort, and he clearly doesn't suspect you in the slightest. The whole thing went much more smoothly than I anticipated. Anne sank into a chair with a relieved sigh. It really was quite straightforward, she admitted. I was silly to get so worked up. I expected him to try and bully me, like those barristers you see in plays. He struck me as sensible, Rhoda observed. He'd know perfectly well you aren't the murdering type. She paused, then added, I say, Anne, you didn't mention being at Croftways. Did it slip your mind? Anne answered slowly, I didn't think it signified. I was only there a few months, and there's no one there to ask about me now. I can write to him if you think it matters, but I'm sure it doesn't. Let's just leave it. All right if you say so? Rhoda stood and switched on the wireless. A brassy voice announced, You have just heard the Black Nubians play Why Do You Tell Me Lies, Baby? 15 Major Despard emerged from the Albany, turned briskly into Regent Street and hopped onto a passing bus. It was a quiet time of day. The upper deck was nearly empty. Despard moved forward and took a front seat. He had boarded while the bus was still moving. After a brief halt to take on more passengers, it continued up Regent Street. Another passenger climbed the stairs, came forward, and settled into the front seat opposite. Despard did not notice the newcomer at first, but after a few moments a tentative voice remarked, It is a fine view of London one gets from the top of a bus, is it not? Despard turned his head. He looked momentarily puzzled. Then his expression cleared. I beg your pardon, Monsieur Poirot. I didn't realize it was you. Yes, as you say, you get a splendid bird's-eye perspective from here, though it was better in the old days before all this enclosed glass. Poirot sighed. Tout de même, it was not always agreeable in wet weather when the inside was full, and there is much wet weather in this country. Rain? Rain never hurt anyone? You are mistaken, Poirot stated. It frequently leads to a fluxion de poitrine. Despard smiled. I see you belong to the well-bundled-up school, Monsieur Poirot. Poirot was indeed thoroughly armoured against the treacheries of an autumn day, wearing a heavy overcoat and a thick muffler. Rather a coincidence running into you like this, Despard remarked. He did not see the smile hidden by the muffler. There was, in fact, nothing coincidental about this encounter at all, having determined the most probable hour for Despard to depart his apartment. Poirot had positioned himself to wait. He wisely avoided a frantic dash for the bus, opting instead to follow it at a brisk trot to the next stop before boarding. Indeed, we have not met since that gathering at Mr. Shaitana's. Poirot acknowledged. Aren't you involving yourself in the affair? Despard inquired. Poirot delicately scratched his ear. I ponder, he stated. I ponder a great deal to rush here and there to conduct the inquiries. No, that does not suit my years, my disposition, or my physique. Despard responded in an unexpected tone. Ponder, eh? Could be a sound approach. There's an excess of haste in the world. If more people sat still and truly considered a problem before acting, we'd see fewer disasters. Is that your personal method, Major Despard? Generally, the other man replied plainly. Establish your position, chart your course, weigh the advantages and drawbacks, reach your conclusion, then hold to it, his mouth set in a firm line. And after that, nothing can divert you. Is that so? Poirot asked. I wouldn't go that far. No point in obstinacy. If you've erred, you acknowledge it. Yet I fancy you do not err frequently, Major Despard. Everyone errs, M. Poirot. Some of us, said Poirot with a touch of frost, perhaps due to the other's choice of words, err rather less than others. Despard studied him, offered a faint smile, and remarked, Do you never experience a failure, M. Poirot? The most recent instance was 28 years ago, Poirot declared with dignity. And even then there were mitigating circumstances, but let us not dwell. That seems an admirable record, Despard conceded, he added. What of Shaitana's death? I presume that doesn't count, as it isn't officially your concern. It is not my concern, no. Yet it wounds my professional pride. I consider it a personal affront, you understand? for a murder to be executed practically before my eyes by someone who scoffs at my capacity to unravel it. Not merely before your eyes, Despard noted dryly, before the eyes of the Criminal Investigation Department as well. That was likely a grave error, Poirot said seriously. The competent Superintendent Battle. He may appear stolid, but his mind is far from wooden, not in the least. I concur, said Despard, that impassivity is an act. He is a remarkably shrewd and capable officer, and I believe he is pursuing the case with considerable energy. Oh, he's energetic enough. Did you notice a respectable military-looking chap on one of the rear seats earlier? Poirot glanced over his shoulder. There is no one here now but ourselves. Well, he's inside the bus then. He never loses me. A most efficient individual. He alters his appearance too, quite artistically from time to time. Ah, but such tactics would not fool you. You possess an exceptionally keen and precise eye. I never forget a face, even one quite different from my own, and that's more than most can claim. You are precisely the person I require, Poirot exclaimed, a sudden, almost cheerful note entering his voice. What fortune encountering you today? I need someone with a reliable eye and a dependable memory. Unfortunately, the two rarely coincide. I have posed a question to Dr. Roberts without success, and the same to Mrs. Lorimer. Now I shall test you and see if I obtain what I seek. Cast your mind back to the room where we played cards at Mr. Shaitana's, and recount for me what you recall of it. Despard looked perplexed. I'm not certain I follow. Provide me a description of the room, its furnishings, the objects within it. I'm not much of an expert at that sort of observation, Despard said slowly. It was a rather contrived sort of room to my taste, not a man's room at all. A great deal of brocade and silk and such. The sort of space a man like Shaitana would fancy. But to be specific, Despard shook his head. Afraid I didn't take note he had some fine rugs, 2 bokharas and several truly good Persian ones, including a Hamadan and a Tabriz. There was a rather fine eland head, that was in the hallway, probably from Roland Ward's. You do not suppose the late Mr. Shaitana was one to venture out and hunt big game? Certainly not. I'd wager you've never taken a shot at anything but stationary targets. What else was there? I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you, as I can't be of much assistance. The place was littered with all sorts of trinkets. The tables were practically groaning under the weight of them. The only piece that really caught my eye was a rather cheerful-looking idol. I'd guess it was from Easter Island, made of highly polished wood. You don't come across those often. There was some Malaysian paraphernalia as well. No, I'm afraid that's all I've got for you. Not to worry, Poirot replied, his expression a touch deflated. He continued, Did you know Mrs. Lorimer possesses the most remarkable memory for cards? She could recount the bidding and play of nearly every hand we had. It was quite astounding. Despard gave a dismissive shrug. Some women are like that. I suppose it comes from playing practically all day, every day. You could not manage such a feat yourself. The other man shook his head. I only recall a couple of hands clearly. One where I could have made game in diamonds, but Roberts bluffed me out of it. He went down himself, but we failed to double him, unfortunately. I also remember a no-trump hand. It was a tricky affair. Every card seemed to be in the wrong place. We went down a couple of tricks. We were lucky it wasn't more. Do you play bridge frequently, Major Despard? No, I'm not what you'd call a regular player. It's a fine game, though. You prefer it to poker? I do, personally. Poker feels too much like pure gambling, Poirot said thoughtfully. I do not believe Mr. Shaitana played any games, any card games, that is to say. There was only one game Shaitana played consistently, said Despard, his tone grim, and that was a thoroughly dirty game. Poirot was silent for a moment. Is that something you know for a fact, or is it merely your opinion? Despard's face flushed a deep red. You mean one shouldn't make accusations without solid proof? I suppose that's fair. Well, it's the truth. I happen to know. On the other hand, I'm not prepared to disclose my sources. The information came to me privately. Meaning a woman or women were involved? Precisely. Shaitana, being the scoundrel he was, preferred to target women. You believe he was a blackmailer? That is most interesting. Despard shook his head. No, you've misunderstood. In a manner of speaking, Shaitana was a blackmailer, but not the ordinary kind. He wasn't after money. He was a spiritual blackmailer, if such a thing exists. And what did he gain from it? He got a thrill from it. That's the only way I can describe it. He derived a perverse pleasure from watching people cower and flinch. I suppose it made him feel less like a worm and more like a powerful man. And it's a terribly effective act with women. He only had to hint that he knew everything, and they'd start confessing all sorts of things he might not have even known. That would amuse him no end. Then he'd parade around with that Mephistophelian air of his, as if to say, I know everything. I am the great Shaitana. The man was a posturing ape. So you believe he frightened Miss Meredith in that manner? Poirot said slowly. Miss Meredith? Despard stared, caught off guard. I wasn't thinking of her. She isn't the type to be intimidated by a man like Shaitana. My apologies, you meant Mrs. Lorimer? No, you misunderstand me again. I was speaking in general terms. It wouldn't be simple to frighten Mrs. Lorimer, and she's hardly the sort of woman you can picture harbouring a guilty secret. No, I wasn't referring to anyone specific. You were describing his general method of operation? Exactly. There is no doubt, Poirot said slowly, that what you call a dago often possesses a shrewd understanding of women. He knows precisely how to approach them. He coaxes secrets from them. He paused. Despard broke in impatiently. It's absurd. The man was a charlatan. There was nothing genuinely dangerous about him, and yet women were afraid of him, ridiculously so. He suddenly stood up. Good heavens, I've missed my stop. Got too absorbed in our conversation. Goodbye, Poirot. Look down and you'll see my faithful shadow get off the bus when I do. He hurried to the rear and descended the steps. The conductor's bell rang, but a double pull sounded before the bus could come to a full halt. Looking down to the street below, Poirot noticed Despard striding purposefully back along the sidewalk. He didn't bother to identify the next person on the list. Something else had captured his attention. No one specific, he whispered to himself. Now that is curious. 16 Elsie Batt's testimony at Scotland Yard. Sergeant O'Connor was known by the rather unflattering nickname among his fellow officers, the maidservant's prayer. There was no denying his striking appearance. He stood tall and broad-shouldered, but it was less his classic features and more the mischievous, adventurous glint in his eye that made him so compelling to women. Undeniably, Sergeant O'Connor produced results, and he did so with impressive speed. So efficient was he that merely 4 days after Mr. Shaitana's murder, O'Connor found himself in the moderately priced seats at the Willy-Nilly Review, sitting beside Miss Elsie Batt, the former parlour-maid for Mrs. Craddock of 117 North Audley Street. Having carefully set the stage, the sergeant was now ready to begin his main performance. It reminds me, he was saying, of how one of my old employers used to behave. Name of Craddock. He was a real character. Let me tell you. Craddock, said Elsie. I worked for a family named Craddock once. Well, isn't that a coincidence? I wonder if it was the same people. They lived on North Audley Street, Elsie offered. My lot were just moving to London when I left them, O'Connor replied smoothly. Yes, I believe it was North Audley Street. Mrs. Craddock had quite a reputation with the gentleman, as I recall. Elsie gave a dismissive toss of her head. I had no time for her, always finding fault and complaining. Nothing you did was ever good enough. Her husband must have caught some of that as well, didn't he? She was forever moaning that he ignored her, that he didn't understand her. And she was always carrying on about her poor health, gasping and groaning. Not ill at all, if you ask my opinion. O'Connor slapped his knee with feigned realization. That's right. Wasn't there some talk about her and a doctor getting a bit too friendly? You mean Dr. Roberts? He was a lovely gentleman, he was. "You girls are all the same," Sergeant O'Connor said with a chuckle. "The minute a man's a bit of a rogue, all the ladies rush to his defence. I know his type. No, you don't, and you've got him all wrong. There was nothing like that going on. Was it his fault if Mrs. Craddock was constantly sending for him? What's a doctor supposed to do? If you want my opinion, he didn't think anything of her at all except as a patient. It was all her doing. She simply wouldn't leave him alone." "Fair enough, Elsie. You don't mind me calling you Elsie, do you? I feel like I've known you forever."
Well, you haven't. Elsie, indeed.
She gave another haughty toss of her head. "Oh, very well then, Miss Bat." He shot her a look. "As I was saying, that's all well and good, but the husband still made a scene about it, didn't he?" "He was in a bit of a state one day, I'll admit," said Elsie. "But between you and me, I think he was already feeling poorly at the time. He passed away not long after, you know." "I remember hearing that. Died of something unusual, didn't he? It was some Japanese illness from a new shaving brush he'd bought. Seems dreadful, doesn't it, that they aren't more careful? I've avoided anything Japanese ever since." "Buy American, that's my motto," stated Sergeant O'Connor with an air of importance. "And you were saying he and the doctor had an argument?" Elsie nodded, clearly relishing the chance to revisit old gossip. "They went at it hammer and tongs," she said. "Well, the master did anyway. Dr. Roberts was ever so calm, just kept saying, 'That's ridiculous,' and 'What nonsense have you gotten into your head?'" "This happened at the house, I take it?" "Yes, she'd sent for him. Then she and the master had words, and in the middle of it all Dr. Roberts shows up, and the master just laid into him. What exactly did he say? Well, of course, I wasn't meant to hear. It was all happening in the missus's bedroom. I had a feeling something was going on, so I fetched the dustpan and did the stairs. I wasn't about to miss out on anything." Sergeant O'Connor wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that he was speaking to Elsie in this unofficial, casual manner. Under questioning by Sergeant O'Connor, she would have insisted with an air of wounded virtue that she hadn't heard a single word. "Like I was saying," Elsie continued, "Dr. Roberts, he was quiet as a mouse. It was the master doing all the yelling." "What exactly was he yelling?" O'Connor pressed, circling back toward the crucial detail for a second time. "Giving him a proper tongue-lashing," Elsie said with evident enjoyment. "Be more specific. Would the girl ever get to the actual words?" "Well, I didn't catch half of it," Elsie admitted. "There were all these fancy terms, unprofessional conduct and taking advantage and such. And I heard him say he'd have Dr. Roberts struck off the, what's it called, the doctor's list. The medical register," O'Connor supplied. "He'd complained to the medical council. That's the one. And the missus was carrying on in a right state, crying, 'You never cared for me. You left me all alone.' I heard her say Dr. Roberts had been an absolute saint to her. Then the doctor, he steered the master into the dressing room and shut the bedroom door. I heard him clear as day then. He said, 'My good man, can't you see your wife is hysterical? She has no idea what she's saying. Frankly, it's been an exhausting case, and I would have dropped it ages ago if I thought that was consistent. Yes, consistent with my duty.' That's the word he used. He said something about not crossing a line, too, something sacred between a doctor and his patient. He calmed the master down a bit, and then he said, 'You'll be late for the office. Best be on your way. Just mull it over calmly. I believe you'll see the whole affair is a wild goose chase. I'll just wash up here before my next appointment. Think it over, my dear fellow. I assure you, this all stems from your wife's overactive imagination.' And the master, he just said, 'I don't know what to believe.' Then he came out, and I was scrubbing that floor for all I was worth, but he walked right past me without a glance later. I thought he looked downright poorly. The doctor, though, he was whistling a happy tune while he washed his hands in the dressing room. Soon after, he came out with his bag, gave me a nice, cheerful nod like he always did, and went down the stairs, merry as you please, his usual self. So you see, I'm certain he hadn't done a thing wrong. It was all her doing. And then Mr. Craddock contracted the anthrax. Yes, I believe he was already coming down with it. The mistress nursed him devotedly, but he passed beautiful wreaths at the funeral. There were, and afterwards, did Dr. Roberts return to the house? No, he did not, you nosy thing. You've got it in for him, I swear. I'm telling you there was nothing to it. If there had been, wouldn't he have married her once the master was gone? He never did. No fool, he'd taken her measure all right. She used to telephone him, but somehow he was never available. Then she sold the house. We all got our notices, and she went off to Egypt. You didn't see Dr. Roberts at all in that time? No. She did, though, because she went to him for that. What do you call it? Inoculation against typhoid fever. She came back with her arm terribly sore from it. If you ask me, he made his position perfectly clear to her then. She stopped calling after that and went off in high spirits with a trunk full of lovely new clothes, all light colours, even though it was the dead of winter. She said it would be nothing but sunshine and heat over there. That's correct, said Sergeant O'Connor. I've heard it gets too hot sometimes. She died out there, you knew that, I suppose? No, I certainly did not. Well, imagine that. She might have been in a worse way than I realized, poor soul. She added with a wistful sigh, I do wonder what became of all those beautiful clothes. They're black out there, so they couldn't wear them, Elsie remarked. You'd have looked a real treat in them, I bet. Sergeant O'Connor replied with a grin. Impudence, Elsie shot back, though a smile played on her lips. Well, you won't have my impudence much longer, the sergeant said, his tone shifting. My firm is sending me away on business. Will you be gone long? Could be going overseas, he answered. Elsie's expression immediately sobered, though she had never read a line of poetry in her life. She felt a sudden, sharp pang of loss, as if something bright and promising was being taken away, she thought to herself. It's always the same. The interesting ones never stick around. Oh well, there's always steady Fred. This reaction was, in a way, reassuring. It proved that Sergeant O'Connor's brief appearance in her world hadn't left a lasting mark. In fact, Fred might have ultimately benefited from the sergeant's departure. 17. The account of Rhoda Dawes. Rhoda Dawes emerged from the department store and paused on the sidewalk, her face a clear map of indecision. Every fleeting thought seemed to flicker across her features. Right now, her expression plainly asked, should I or shouldn't I? I want to. But maybe it's not a good idea, a doorman asked. Taxi, miss, with hopeful expectation. Rhoda shook her head absently. A woman laden with packages, wearing the determined look of someone shopping far too early for the holidays, bumped into her sharply. Still, Rhoda remained rooted to the spot, wrestling with her choice. A jumble of thoughts raced through her mind. Really, why not? She did invite me, but maybe she says that to everyone. It might not be a genuine offer. And Anne clearly didn't want me along earlier. She made it perfectly obvious she preferred to visit the solicitor with Major Despard alone, which is fair. 3 is a crowd. It's not really any of my business anyway. It's not as if I have any particular interest in seeing Major Despard, though he is rather nice. He must be quite taken with Anne. Men don't go to that much trouble otherwise. They aren't usually that thoughtful without a reason. A delivery boy brushed past her, muttering a half-hearted, "Excuse me, miss," in a tone that suggested she was the one in the way. Goodness, Rhoda thought, I can't just stand here forever. I'm being ridiculous. I do think that green skirt suit will be lovely. Was brown the more practical choice? No. Green is better. All right, make a decision. Go or don't go. It's 3:30, a perfectly respectable time for a visit. It doesn't look like I'm angling for a free meal. I could at least go and see. She made a sudden dash across the street, turned right, then left onto Harley Street, finally halting outside the upscale apartment building that her friend Mrs. Oliver casually referred to as sitting right among all the doctor's offices. Well, she can't actually eat me, Rhoda told herself, and with a surge of false courage she entered the lobby. Mrs. Oliver's flat was on the top floor. A uniformed attendant whisked her up in an elevator and deposited her on a pristine new doormat before a cheerful green door. "This is terrifying," Rhoda thought, her nerves tightening. Worse than a dentist appointment. But I'm committed now. Flushed with embarrassment, she rang the bell. An older maid answered. Might I? Is Mrs. Oliver at home? Rhoda stammered. The maid stepped back, ushering her inside and into a delightfully cluttered living room. What name shall I give, please? Oh, Miss Dawes? Miss Rhoda Dawes? The maid left, after what felt to Rhoda like an eternity, but was in reality less than 2 minutes. The maid returned. Would you come this way, miss? Even pinker than before, Rhoda followed. Down a hallway, around a corner, a door was opened. Nervously, she stepped through into what her startled eyes first registered as a wild, tangled jungle. A riot of colourful birds, parrots, macaws, and fantastical creations unknown to science were woven into what appeared to be a lush, primeval forest scene. Amid the vibrant chaos of birdsong and lush greenery, Rhoda spotted a worn kitchen table bearing a typewriter, its keys smudged, while pages of manuscript lay scattered across the floor. Mrs. Oliver, her hair in a state of delightful disarray, pushed herself up from a rather unsteady chair. "How lovely to see you, my dear," she exclaimed, extending a hand marked with ink, while the other made a futile attempt to tame her curls. As she moved, her elbow nudged a paper bag from the desk, sending apples tumbling across the wooden planks with surprising energy. "Don't worry about those," Mrs. Oliver said with a wave. "Someone will gather them eventually, I'm sure." Slightly winded, Rhoda straightened up, clutching 5 apples she had managed to retrieve. "Oh, thank you, but perhaps not the bag. I believe it has a tier. Just set them on the mantelpiece." "Perfect. Now do take a seat and let's have a proper chat." Rhoda settled into another well-used chair and turned her attention to her hostess. "I do hope I'm not interrupting your work," she said, still catching her breath. "Well, in a manner of speaking, you are and you aren't, Mrs. Oliver replied cheerfully. "As you can see, I'm in the thick of it. My dreadful detective has gotten himself into a proper muddle. He performed some brilliantly clever deduction involving a plate of green beans, only to now discover deadly poison in the sage and onion stuffing of the Thanksgiving turkey. And I've just recalled that green beans are quite out of season by late November." Fascinated by this glimpse into the creative process of mystery writing, Rhoda ventured. "Couldn't they be canned?" "I suppose they could," Mrs. Oliver said, though she sounded uncertain. "But it does rather spoil the effect. I'm forever tripping over these horticultural details. Readers write in to scold me for having the wrong flowers in bloom together, as if it signified, and besides, you can find them all side by side in a New York florist's shop." "It absolutely doesn't matter," Rhoda affirmed loyally. "Oh, Mrs. Oliver, it must be marvelous to be a writer." Mrs. Oliver rubbed her temple with an ink-stained finger and asked simply, "Why?" "Well," Rhoda replied, momentarily flustered, "because it must be imagined just sitting down and writing an entire book." "It doesn't quite unfold that way," Mrs. Oliver said with a sigh. "One actually has to think, you know, and thinking is invariably tedious. You must plot things out. Then every so often you find yourself hopelessly stuck, convinced you'll never untangle the mess, though somehow you always do. Writing isn't particularly enjoyable. It's hard labor, like anything else." "It doesn't seem like work," Rhoda insisted. "Not to you," Mrs. Oliver retorted, "because you aren't the one doing it. To me, it feels very much like toil. Some days, the only thing that keeps me going is repeating the potential sum from my next serial rights. That provides a bit of motivation, you see. So does consulting your bank statement and noticing the alarming overdraft." "I never pictured you typing your own books," Rhoda admitted. "I assumed you'd have a secretary." "I did have one, and I attempted dictation, but she was so frightfully efficient it was demoralizing. She seemed to know infinitely more about grammar, punctuation, and semicolons than I ever will, which gave me a dreadful inferiority complex. So I tried hiring a thoroughly incompetent secretary instead. But as you might guess, that didn't work out particularly well either." "It must be so wonderful to dream up all these ideas," Rhoda said wistfully. Oh, I can dream them up with no trouble at all, Mrs. Oliver declared brightly. What's utterly exhausting is getting them down on paper. I'll think I'm finished, then count the words and find I've only written 30,000 instead of 60. So then I have to toss in another murder, or have the heroine kidnapped a second time. It's all terribly monotonous. Rhoda fell silent, gazing at Mrs. Oliver with the reverence of youth for celebrity, though now tinged with a hint of disillusionment. "Do you care for the wallpaper?" Mrs. Oliver inquired, gesturing airily toward the vibrant pattern. "I'm terribly fond of birds. The foliage is meant to be tropical. It makes me feel as though it's a sweltering day, even when there's frost on the windows. I absolutely need to feel warm to function. But can you believe Sven Hutcherson breaks the ice on his bath water every single morning?" "It's all so wonderful," Rhoda replied. "And it's really kind of you to say I'm not a bother. We'll get some coffee and toast," Mrs. Oliver decided. "Strong black coffee and toast that's practically steaming. I can manage that any time of day." She went to the door, called out, and came back. "So what brings you into the city?" "Some shopping." "Yes, I've been picking up a few things. Is Miss Meredith in town as well?" "Oh, yes. She went with Major Despard to see a lawyer." "A lawyer?" Mrs. Oliver's eyebrows lifted with interest. "Indeed. Well, Major Despard insisted she should have one. He's been terribly helpful. Truly." "I tried to be helpful too," Mrs. Oliver remarked, a dry note entering her voice. "But that didn't seem to land very well, did it? I rather got the impression your friend wasn't pleased by my visit." "Oh, she was, truly she was," Rhoda squirmed in her seat, visibly uncomfortable. "That's actually why I wanted to come by today to explain, you see. I realized you'd misunderstood. She did seem rude, but it wasn't about you coming, it was something you said." "Something I said?" "Yes. You couldn't have known, of course. It was just bad luck." "What did I say?" "You probably don't even remember. It was just the way you phrased it." "You mentioned something about an accident and poison, did I?" "I knew you might not recall. You see, Anne had a terrible experience once. She was staying in a house where a woman accidentally swallowed some poison, hat paint, I believe it was, mistaking it for something else. The woman died. It was a horrible shock for Anne. She can't bear to remember it or talk about it. So when you brought it up, it reminded her, and she just shut down and got all tense and strange, like she does. I saw you noticed. I couldn't say anything in front of her, but I wanted you to understand it wasn't personal. She wasn't being ungrateful." Mrs. Oliver studied Rhoda's flushed, earnest face. "I see," she said slowly. "Anne is very sensitive," Rhoda continued, "and she's not good at confronting things. If something upsets her, she'd rather not discuss it, though I don't think that helps much. The facts are still there, whether you talk about them or not. Pretending they don't exist is just running away. I'd rather face everything head-on, no matter how painful it is." "Ah," said Mrs. Oliver quietly. "But you, my dear, are a soldier. Your Anne isn't Rhoda's cheeks coloured." "Anne is a darling," Mrs. Oliver smiled. "I didn't say she wasn't. I only said she doesn't have your particular brand of courage." She sighed, then asked the girl rather unexpectedly, "Do you believe in the value of truth, my dear, or don't you?" "Of course I believe in the truth," Rhoda said, staring. "Yes, you say that, but perhaps you haven't considered it fully. The truth can hurt sometimes. It can shatter the stories we tell ourselves. I'd still rather have it," Rhoda insisted. "So would I," Mrs. Oliver conceded, "but I'm not sure it's always the wise choice." Rhoda leaned forward earnestly. "Please don't tell Anne what I've told you, will you? She wouldn't like it. I certainly wouldn't dream of it. Was this incident long ago, about 4 years? It's strange, isn't it, how the same things seem to happen to certain people. I had an aunt who was always getting caught in shipwrecks, and here's Anne connected to 2 sudden deaths, though this one is much worse, of course. Murder is rather awful, isn't it?" "Yes," Mrs. Oliver agreed. "It is." At that moment, the strong coffee and hot buttered toast arrived. Rhoda ate and drank with a child's enthusiasm, thrilled to be sharing this casual meal with someone famous. When they were finished, she stood up. "I do hope I haven't disrupted your work too much. Would you mind? Would it be too much trouble if I sent you one of your books to sign for me?" Mrs. Oliver laughed. "Oh, I can do better than that for you." She walked over and opened a cupboard at the far end of the room. "Which one would you like? I've always had a soft spot for the affair of the second goldfish. It's not nearly as dreadful as some of my other work." Rhoda was slightly taken aback to hear the author speak so frankly about her own creations, but she accepted the offered book with enthusiasm. Mrs. Oliver took it, opened the cover, and signed her name with a dramatic, sweeping flourish before handing it over. "There you are. Thank you so much. I've had a lovely time. Are you sure you didn't mind me dropping by?" "I'm glad you did," Mrs. Oliver replied after a brief pause. She added, "You're a good kid. Goodbye now. Look after yourself, dear." "Why on earth did I say that?" she muttered to herself as the door closed behind her visitor. She ran a hand through her already untidy hair, shaking her head slightly, and went back to wrestling with the literary challenge of Sven Haicherson and the sage and onion stuffing. A pause for tea. Mrs. Lorimer emerged from a doctor's office on Harley Street. For a moment, she stood at the top of the stone steps, then descended them slowly. Her expression was a complex mix of grim resolve and a strange, unsettling hesitation. She frowned slightly, deep in concentration over a pressing problem, when she noticed Anne Meredith across the street. Anne was standing on the sidewalk, staring up at a large apartment building on the corner. Mrs. Lorimer hesitated only briefly before crossing the road. "Hello, Miss Meredith?" Anne started and turned. "Oh, hello, Mrs. Lorimer. Still in town?" Mrs. Lorimer inquired. "No, I just came up for the day, some legal matters to attend to." Anne's gaze drifted back to the imposing building. "Is something wrong?" Mrs. Lorimer asked. Anne looked guilty. "Wrong? No, of course not. Why would anything be wrong? You looked as though you had something weighing on your mind." "I don't. Well, I suppose I do, but it's nothing important. Something quite silly, really." She gave a light, unconvincing laugh. "It's just that I thought I saw my roommate, Rhoda, go in there. I was wondering if she'd gone to visit Mrs. Oliver." "Is that where Mrs. Oliver lives?" "I had no idea." "Yes, she visited us recently and gave us her address, inviting us to call. I wasn't sure if it was her I saw or not. Would you like to go up and see?" "No," Anne said quickly. "I'd rather not. Then come and have tea with me," Mrs. Lorimer suggested. "There's a little place I know just around the corner." "That's very kind of you," Anne said, hesitating only a moment before agreeing. They walked side by side down the street and turned into a quieter lane in a small, cosy bakery. They were served tea and warm muffins for a while. They sat in a comfortable shared silence, each woman seemingly soothed by the other's quiet presence. Suddenly Anne broke the stillness. "Has Mrs. Oliver been to see you?" Mrs. Lorimer shook her head. "No one has visited me except for Hercule Poirot." "I didn't mean—" Anne began, flustered, "didn't you?" Mrs. Lorimer said, her tone gentle but direct. "I think you did." The girl looked up, a quick, frightened glance. Whatever she saw in the older woman's face seemed to calm her. "He hasn't been to see me," she said slowly. There was another pause. "Has Superintendent Battle been to see you?" Anne asked. "Oh, yes, of course he has," Mrs. Lorimer replied. Anne hesitated, then ventured. "What sort of things did he ask you about?" Mrs. Lorimer sighed, a weary sound. "The usual things, I expect. Standard procedure. He was perfectly polite about it all." "I suppose he's spoken to everyone. I should imagine so." Another silence fell between them. Anne, her eyes fixed on her plate, finally whispered, "Mrs. Lorimer, do you think they'll ever find out who did it?" She didn't see the curious, appraising, yet not unkind look in the older woman's eyes as she watched the downcast head. Mrs. Lorimer said quietly, "I don't know." Anne murmured, "It's all rather awful, isn't it?" With that same measured, sympathetic gaze, Mrs. Lorimer asked, "How old are you, Anne Meredith?" "I? I?" the girl stammered. "I'm 25. "And I'm 63, said Mrs. Lorimer. She continued slowly, "Most of your life is still ahead of you." Anne shivered. "I could be hit by a bus on my way home tonight." "Yes," Mrs. Lorimer conceded softly. "That's always a possibility. And I might not have been," she said, in a strange tone that made Anne stare at her in surprise. "Life is a complicated affair," Mrs. Lorimer continued. "You'll understand that when you reach my age. It demands endless bravery and a great deal of patience. And in the end, you find yourself asking, was any of it truly worth the struggle?" "Oh, please don't say such things," Anne protested. Mrs. Lorimer gave a short laugh, her usual capable manner returning. "It's a bit of a cheap shot, isn't it, to complain about life?" she remarked. She signalled the waitress and paid the check. Outside the shop, a taxi was slowly passing, and Mrs. Lorimer waved it down. "May I offer you a ride?" she asked. "I'm heading south of the park." Anne's expression brightened. "No, thank you. I can see my friend just coming around the corner. Thank you so much, Mrs. Lorimer. Goodbye. Goodbye." "And the best of luck to you," the older woman replied before the taxi pulled away. Anne hurried forward. Rhoda's face initially lit up at the sight of her, then shifted to a look of faint guilt. "Rhoda, have you been to visit Mrs. Oliver?" Anne demanded. "Well, actually, yes, I have," Rhoda admitted. "And I've just caught you in the act." "I don't know what you mean by caught. Let's walk down here and catch a bus. You were off on your own adventure with the boyfriend." "I at least thought he would have treated you to tea." Anne fell silent for a moment. A voice echoed in her memory. "Couldn't we collect your friend and all have tea together?" And her own rushed, thoughtless reply, "Thanks so much, but we already have plans to go out for tea with some other people." A lie, and such a foolish one, the ridiculous habit of blurting out the first thing that came to mind instead of pausing to think. It would have been perfectly simple to say, "Thank you, but my friend has another tea engagement." That is, if she had even wanted Rhoda to join them, which she hadn't. It was rather odd, really, how she hadn't wanted Rhoda there. She had definitely wanted to keep Despard to herself. She had felt a pang of jealousy, jealous of Rhoda. Rhoda was so vibrant, so quick to converse, so full of energy and spirit. The other evening, Major Despard had seemed to find Rhoda pleasant, but it was her, Anne Meredith, he had come specifically to see. Rhoda had a way of unintentionally pushing you into the background. No, she certainly hadn't wanted Rhoda there, but she had handled it clumsily, getting flustered like that. If she had been more composed, she might be sitting with Major Despard at his club right now. She felt distinctly irritated with Rhoda. Rhoda was becoming a bother. "And what business did she have going to see Mrs. Oliver aloud?" Anne asked. "Why did you go and see Mrs. Oliver?" "Well, she invited us too." "Yes, but I didn't think she was serious." "I expect she feels obliged to say that sort of thing." "She was entirely serious. She was wonderfully kind. Couldn't have been nicer. She even gave me one of her books." "Look!" Rhoda proudly displayed her prize. Anne eyed her suspiciously. "What did you two talk about? Not about me, I hope. Listen to her vanity. No, really, did you? Did you discuss the murder?" "We talked about her fictional murders. She's writing one where the poison is hidden in the sage and onion stuffing. She was very down-to-earth, said writing was terribly hard work, and how she gets tangled in her own plots. We had black coffee and hot buttered toast." Rhoda finished triumphantly. Then she added, "Oh, Anne, you must want some tea?" "No, I don't. I've already had it. With Mrs. Lorimer." "Mrs. Lorimer, isn't she the one who was there that night?" Anne nodded. "Where did you run into her? Did you go to her home?" "No, I happened to meet her in Harley Street." "What was she like?" Anne answered slowly. "I'm not sure. She was rather different. Not at all like she was the other night." "Do you still believe she did it?" Rhoda asked. Anne was quiet for a few moments. Then she said, "I don't know. Let's not talk about it, Rhoda. You know how much I hate discussing these things." "All right, darling. What was the lawyer like? Very dry and formal. More alert, with a sharp, intelligent air." Sounds acceptable. Rhoda waited a little before asking, "How was Major Despard?" "Very considerate." "He's taken a real liking to you, Anne." "I'm certain he has." "Rhoda, don't be ridiculous, you'll see." Rhoda hummed a tune under her breath, her thoughts drifting. Of course he's smitten with her. Anne is undeniably lovely, though perhaps a bit too delicate. She'd never keep up on one of his adventurous treks. Why, she'd probably shriek at the sight of a harmless garden snake. It's just like men to become infatuated with the most impractical women. Aloud, she said, "This bus will get us to Paddington. We should make the 4:48 just fine." 19. A meeting of Min's, the telephone in Poirot's apartment, gave a sharp ring. A polite voice identified itself as Sergeant O'Connor, conveying Superintendent Battle's request for Mr. Hercule Poirot to come to Scotland Yard at 11:30, if convenient. Poirot agreed, and the connection ended. Precisely at the appointed time, Poirot stepped from a taxi onto the pavement outside New Scotland Yard, only to be immediately intercepted by Mrs. Oliver. "Poirot, how marvellous! Could you possibly rescue me, enchanted madame? What seems to be the trouble? Please pay my taxi driver. In my rush, I grabbed the wrong handbag. This one has my foreign currency from last summer's trip. The driver refuses to accept francs or lire." With a chivalrous gesture, Poirot produced the correct coins from his pocket. Together they entered the building and were shown to Superintendent Battle's private office. The superintendent sat behind his desk, his expression more inscrutable than ever. "He looks like a piece of modern art," Mrs. Oliver whispered to Poirot as they entered. Battle stood to greet them, and after handshakes they took their seats. "I thought it was time we compared notes," Battle began. "You'll want to hear my progress, and I'm keen to hear yours. We're just waiting for Colonel Race." At that moment the door opened and the Colonel walked in. "My apologies for the delay, Battle." "Good day, Mrs. Oliver. Hello, M. Poirot. I didn't mean to keep you all waiting. I'm departing tomorrow and had a mountain of preparations." "Where are you off to?" inquired Mrs. Oliver. "A hunting expedition near the Baluchistan region." Poirot offered a faint, knowing smile. "Is there not some political unrest in that area? You will need to exercise great caution." "That is my intention," Race replied solemnly, though his eyes held a glint of amusement. "Have you anything for us, Colonel?" Battle asked. "I've compiled the information on Despard. Here are the documents." He slid a folder across the desk. "You'll find a detailed chronology of his postings and travels. Most of it is likely irrelevant. His record is spotless. He's considered a solid, dependable man, a strict commander, but respected in Africa, where they favor elaborate titles. One native name for him translates to the quiet man who judges wisely. The consensus among European communities is that Despard is the epitome of a trustworthy gentleman, an excellent marksman, unflappable, and thoroughly reliable. Unswayed by the praise, Battle pressed any unexplained deaths associated with him. I emphasized that point in my inquiries. There's one notable rescue on his record. He saved a friend from a lion attack. Battle sighed. "Rescues aren't what I'm looking for. You're a tenacious man, Battle." "I did uncover one incident that might align with your thinking. It was an expedition into the South American interior. Despard accompanied the famous botanist, Professor Luxmore, and his wife. The professor succumbed to a fever and was buried somewhere along the Amazon. Favor, you say? Officially, yes. But to be thorough, I should mention a dismissed native porter caught stealing supplies later spread a story that the professor was shot, not taken by fever. The rumor was never given any credence. Perhaps it's time we gave it some." Battle murmured. Race shook his head. "I've provided the facts as you requested. You're entitled to them, but I'd wager a considerable sum that Despard is not the man responsible for the recent tragedy. He's a true gentleman, Battle. You believe him incapable of murder?" Colonel Race paused, choosing his words. "Incapable of what I would classify as murder, yes," he stated. "But surely not incapable of taking a life for what he would consider just and compelling reasons. Is that it?" If that were the case, they would indeed be just and compelling reasons. Battle shook his head firmly. We cannot have individuals appointing themselves judge and jury over others, taking the law into their own hands. It occurs, Battle. It undeniably occurs. It should not occur, that is precisely my point. What is your view, Poirot? I concur with you, Battle. I have consistently held a disapproval of murder. What an amusingly quaint way to phrase it, remarked Mrs. Oliver. Almost as if you were discussing a sport or a fashion. Surely you agree there are people in this world who simply deserve to be removed from it. That is very possibly true. Well, there you are. You misunderstand. My primary concern is not so much for the victim, it is the profound effect upon the character of the one who kills. And what of war? In war one does not exercise private judgment. That is the critical distinction. The moment a man becomes convinced he possesses the wisdom to decide who should live and who should not, he is halfway to becoming the most perilous kind of killer, not the criminal who acts for profit, but the arrogant one who kills for an idea. He has dared to assume the prerogative of Providence itself. Colonel Race stood up. I regret I cannot remain. There is a great deal to attend to. I would like to see this matter concluded, though I shouldn't be surprised if it never truly ends. Even if you identify the culprit, securing proof may prove nearly impossible. I've provided the information you requested, but my opinion remains that Despard is not your man. I do not believe he has ever committed murder. Shaitana may have heard some distorted rumor regarding Professor Luxmore's death, but I suspect there is nothing more to it. Despard is a decent man, and I do not believe he has ever been a murderer. That is my assessment, and I consider myself a fair judge of character. What? Of Mrs. Luxmore? Inquired Battle. She resides in London, so you may see for yourself. You'll find the address among those papers somewhere in South Kensington. But I reiterate, Despard is not the man. Colonel Race departed the room with the quiet, purposeful stride of a seasoned outdoorsman. Battle nodded thoughtfully as the door closed. He is likely correct, he admitted. He understands men, Colonel Race does. Still, one cannot afford to make assumptions. He sifted through the documents Race had left on the table, occasionally jotting a note on the pad beside him. Well, Superintendent Battle, said Mrs. Oliver, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, aren't you going to tell us what you've been up to? He looked up, a slow smile softening his ordinarily impassive features. This is all highly irregular, Mrs. Oliver. I trust you appreciate that. Don't be absurd, she replied. I don't for a second imagine you'll tell us anything you wish to keep to yourself. Battle shook his head decisively. No, cards on the table. That's the approach for this affair. I intend to play fair. Mrs. Oliver leaned forward in her chair. Do tell us, she urged. Superintendent Battle began slowly. First, I will say this. Regarding the actual murder of Mr. Shaitana, I'm not a penny wiser. His papers yielded no hint or clue of any kind. As for the other four, they have been under observation, naturally, but without any tangible result. So, as M. Poirot suggested, our only hope lies in the past. Uncover what crime, if any, for we must remember Shaitana may have been boasting merely to impress M. Poirot. These individuals have committed, and it may point to who committed this one. Have you discovered anything? I have a potential line on one of them. Which one, Dr. Roberts? Mrs. Oliver looked at him with keen anticipation. As M. Poirot here is aware, I tested various theories. I established quite clearly that no one in his immediate family met with a sudden death. I've pursued every avenue available, and the entire situation distills down to one possibility, and it must be said, rather a remote one at that. Several years back, Dr. Roberts likely overstepped professional boundaries with a female patient. Perhaps it was nothing serious. It probably wasn't. But the woman was the dramatic, emotional type who thrived on creating a spectacle. Whether the husband discovered the situation on his own or received a confession from his wife, the result was a full-blown crisis for the doctor. The enraged husband threatened to report him to the medical board, A move that could have ended Robert's career entirely. What happened next? Mrs. Oliver asked, leaning forward. Robert somehow managed to placate the angry man temporarily. Superintendent Battle continued. Then, almost immediately afterward, the husband died of anthrax. Anthrax? Isn't that a livestock disease? She questioned. The superintendent offered a grim smile. Quite right. It's not some exotic, untraceable toxin. You might recall a public health scare around that time involving contaminated, cheaply made shaving brushes. Craddock's brush was confirmed as the source of his infection. Did Dr. Roberts treat him? Oh no, Roberts was too clever for that. I doubt Craddock would have wanted him near anyway. The only sliver of evidence, and it's a very thin sliver, is that Roberts had an anthrax case among his patients right around that time. You're suggesting the doctor deliberately infected the shaving brush? Mrs. Oliver's voice was a whisper. That's the theory. And remember, it's purely speculative. We have nothing concrete to go on. But it's a possibility. Did he marry Mrs. Craddock afterward? Good heavens, no. The affection seems to have been entirely one-sided on the lady's part. I heard she was quite upset for a while, but then she suddenly went off to Egypt for the winter season, seemingly content. She died there from a rare form of blood poisoning. It has a long medical name, but it wouldn't mean much to you. It's very uncommon here, but seen more often among the local population in Egypt. So the doctor couldn't have poisoned her there, Mrs. Oliver pressed. I don't know, Battle said slowly. I consulted a bacteriologist friend of mine, though getting a straight answer from those experts is like pulling teeth. It's always that might be possible under certain conditions, or it depends on the individual's pathology. After much pressing, I gathered that the causative agent could have been introduced into her bloodstream before she ever left England. The symptoms might not appear for some time, Poirot interjected thoughtfully. Was Mrs. Craddock inoculated for typhoid before her trip? Most travellers are, I believe. Well-reasoned, M. Poirot, and Dr. Roberts performed the inoculation? Precisely. There we are again, utterly unprovable. She received the standard 2 injections. They could have both been for typhoid, for all we know. Or one could have been typhoid and the other, something else entirely. We will never know. The entire affair remains in the realm of conjecture. All we can say is, it could be. Poirot nodded. This aligns perfectly with remarks Mr. Shaitana made to me. He was praising the accomplished murderer, the one whose crime could never be definitively proven. But how did Mr. Shaitana know about it? Mrs. Oliver wondered aloud. Poirot gave an elegant shrug. That we shall likely never learn. He was in Egypt at one point, as we know from his meeting Mrs. Lorimer there. He might have heard a local physician comment on the unusual aspects of Mrs. Craddock's case, or he may have caught wind of the old gossip about Roberts and Mrs. Craddock. He could have even amused himself by making a veiled remark to the doctor and noting the flicker of panic in his eyes. We can only speculate some individuals possess an almost supernatural talent for uncovering secrets. Mr. Shaitana was one such person. That is not our concern. We must simply conclude he guessed. And did he guess correctly? I believe he did, stated Battle firmly. I've got a hunch that our friendly, outgoing doctor might not be as careful as he seems. I've met a few like him before. It's striking how some personalities seem to mirror each other. To me, he's definitely a murderer. He took out Craddock. He might have done the same to Mrs. Craddock if she started becoming a problem or stirring up trouble, but did he kill Shaitana? That's what we really need to figure out. Looking at the methods, I'm not so sure. With the Caddocks, he used medical techniques both times. Their deaths looked like natural causes. If he had been behind Shaitana's murder, I think he would have stuck to a medical approach, something like a germ, not a blade. I never really suspected him, Mrs. Oliver said. Not for a second, he feels too obvious. Roberts is off the list, Poirot murmured. What about the others? Battle waved a hand in frustration. I've come up almost empty. Mrs. Lorimer has been a widow for 2 decades. She spent most of that time in London taking winter trips to civilized spots, the French Riviera, Egypt, places like that. I can't link her to any suspicious deaths. Her life appears perfectly normal and respectable, the kind led by a well-regarded woman of society. The strongest criticism anyone offers is that she has little patience for foolishness. I have to admit I've hit a wall there, and yet there must be something. Shaitana believed there was. He let out a discouraged sigh. Then there's Miss Meredith. I've pieced together her background clearly. It's a common enough story. Daughter of an army officer, left with very little money, had to work for a living without any real training. I checked on her early days in Cheltenham. Everything seemed straightforward. People felt sorry for the poor girl. Her first job was with a family on the Isle of Wight, a sort of nursery helper and mother's assistant. The woman she worked for is now in Palestine, but I spoke with her sister, who said Mrs. Eldon was quite fond of her. Certainly no mysterious deaths or anything odd there. When Mrs. Eldon went abroad, Miss Meredith went to Devonshire to work as a companion for an aunt of a school friend. That friend is the girl she lives with now, Miss Rhoda Dawes. She stayed over 2 years until Miss Dawes became too ill and needed a proper nurse. Cancer, I understand. The aunt is still alive but very frail, kept under morphine much of the time. I managed to speak with her. She remembered Anne and called her a nice child. I also talked to a neighbour who would recall the local events better. No deaths in the parish except a few elderly villagers, and as far as I can tell, Anne Meredith had no contact with them. After that, there was her time in Switzerland. I thought I might find some fatal accident there, but nothing came up, and there's nothing in Wallingford either. So Anne Meredith is in the clear? Poirot asked. Battle hesitated. I wouldn't go that far. There's something about her, a frightened look that doesn't quite fit with just being scared over Shaitana. She's too watchful, too on edge. I'd swear she's hiding something. But the fact remains, her life looks completely blameless. Mrs. Oliver drew a deep, satisfied breath. And yet, she said, her tone shifting to one of pointed revelation, Anne Meredith was in the house when a woman accidentally took poison and died. The effect was everything she could have hoped for. Superintendent Battle spun around in his chair, staring at her in astonishment. Is that true, Mrs. Oliver? How do you know this? I've been doing some detective work of my own, Mrs. Oliver replied. I get along well with young women. I went down to see those two and spun them a wild tale about suspecting Dr. Roberts. The Rhoda girl was friendly and rather impressed, thinking I was somebody important. The little Meredith, though, hated my visit and made it plain. She was suspicious. Why would she be if she didn't have something to hide? I invited both of them to visit me in London. Rhoda accepted. She came and, without any prompting, poured out the entire story. She explained that Anne's rudeness toward me earlier was because something I'd said had triggered a memory of a distressing event. Then she proceeded to recount the details of that event. Did she mention when and where it occurred? 3 years ago in Devonshire. The superintendent murmured something under his breath and made a quick note on his pad. His usual stoic composure was visibly rattled. Mrs. Oliver sat back, savouring her small victory. It was a profoundly satisfying moment for her. I have to hand it to you, Mrs. Oliver, he conceded. You've genuinely surprised us this time. That is extremely useful information. It just goes to show how easily a crucial detail can be overlooked. He frowned slightly. She couldn't have been there wherever there was for very long. A few months at most. It must have been in the period between her time on the Isle of Wight and before she went to Miss Dawes. Yes, that fits perfectly. Naturally, Mrs. Eldon's sister only recalls her going off to somewhere in Devonshire. She doesn't remember the specific family or location. Tell me, Poirot interjected, was this Mrs. Eldon a disorganized woman? Battle fixed him with a curious look. It's strange you should ask that, Mem Poirot. I don't see how you could have known. The sister was quite a meticulous person during our conversation. I remember her remarking, my sister is so terribly untidy and careless. But how did you deduce it? Because she required a mother's helper, Mrs. Oliver suggested. Poirot shook his head. No, it was not that. It is of little consequence. I was merely satisfying a curiosity. Please continue, Superintendent Battle. In a similar vein, Battle went on. I simply assumed she went directly from the Isle of Wight to Miss Dawes. That girl is cunning. She deceived me thoroughly, lying consistently. Lying is not invariably a sign of guilt, Poirot observed. I am aware of that, my Poirot. There is the habitual liar, I would say she falls into that category. As a matter of fact, always opts for the statement that sounds most favourable. Nevertheless, it was a considerable risk to take, withholding such facts. She wouldn't have known you were investigating past crimes, Mrs. Oliver pointed out. That is all the more reason to have volunteered that piece of information. It must have been officially recorded as a bona fide accidental death, so she had nothing to fear, unless she were guilty. Unless she were guilty of the death in Devonshire, yes, Poirot agreed. Battle turned to him. Precisely. Even if that so-called accident proves to be less than accidental, it doesn't automatically mean she killed Shaitana. But these other deaths are murders too. I intend to see the person responsible for a crime held accountable, according to Miss Shaitana's theory. That is an impossibility, Poirot remarked. It may be in Dr. Roberts's case. It remains to be seen if it holds for Miss Meredith's. I shall travel to Devon tomorrow. Will you know where to go? Asked Mrs. Oliver. I didn't feel it wise to press Rhoda for more specifics. No, that was prudent. I shall not have much difficulty. There must have been an inquest. I shall locate it in the coroner's records. That is standard police procedure. They will have all the information organized for me by tomorrow morning. What about Major Despard? Inquired Mrs. Oliver. Have you discovered anything concerning him? I have been awaiting Colonel Race's report. I've had him under surveillance, of course. One rather interesting development. He travelled to Wallingford to see Miss Meredith. You recall he claimed he'd never met her before the other evening. But she is a remarkably attractive young woman, Poirot murmured. Battle chuckled. Yes, I expect that's the simple explanation. Incidentally, Despard is taking no chances. He has already consulted a lawyer. That suggests he is anticipating trouble. He is a man who plans ahead, said Poirot. He is a man who prepares for every possible eventuality, and therefore not the sort of man to impulsively stab someone in a moment of passion, Battle said with a sigh. Not unless it was the only available course of action, Poirot countered. He is capable of acting swiftly, remember. Battle looked across the table at him. Now, in Poirot, what about your cards? I haven't seen you lay your hand on the table yet. Poirot smiled. There's so little to go on. Do you believe I'm hiding things from you? That's not the case. I simply haven't gathered many concrete details. I've spoken with Dr. Roberts, Mrs. Lorimer, and Major Despard. I still need to interview Miss Meredith, and what have I truly learned this? Dr. Roberts possesses a sharp eye for observation, while Mrs. Lorimer has an extraordinary capacity for focus, which ironically makes her nearly oblivious to her immediate surroundings, yet she has a deep affection for flowers. Despard only notices what interests him personally, rugs, sporting trophies. He lacks what I term the outward vision, the general awareness of details around you that marks an observant person, and he equally lacks the inner vision, that intense concentration on a single object. His sight is deliberately narrow, seeing only what aligns with the particular inclinations of his mind. So you call those facts, do you? Battle inquired with curiosity. They are facts, perhaps, but very minor ones. What of Miss Meredith? I have saved her for last. I will also question her about what she recalls from that room. It's an unusual approach, Battle mused thoughtfully. Purely psychological. What if they're all leading you on a wild goose chase? Poirot shook his head with a slight smile. No, that would be impossible. Whether they attempt to hinder or to help, they inevitably reveal the nature of their thinking. There's probably something to it, Battle conceded, though it's not a method I could ever use myself. Poirot said, still smiling. I feel I have accomplished very little compared to you, Mrs. Oliver, and Colonel Race. The cards I lay on the table are quite low in value. Battle's eyes twinkled at him. Now in Poirot, a 2 of trumps is a low card, but it can still take any one of 3 aces. All the same, I'm going to ask you to handle a practical piece of work. And what is that? I want you to interview Professor Luxmore's widow. Why don't you do that yourself? Because, as I mentioned, I'm heading to Devonshire. Poirot repeated. Why do you not do it yourself? You won't be put off, will you? Very well, I'll be frank. I believe you'll get more out of her than I would. Because my methods are less direct. You can phrase it that way, if you like, said Battle with a grin. I've heard Inspector Japp say you have a devious mind, like the late Mr. Shaitana. Do you think he managed to extract information from her? Poirot replied slowly. I rather think he did get things out of her. What makes you say that? Battle asked sharply. A passing remark from Major Despard. Gave himself away, did he? That doesn't sound like him. Oh, my dear friend, it is impossible not to give oneself away, unless one never speaks at all. Conversation is the most revealing thing of all. Even if people are lying? Asked Mrs. Oliver. Yes, madame, because one can immediately perceive the particular kind of lie a person tells. You're making me feel quite uneasy, said Mrs. Oliver, rising to leave. Superintendent Battle walked her to the door and shook her hand. You've been first-rate, Mrs. Oliver, he said. You're a far better detective than that tall, foolish Finn of yours. His name is Finn, corrected Mrs. Oliver. Of course he's ridiculous, but people seem to like him. Goodbye. I must be going as well, said Poirot. Battle hastily wrote an address on a slip of paper and pushed it into Poirot's hand. There you are. Go and see what you can get from her. Poirot smiled. And what exactly do you wish me to discover? The truth about Professor Luxmore's death. My dear Battle, does anyone truly know the truth about anything? I intend to find out about this Devonshire business, the superintendent stated decisively. Poirot murmured softly. I wonder. 20th testimony of Mrs. Luxmore. The maid who answered the door at Mrs. Luxmore's South Kensington residence regarded Hercule Poirot with profound disapproval. She showed no inclination to let him into the house. Unfazed, Poirot handed her a card. Please give this to your mistress. I believe she will agree to see me. It was one of his more elaborate calling cards. The card in his hand bore the words Private Investigator engraved in one corner. He had ordered them specially, finding that such a title often proved a key, especially with certain ladies. Nearly every woman, whether harbouring a secret or not, felt a compelling curiosity to see a private detective and discover his business. Left waiting on the doormat, Poirot surveyed the tarnished door-knocker with profound distaste. Ah, for a tin of Brasso and a clean cloth, he sighed to himself. The maid returned, somewhat breathless, and ushered him inside. He was led to a first-floor sitting-room, a dim space that carried the stale scent of old flowers and neglected ashtrays, exotic silk cushions, all in vivid hues and clearly in need of a good cleaning, were scattered in abundance. The walls were a deep emerald, and the ceiling was finished in a faux copper sheen. A tall, striking woman stood by the fireplace. She advanced, her voice low and husky. Monsieur Hercule Poirot? Poirot offered a bow. His demeanour was not entirely his own. He had amplified his foreignness, adopting ornate, almost baroque gestures. Subtly, very subtly, he echoed the manner of the late Mr. Shaitana. What is it you wish to discuss with me? He bowed once more. If I might be permitted to sit, the matter requires some explanation. With an impatient wave, she directed him to a chair and perched herself on the edge of a sofa. Well, go on. It is, madame, that I am conducting certain inquiries. Private inquiries, you understand. The slower and more deliberate his approach, the greater her visible eagerness became. Yes, what of it? My inquiries concerned the death of the late Professor Luxmore. She gasped, her dismay immediate and palpable. Why? What can you possibly mean? What has that to do with you? Poirot studied her intently before continuing. You comprehend. A biography is being prepared. A life of your distinguished husband. The author naturally wishes every fact to be precise, regarding the circumstances of your husband's passing, for instance. She interrupted sharply. My husband died of fever while on an expedition along the Amazon. Poirot settled back in his chair. Then, slowly, maddeningly slowly, he began to shake his head from side to side. Madame, madame, he protested softly, but I was informed otherwise, and you were present, were you not? Yes, of course I was there. What are you implying? What information do you have? Watching her closely, Poirot replied, Information provided to me by the late Mr. Shaitana. She recoiled as if struck. Shaitana, she whispered. A man, Poirot stated, who possessed vast stores of knowledge. A most remarkable man, he knew a great many secrets. I suppose he did, she murmured, her tongue passing over parched lips. Poirot leaned forward and gave a light, deliberate tap on her knee. He knew, for example, that your husband did not die of fever. She stared at him, her eyes wide with a wild desperation. He leaned back, observing the effect of his words. With a visible effort, she gathered herself. I don't understand what you're suggesting. It was a feeble, unconvincing denial. Madame, said Poirot, I shall be direct, I will, he offered a thin smile. Lay my cards upon the table. Your husband did not succumb to fever. He died from a gunshot wound. Oh, she cried, covering her face with her hands. She began to rock back and forth, consumed by a terrible distress. Yet in some remote part of her being, Poirot was certain she was savouring the intensity of her own emotions. And therefore Poirot continued in a matter-of-fact tone, You may as well tell me the entire story. She lowered her hands. It was nothing at all like what you are thinking. Once more Poirot leaned forward and tapped her knee. You misunderstand me utterly, he said. I am well aware that you did not fire the shot. That was Major Despard. But you were the catalyst. I don't know. I suppose I must have been. It was all so dreadful. There is a sort of fatality that seems to follow me, she lamented, a dramatic sigh escaping her. How profoundly true, Poirot exclaimed, his tone shifting to one of theatrical sympathy. How often have I witnessed this very phenomenon? There are women like that, marked by destiny. Wherever they go, tragedies spring up in their path. It is hardly their fault. These calamities occur almost in spite of themselves. He paused, noting how she seemed to draw a strange comfort from this notion, as if her role in the drama was both tragic and glamorously inevitable. Luxmore took a long, steadying breath. You grasp it. I can see that you do. It unfolded so organically. You journeyed together into the wilderness, is that correct?
Yes.
My late husband was compiling a botanical study on several rare species. Major Despard was recommended to us as someone familiar with the terrain who could organize the trek. My husband thought highly of him. And so we set out. A silence fell. Poirot let it linger for a full minute before murmuring, almost to himself. One can imagine it. The meandering river, the dense, humid night, the constant drone of insects, the capable, disciplined man, the lovely woman. Mrs. Luxmore released a soft sigh. My husband was considerably older than I. I was practically a child when I married, with no real understanding of what I was committing to. Poirot gave a sympathetic nod. Alas, I'm familiar with the story. How frequently does that very scenario play out? We both refused to acknowledge what was developing. Mrs. Luxmore continued, John Despard never spoke a word of it. He was the very soul of integrity. But a woman always senses these things, Poirot gently offered. Exactly, she agreed. A woman always knows, yet I never let him see my awareness. To each other, we remained strictly Major Despard and Mrs. Luxmore until the very last moment we were both resolved to play by the rules. She fell quiet, seemingly moved by the memory of their noble restraint. Quite right, Poirot murmured. One must play the game. As one of your celebrated writers so aptly put it, I could not love thee, dear, so much loved I not fair play more. Honour? Mrs. Luxmore corrected with a faint, disapproving line between her brows. The line is, loved I not honour more. Those words could have been composed for our situation, she whispered. Whatever the personal cost, we were both determined never to speak the decisive word. And then Poirot prompted softly. That dreadful night, a visible shiver passed through her. They must have argued John and Timothy. I stepped out of my tent. I came out into the darkness. Go on. Her eyes grew wide and distant, as if watching the scene replay before her. I emerged from my tent, she repeated, her voice hollow. John and Timothy were. Oh, she shuddered violently. The memory is a blur. I placed myself between them. I cried out, No, this can't be happening. Timothy was beyond reason. He was threatening John. John had no choice but to fire. It was pure self-defense. Oh, she covered her face with her hands. He was gone instantly, a shot straight through the heart. A horrifying moment for you, madame. I shall carry it with me always. John was magnificent. He insisted on turning himself in immediately. I absolutely forbade it. We debated through the entire night. For my sake, I pleaded with him. He finally understood. He couldn't possibly subject me to that ordeal, the scandal. Can you picture the newspaper headlines? Love triangle erupts in the jungle. Primal jealousy on the Amazon. I made John see it all. In the end, he relented. Our porters had seen and heard nothing. Timothy had been suffering from fever spells. We said he had succumbed to it. We buried him there on the banks of the river. A deep, anguished sigh escaped her, and then the return to so-called civilization and our eternal parting. Was that truly necessary, madame? Absolutely. Timothy's death stood between us even more powerfully than Timothy alive ever had. We said our farewells for good. I encountered John Despard occasionally in society. We exchanged pleasant smiles, polite conversation. No one would ever suspect a shared history. But I see it in his eyes, and he in mine, that neither of us will ever truly move on. Another prolonged pause followed. Poirot respected the dramatic moment by maintaining the silence. Mrs. Luxmore finally opened her compact and powdered her nose. The spell was decisively broken. A profound tragedy, said Poirot, his tone now more matter-of-fact. You understand, then, Mem Poirot, Mrs. Luxmore said with great earnestness, why the truth must never come to light. It would be deeply distressing. It would be utterly unthinkable. This friend of yours, this author, surely he would not wish to ruin the life of a woman who is entirely blameless in this, or, for that matter, to see a fundamentally innocent man hang. Poirot murmured, You view it that way? I'm relieved. He was innocent. A crime of passion is scarcely a crime at all. And regardless, it was self-defense. He was forced to act. So you do see, Mem Poirot, Poirot considered her question. The world must go on believing Professor Luxmore died of fever. Authors can be surprisingly indifferent to the pain they cause. Your friend despises women. He wants us to suffer. You cannot permit that. I will not permit it. If it comes to it, I will claim responsibility. I will say I fired the shot. She stood, her head held high. Poirot rose as well, taking her hand. He said, Madame, such noble sacrifice is not required. I shall do everything in my power to ensure the truth remains hidden. A gentle, gracious smile touched Mrs. Luxmore's features. She lifted her hand just enough that Poirot, whether he intended to or not, found himself brushing it with his lips. A grateful woman thanks you, M. Poirot, she declared, her tone like a sovereign dismissing a trusted adviser. Poirot accepted the cue and took his leave. Once outside, he drew a deep breath of the cool evening air. What a woman, Hercule Poirot murmured to himself. That poor Despard, what he must have endured. What a dreadful journey. Abruptly, he began to chuckle. He was walking along the Brompton Road now. He checked his watch and made a quick mental calculation. But yes, there is time. Besides, waiting will do him no harm. I can now attend to that other small affair. What was that song my friend in the English police used to hum? How many years ago? 40. A little piece of sugar for the bird. Humming a tune from a distant past, Poirot stepped into an opulent shop dedicated to ladies' apparel and accessories. and approached the hosiery counter. Selecting a clerk who appeared approachable, he stated his needs. "Silk stockings?" "Yes, we have an excellent selection here. Guaranteed pure silk." Poirot dismissed the offering with a wave. He elaborated. "French silk stockings? With the import duty, they become quite costly, I understand." Another set of boxes was presented. "Very nice, mademoiselle, but I had in mind something of a more delicate weave. These are 100 gauge. We do carry an extra fine quality, but I'm afraid they are approximately 35 shillings a pair, and they have no durability, of course. Fragile as cobwebs." "C'est ça. That is it, exactly." The young woman disappeared for a longer period this time. She returned at last. "I believe they are actually 37 shillings and 6 pence a pair, but they are exquisite, aren't they?" She tenderly drew them from a tissue envelope, the finest, most gossamer wisps of stockings imaginable. "Enfin, that is precisely it. Lovely, aren't they? How many pairs, sir?" "I require, let me see, 19 pairs. The clerk nearly lost her composure, but her training in maintaining a dignified demeanour just held. "There's a discount for 2 dozen, she managed faintly. "No, 19 pairs will suffice. In slightly varied shades, please." The girl obediently sorted them, packaged them, and prepared the bill. As Poirot departed with his parcel, the adjacent clerk whispered, "Who on earth is the fortunate lady? Must be a rather unsavoury old gentleman." Well, she's certainly leading him on nicely. Stockings at 37 and 6. Unaware of the dubious judgment passed on his character by the staff of Messrs. Harvey Robinson. Poirot made his way home. He had been there about half an hour when the doorbell rang. Shortly after, Major Despard entered the room, his temper visibly strained. "Why on earth did you go and see Mrs. Luxmore?" he demanded. Poirot offered a calm smile. "I wished, you understand, to hear the true account of Professor Luxmore's passing." "True account? Do you imagine that woman is capable of telling the truth about anything?" Despard retorted, his anger rising. "I did wonder now and then," Poirot conceded. "I should think so. The woman is unhinged." Poirot gently disagreed. "Not at all. She is merely a romantic, that is all." "Romantic?" "Nonsense, she's a consummate liar. I sometimes suspect she even believes her own fabrications." "That is entirely possible. She is a thoroughly appalling woman. I had a miserable time with her out there. That I can easily imagine." Despard dropped into a chair. "Listen, M. Poirot, I'm going to tell you what really happened. Are you offering me your personal account of the events? My account is the truth?" Poirot remained silent. Despard continued, his tone dry. "I fully understand that coming forward now carries no particular virtue. I'm telling the truth because it's the only option left at this point. Whether you choose to believe me is entirely your decision. I have no evidence to prove my story is the correct one." He paused briefly before beginning. "I organized the expedition for the Luxmores." He was a pleasant older gentleman, utterly obsessed with mosses and plants. She was exactly what you've no doubt observed her to be. That entire trip was a waking nightmare. I didn't have the slightest romantic interest in the woman. In fact, I rather disliked her. She was the intense, soulful type that always makes me feel awkward and embarrassed. Everything was fine for the first 2 weeks. Then we all came down with fever. She and I had mild cases. Old Luxmore was terribly ill one night, and you must pay close attention here. I was sitting outside my tent. I suddenly saw Luxmore in the distance, staggering off toward the jungle near the river. He was completely delirious and had no idea what he was doing. In another moment, he would have been in the water, and at that specific spot, it would have been the end of him. There was no time to run after him. Only one thing could be done. My rifle was beside me, as usual. I grabbed it. I'm a very good shot. I was completely confident I could bring the old man down, hit him in the leg, and then, just as I fired, that ridiculous woman threw herself at me from somewhere, screaming, "Don't shoot, for God's sake, don't shoot!" She grabbed my arm and jerked it ever so slightly just as the rifle discharged, with the result that the bullet struck him in the back and killed him instantly. I can tell you that was a truly horrific moment. And that foolish woman still didn't understand what she had done. Instead of realizing she was responsible for her husband's death, she was firmly convinced I had been trying to shoot the old man in cold blood for love of her. If you can believe it, we had a dreadful scene. She insisted we say he died of fever. I felt sorry for her, especially since I saw she didn't grasp the reality of her actions. But she would have to face it if the truth came out. And then her absolute certainty that I was madly in love with her gave me a real shock. It was going to be a fine mess if she went around spreading that story. In the end, I agreed to do what she wanted, partly for the sake of peace, I'll admit. After all, it didn't seem to matter much, fever or accident. And I didn't want to drag a woman through a lot of unpleasantness, even if she was a complete fool. The next day, I announced the professor had died of fever, and we buried him. The Porters knew the truth, of course, but they were all devoted to me, and I knew they'd swear to whatever I said if necessary. We buried poor old Luxmore and returned to civilization. Since then, I've spent a good deal of time avoiding the woman. He paused, then said quietly, "That is my story, M. Poirot." Poirot said slowly, "It was to that incident Mr. Shaitana referred. Or so you believed at dinner that night?" Despard nodded. He must have heard it from Mrs. Luxmore. Easy enough to get the story out of her. That sort of thing would have amused him. It might have been a dangerous story for you in the hands of a man like Shaitana. Despard shrugged his shoulders. "I wasn't afraid of Shaitana." Poirot didn't answer. Despard said quietly, "Again, you have to take my word for it. It's true enough, I suppose, that I had a kind of motive for Shaitana's death. Well, the truth is out now, take it or leave it." Poirot extended a hand. "I will take it, Major Despard. I have no doubt that events in South America unfolded exactly as you've recounted." Despard's expression brightened. "Thank you," he replied simply, giving Poirot's hand a firm, warm shake. "Evidence from Combaker." Superintendent Battle sat in the Combaker police station. Inspector Harper, his face slightly flushed, spoke in a slow, pleasant Devonshire accent. "That's the way it was, sir. Everything seemed perfectly straightforward. The doctor was satisfied. Everyone was satisfied. Why wouldn't they be?" "Walk me through the details of the 2 bottles again." "I need to be absolutely clear. The bottle originally contained syrup of figs. She took it regularly, it appears. Then there was this hat Paint, the young companion, Miss Meredith, had been using to freshen up a garden hat for her. There was quite a bit left over, and when the original bottle broke, Mrs. Benson herself suggested, "Put it in that old syrup of figs bottle." That's confirmed. The servants heard her say it. Miss Meredith, the housemaid, and the parlour-maid, they all agree. The paint was transferred into the old fig syrup bottle and placed on the top shelf in the bathroom with other miscellaneous items. It wasn't relabelled, no. Careless, certainly, the coroner remarked on that. Continue. On the night in question, the deceased went into the bathroom, took down a syrup of figs bottle, poured herself a substantial dose, and drank it. She realized her mistake almost immediately. They sent for the doctor at once, but he was out on another call. It took some time to reach him. They did everything possible, but she passed away. She herself believed it was an accident. Oh yes, everyone did. It seemed obvious the bottles must have been switched somehow. There was a suggestion the housemaid did it while dusting, but she swears she didn't touch them. Superintendent Battle fell silent, thinking it over. Such a simple act, a bottle taken from an upper shelf and swapped with another. Tracing a mistake like that back to its source would be incredibly difficult. Handled with gloves, perhaps, and in any case, the last fingerprints would belong to Mrs. Benson herself. Yes, it was easy, deceptively simple, but it was murder, nonetheless. The perfect crime? But why? That was the piece that still didn't fit for him, the motive. This companion, Miss Meredith, she didn't inherit anything from Mrs. Benson, he asked. Inspector Harper shook his head. No. She'd only been there about 6 weeks. A difficult household, I should think. Young ladies in that position never seemed to stay very long. Battle remained puzzled. If the companions never stayed long, and Anne Meredith was unhappy, she could have simply left, as the others had. There was no need for murder unless it was driven by some irrational, deep-seated malice. He dismissed that thought. It didn't feel right. Who did benefit from Mrs. Benson's estate? Couldn't say for certain, sir. Nephews and nieces, I believe, but it wouldn't amount to much once divided. And I heard most of her income came from an annuity, so no clear financial motive there. Yet Mrs. Benson was dead, and Anne Meredith had neglected to mention her time in Combacker. The whole situation was profoundly unsatisfactory. He made diligent, painstaking inquiries. The doctor was quite clear and emphatic. He saw no reason to believe it was anything but a tragic accident. That young woman couldn't recall her name, a nice girl, but rather overwhelmed, had been terribly upset and distressed. There was the vicar. He remembered Mrs. Benson's last companion, a nice, modest-looking girl who always attended church with her employer. Mrs. Benson had been not exactly difficult, but certainly severe with young people. A rigid type of Christian battle, tried a few other locals but learnt nothing of real value. Anne Meredith was barely remembered. She had lived among them for only a few months, and her personality hadn't been vivid enough to leave a lasting impression. A nice little thing seemed to be the standard, vague description. Mrs. Benson emerged more clearly, a self-righteous grenadier of a woman who worked her companions hard and cycled through servants with frustrating frequency, a thoroughly unpleasant woman, but nothing more. Yet Superintendent Battle departed from Devonshire utterly convinced that, for reasons still hidden, Anne Meredith had intentionally killed her employer, 23. The testimony of silk stockings. While Superintendent Battle's train sped eastward across the English countryside, Anne Meredith and Rhoda Dawes found themselves seated in Hercule Poirot's London sitting-room. Anne had been deeply reluctant to accept the invitation that arrived with the Morning Post, but Rhoda's persuasion won out. Anne, you're acting like a complete coward. You can't just pretend this isn't happening, like an ostrich hiding its head. A murder occurred, and you're on the list of suspects, maybe the least obvious one, but still. That's usually the worst position to be in, Anne replied with a faint, ironic smile. In stories, it's always the least likely person. But you are on the list, Rhoda pressed on, ignoring the comment. And it's no good acting as if murder is just a bad odor you can ignore. This involves you. It really doesn't involve me, Anne insisted. I'm perfectly willing to answer any official police questions, but this Hercule Poirot, he's a private citizen, an outsider, and what will he assume if you avoid him? He'll think you're practically glowing with guilt. I am most certainly not glowing with guilt, Anne said stiffly. Sweetheart, I know that. You couldn't hurt a fly even if you wanted to, but a suspicious foreign detective doesn't know that. I think we should go to his flat, politely, otherwise he'll just turn up here and try to pry information out of the help. We don't have any help. We have Mrs. Astwell, and she can gossip with the best of them. Honestly, Anne, let's just go. It might actually be a bit of fun. I still don't understand why he wants to see me. Anne remained stubborn. To show up the official police, obviously, Rhoda said, exasperated. Amateurs always do that. They love to pretend Scotland Yard is all clumsy boots and empty heads. Do you believe this Poirot is actually clever? He doesn't look much like a Sherlock Holmes, Rhoda admitted. I expect he was sharp in his day. He's probably a bit past it now. He must be at least 60. Oh, come on, Anne. Let's go meet the old fellow. He might tell us some juicy secrets about the others. All right, Anne finally conceded, adding, You're enjoying all this far too much, Rhoda. Well, it's not my neck on the line, is it? Rhoda said bluntly. You were silly, Anne, not to have glanced up at the right moment. If you had, you could be living like royalty for the rest of your days on blackmail alone. And so, at 3 o'clock that afternoon, Rhoda Dawes and Anne Meredith sat with perfect posture on chairs in Poirot's impeccably tidy room, politely sipping a blackberry cordial they found quite disagreeable from old-fashioned tumblers. "It was most gracious of you to agree to my request, mademoiselle," Poirot was saying. "I'm happy to help if I can," Anne murmured vaguely. "It is a small matter of recollection. Recollection, indeed. I have already posed these same questions to Mrs. Lorimer, to Dr. Roberts, and to Major Despard. Alas, none have provided the response for which I had hoped." Anne continued to look at him with a questioning expression. "I wish for you, mademoiselle, to cast your mind back to that evening in Mr. Shaitana's drawing-room." A tired shadow crossed Anne's face. Would she never be free of that dreadful memory? Poirot noted her expression. "It is painful, is it not?" "That is very natural. You, so young, coming into contact with such horror for the first time. You have likely never before witnessed a violent death." Rhoda shifted her feet slightly on the carpet, a touch uneasy. "Well said, Anne. Cast your mind back. I want you to tell me what you remember of that room." Anne stared at him, suspicious. "I don't follow, but it is simple. The chairs, the tables, the ornaments, the wallpaper, the curtains, the fireplace tools, you observed them all. Can you not describe them?" "Oh, I see." Anne hesitated, her brow furrowing. "It's rather difficult. I honestly don't think I can recall much. I can't even describe the wallpaper. I believe the walls were painted some neutral, forgettable shade. There were area rugs and a piano." She shook her head. "That's truly all I can tell you. But you're not making an effort, mademoiselle. Surely you remember some object, some decorative piece, some knick-knack." "There was a display case with Egyptian pieces," Anne said after a moment, "over near the window." "Ah, yes, at the far end of the room from the small table that held the dagger." Anne met his gaze. "I was never told which table that was on. Not so simple," Poirot thought to himself. "But then, neither is Hercule Poirot. If she knew me better, she would understand I would never set a trap so obvious." Aloud, he merely said, "A case of Egyptian jewellery, you mention?" "Yes," Anne replied, a hint of enthusiasm entering her voice. "Some of it was quite beautiful, vibrant blues and reds in enamel, a couple of exquisite rings and scarabs, though I'm less fond of those." "Mr. Shaitana was a dedicated collector," Poirot murmured. "He must have been," Anne agreed. "The room was absolutely packed with things. You couldn't possibly take it all in." "So there is nothing else that particularly caught your eye?" A slight smile touched Anne's lips. "Only a vase of chrysanthemums that desperately needed fresh water." "Ah, yes, domestic staff are not always meticulous about such details." Poirot fell silent for a beat. Anne asked hesitantly, "I'm afraid I missed whatever it was you hoped I'd notice." Poirot offered a kind smile. "It is of no consequence, my child. It was indeed a remote possibility. Tell me, have you seen the admirable Major Despard recently?" He noted the delicate blush that rose in the girl's cheeks. "He mentioned he would call on us again soon," she replied. Rhoda spoke up impulsively. "He didn't do it in any case. Anne and I are both certain of that." Poirot's eyes twinkled at them. How fortunate to have convinced two such charming young ladies of one's innocence. "Oh dear," Rhoda thought with an inward sigh. "He's being deliberately French, and it's so terribly awkward." She stood and began studying a set of etchings on the wall. "These are really quite good." "They are passable," Poirot conceded. He hesitated, his attention returning to Anne. "Mademoiselle," he began finally, "I wonder if I might impose upon you for a great favour. It is nothing to do with the murder, I assure you. This is a purely private and personal matter." Anne looked somewhat surprised. Poirot continued, adopting a slightly flustered tone. "You see, Christmas is approaching. I must purchase gifts for numerous nieces and grandnieces, and I find it rather challenging to select what young ladies appreciate nowadays. My own tastes are, alas, somewhat antiquated." "I see," said Anne kindly. "Silk stockings, for instance. Are silk stockings considered a welcome gift?" "Oh, yes, It's always lovely to receive stockings. You set my mind at ease. Now for my request. I have acquired several different colours. There must be 15 or 16 pairs. Would you be so gracious as to look through them and select 6 pairs that seem to you the most appealing?" "Of course I will," said Anne, rising with a laugh. Poirot guided her toward a table in an alcove, a table whose chaotic contents were strangely at odds, had she but known it, with the famed orderliness of Hercule Poirot. Stockings were heaped in untidy piles alongside fur-lined gloves, assorted calendars, and boxes of candies. "I dispatch my parcels well in advance," Poirot explained. "Here, mademoiselle, are the stockings. Please select 6 pairs for me." He turned, intercepting Rhoda, who had followed. "As for you, mademoiselle, I have a little curiosity. One I fancy would hold no appeal for you, mademoiselle Meredith." "What is it?" Rhoda asked eagerly. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "A knife, mademoiselle, with which 12 individuals once stabbed a man. It was given to me as a souvenir by the International Sleeping Car Company." "How dreadful!" Anne exclaimed. "Let me take a look," Rhoda said. Poirot guided her into the adjoining room, chatting as they walked. "The Compagnie Internationale des Wagons Lits provided this to me since." They exited the space and returned a few minutes later. Anne approached them. "I believe these 6 are the most suitable, Monsieur Poirot. Both of these are excellent for evening wear, and this lighter shade would be perfect for summer evenings when it stays light later." "1,000 thanks, mademoiselle." He offered them more syrup, which they declined, and then amiably escorted them to the door, keeping up a pleasant conversation. Once they had left, he went back to the room and walked directly to the cluttered table. The heap of stockings remained in disarray. Poirot counted the 6 chosen pairs and then proceeded to count the rest. He had purchased 19 pairs. Now there were only 17. He gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Upon reaching London, Superintendent Battle came directly to Poirot. Anne and Rhoda had been gone for over an hour. Without any preamble, the superintendent detailed the findings from his inquiries in Devonshire. "We're on the right track, no doubt about it," he concluded. "That's exactly what Shaitana was hinting at with his talk of domestic accidents. But what baffles me is the reason why would she want the woman dead. I believe I can assist you there, my friend." "Please continue, Monsieur Poirot. This afternoon I performed a small test. I persuaded the young lady and her friend to visit. I posed my usual questions about what was in the room that evening." Battle looked at him with curiosity. "You're quite fixated on that line of questioning." "Yes, it serves a purpose. It reveals a great deal to me. Mademoiselle Meredith was wary, extremely wary. That young woman takes nothing at face value. So that faithful dog, Hercule Poirot, performs one of his finest tricks. He sets a rather obvious amateurish trap. Mademoiselle brings up a jewelry case. I suggest that it was at the far end of the room from the table with the dagger. Mademoiselle does not take the bait. She cleverly sidesteps it. After that, she feels pleased with herself, and her guard drops. So the aim of this visit was to get her to acknowledge that she knew where the dagger was, and that she had noticed it. Her mood lifts when she believes she has outsmarted me. She speaks quite openly about the jewelry. She has observed numerous details about it. There is nothing else in the room she recalls except that a vase of chrysanthemums needed its water changed. And, said Battle, "Well, that is telling. Imagine we knew nothing about this girl. Her statement would give us insight into her character. She notices flowers. Is she, then, fond of flowers? No, because she fails to mention a very large bowl of early tulips that would have immediately caught the eye of a true flower enthusiast. No, it is the voice of the paid companion, the girl whose job it has been to refresh the water in the vases, and connected to that, there is a girl who adores and notices jewelry. Is that not, at the very least, suggestive?" "Ah," said Battle, "I'm starting to see where you're heading."
"Exactly. As I mentioned the other day, I lay my cards on the table."
When you recounted her history previously, and Mrs. Oliver made her startling revelation, my mind immediately went to a crucial point. The murder could not have been for financial gain, since Miss Meredith still had to earn a living afterward. Why, then, I considered Miss Meredith's surface temperament. A somewhat timid young girl, poor but well-dressed, fond of beautiful things. It is the temperament, is it not? Of a thief rather than a murderer, and I promptly asked if Mrs. Ilden had been an orderly woman. You replied that no, she had not been tidy. I formed a theory. Suppose Anne Meredith was a girl with a flaw in her character, the sort of girl who pilfers small items from large department stores. Imagine a scenario where a young woman, struggling financially but with a taste for finer things, occasionally helped herself to small items from her employer. Perhaps a brooch, a few coins, or a string of beads. An employer like Mrs. Eldon, who was careless and untidy, would likely blame herself for such disappearances, never suspecting her quiet, helpful assistant. But picture a different kind of employer, one who was observant and who directly accused Anne Meredith of theft. That would create a powerful motive for murder. As I mentioned before, Miss Meredith would only be driven to kill out of fear. She would know her employer could prove the crime. The only way to save herself would be for that employer to die. So she switches the bottles, and Mrs. Benson dies, ironically believing the mistake was her own, never suspecting the timid, frightened girl had any part in it. It's a plausible theory, Superintendent Battle conceded. It's still a hypothesis, but it holds water. It is more than plausible, my friend. It is highly probable this afternoon. I set a carefully baited trap, the real one after the decoy had been avoided. If my suspicions are correct, Anne Meredith would never be able to resist a truly expensive pair of stockings. I asked for her assistance, carefully letting her believe I was unsure of the exact count. I left the room, leaving her alone, and the result is that I now have 17 pairs of stockings instead of 19. 2 pairs found their way into Anne Meredith's handbag. Battle let out a low whistle. That was a risky move on your part. Not at all. What does she believe I suspect her of? Murder. So what risk does she see in stealing a pair or two of silk stockings? In her mind, I am not looking for a thief. Besides, a thief or a kleptomaniac is always convinced she will not be caught. Battle nodded in agreement. That's painfully true. They become incredibly reckless, returning to the same well again and again. Well, I think we've pieced together a fairly clear picture. Anne Meredith was caught stealing. Anne Meredith moved a bottle from one shelf to another. We know that was murder, but proving it is another matter entirely. That's successful crime number 2. Roberts gets away with it. Anne Meredith gets away with it. But what about Shaitana? Did Anne Meredith kill Shaitana? He fell silent for a moment, then shook his head with reluctance. It doesn't fit her pattern. She's not one to take a bold risk. Switching 2 bottles, yes. She knew no one could definitively pin that on her. It was a safe crime because anyone could have done it. Of course, it might not have worked. Mrs. Benson might have noticed before drinking, or she might not have died from it. It was what I'd call a hopeful sort of murder. It might succeed or it might fail. In this case, it succeeded, but Shaitana's murder was a completely different beast. That was deliberate, audacious, and purposeful. Poirot nodded. I concur. The 2 crimes are not of the same character. Battle rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So that seems to eliminate her for Shaitana's death. Roberts and the girl are both off our list for that. What about Despard? Any progress with the Luxmore woman? Poirot recounted his visit from the previous afternoon. Battle grinned. I know that type. You can never untangle what they actually remember from what they've invented. Poirot continued, describing Despard's subsequent visit and the story he had told. Do you believe him? Battle asked bluntly. Yes, I do, Poirot replied. Battle sighed. So do I. He's not the type to shoot a man over wanting his wife. Besides, what's wrong with the divorce court? Everyone uses it. He's not in a profession where a scandal would ruin him. No, I believe our late lamented Mr. Shaitana hit a dead end there. Suspect number 3 wasn't a murderer after all. He looked directly at Poirot. That leaves us with Mrs. Lorimer, Poirot stated. At that moment the telephone rang. Poirot rose to answer it. He spoke briefly into the phone, paused, then spoke again. After hanging up, he turned back to Battle, his expression serious. "That was Mrs. Lorimer," he said. "She has asked me to come to her home immediately." The two men exchanged a long look. Battle shook his head slowly. "Was I mistaken, or were you anticipating a call like this?" "I had considered the possibility," Hercule Poirot admitted. "That is all I had considered it." "You should go," said Battle. "Perhaps now you will finally uncover the truth." 25. A conversation with MRS. Lorimer, the afternoon was overcast, casting a dull, sombre light into Mrs. Lorimer's sitting room. She herself appeared pale and weary, looking markedly older than when Poirot had last seen her. She greeted him with her customary composed smile. "Thank you for coming so quickly, M. Poirot. I know you are a man with many demands on your time." "I am at your service, madame," Poirot replied with a slight bow. Mrs. Lorimer rang the bell by the fireplace. "We shall have tea. I always feel it is a mistake to plunge into serious matters without a little civilized preparation, don't you agree?" "Are we to have serious matters, then, madame?" She did not answer immediately as her maid entered. Once the order for tea was given and the maid had withdrawn, Mrs. Lorimer said crisply, "You remarked during your last visit that you would come if I summoned you. I believe you had some notion of what might prompt such a summons." The conversation paused as tea was brought in. Mrs. Lorimer Poirot discussing current events with practiced ease. During a lull, Poirot observed, "I understand you had tea with Miss Meredith recently?" "We did." "Have you seen her lately?" "Just this afternoon. Is she in London, or did you travel to Wallingford?" "Neither. She and her companion were kind enough to visit me." "Ah, the friend, I have not met her." Poirot allowed a small smile. "This unfortunate affair has fostered some unexpected connections. You take tea with Miss Meredith. Major Despard also seeks her company. Only Dr. Roberts seems to remain somewhat apart. I saw him at a bridge game recently," said Mrs. Lorimer. "He appeared entirely his usual jovial self, as passionate about the game as ever. Indeed, still making those wildly ambitious bids and frustratingly often succeeding." She was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Have you seen Superintendent Battle lately? He was with me this afternoon when you telephoned." Shielding her eyes from the fire's glow, Mrs. Lorimer inquired, "How is his investigation progressing?" Poirot answered gravely, "The superintendent is not a swift man, madame. He advances slowly, but he does invariably advance." "I wonder." Her lips formed a faint, ironic curve. "He has devoted considerable attention to me. He has excavated my past right back to my youth. He has questioned my friends and chatted with my servants, both current and former. What he hoped to discover, I cannot imagine. He might as well have simply accepted my original statement. It was the truth. I knew Mr. Shaitana very slightly. We met in Luxor, as I said, and our relationship never progressed beyond a casual acquaintance. The superintendent will find nothing to contradict these facts." "Perhaps not," Poirot conceded. "And what of your own inquiries, M. Poirot? Concerning you, madame?" "That is what I meant." The little man shook his head slowly. "It would have been a pointless exercise." "What, precisely, do you mean by that, M. Poirot?" "I will be frank, madame. From the very beginning I have recognized that of the 4 people in Mr. Shaitana's room that night, you possess the keenest intellect and the most lynching logical mind. If I were to bet on which of those 4 could plan and execute a perfect murder, my money would be on you." Mrs. Lorimer's eyebrows lifted. "Should I take that as a compliment?" she asked, her tone dry. Poirot continued, ignoring her remark. "For a crime to succeed, one must meticulously plan every detail in advance. Every possible outcome must be considered. Timing must be precise. Execution must be flawless. Dr. Roberts would likely rush and become overconfident. Major Despard is too cautious to even attempt it. Miss Meredith might panic and reveal herself. You, madam, would do none of these things. Your mind is sharp and composed. Your will is strong enough to override caution when consumed by an idea, and you are not one to lose your nerve." Mrs. Lorimer remained silent for a long moment, a faint, curious smile touching her lips. Finally, she spoke. So that is your opinion of me, Monsieur Poirot, that I am the sort of woman capable of the perfect crime. At least you are gracious enough not to take offense. I find it fascinating. So you believe I am the only one who could have successfully murdered Mr. Shaitana? Poirot replied slowly. There is a complication, madam, indeed. Please explain. You may recall I said earlier, for a crime to be successful, it is usually necessary to plan every detail carefully beforehand. The key word is usually there exists another kind of successful crime. Have you ever told someone, throw a stone and try to hit that tree? They obey quickly without thinking, and surprisingly often they hit it. But if you ask them to repeat the throw, it becomes harder because they start to think, this hard, no harder, a little to the right, to the left. The first was an almost unconscious act, the body obeying the mind as an animal's does. Well, madam, there is a crime like that committed on impulse, a flash of inspiration, a moment of genius with no time to hesitate or plan, and that, madam, is the kind of crime that killed Mr. Shaitana. A sudden, desperate need, a brilliant impulse, swift action. He shook his head. And that, madam, is not your style of crime at all. If you killed Mr. Shaitana, it would have been a premeditated act. I understand. Her hand waved gently, shielding her face from the fire's heat. And since it was not premeditated, I could not have killed him, correct, Monsieur Poirot? Poirot inclined his head. That is correct, madam, and yet— She leaned forward, her hand stilling. I did kill Shaitana, Monsieur Poirot. A heavy silence fell, stretching out as the room darkened. The firelight danced and cast shifting shadows. Mrs. Lorimer and Hercule Poirot gazed not at each other, but into the flames as if time itself had paused. Finally, Poirot sighed and shifted in his chair. So it was that all along. Why did you kill him, madam? I believe you already know why, Monsieur Poirot. Because he knew something about you, something from long ago. Yes, and that something involved another death, madam. She nodded. Poirot asked gently, Why tell me now? What prompted you to send for me today? You once told me I would do so some day. Yes, that is, I had hoped I knew, madam, that the only way to learn the truth from you was by your own choice. If you did not wish to speak, you would not, and you would never betray yourself. But there was a chance that you yourself might feel compelled to speak. Mrs. Lorimer nodded. It was clever of you to foresee that the weariness, the isolation. Her voice faded. Poirot studied her with curiosity. So it has been like that. Yes, I can imagine how it must feel. Completely alone, Mrs. Lorimer said. No one truly understands that feeling unless they've carried the weight of their own actions, as I have for so long. Poirot spoke softly. If it is not an intrusion, madame, may I offer my sympathy? She gave a slight nod. Thank you, Mr. Poirot. After a moment of silence, Poirot's tone became more businesslike. Am I correct to believe, madame, that you interpreted Mr. Shaitana's words during dinner as a direct threat aimed at you? She confirmed with a nod. I knew immediately he was speaking for one person's ears alone, mine. His comment about poison being a woman's weapon was meant for me. I had suspected he knew once before when he steered a conversation to a particular court case, and I felt his eyes on me. There was a knowing, almost eerie understanding in his gaze. But that night I was certain, and you were equally certain of his future plans, Mrs. Lorimer said dryly. It was no coincidence that Superintendent Battle and you were there. I assumed Shaitana intended to flaunt his cleverness by revealing to you both a secret he believed only he possessed. When did you resolve to take action, madame? She paused, considering. It's difficult to recall the precise moment the idea formed. I had noticed the dagger before dinner. When we returned to the drawing-room, I took it and concealed it in my sleeve. I made certain no one observed me. I have no doubt it was done with great skill. My plan was settled then. I only had to execute it. It was a risk, but I judged it worth taking. That is your calm assessment of the odds coming into play. I understand. We began our bridge game, Mrs. Lorimer continued, her voice detached and steady. The opportunity finally came when I was dummy. I walked over to the fireplace. Shaitana had dozed off. I glanced at the others. They were absorbed in their cards. I bent over and did it. Her voice faltered for a heartbeat, then regained its composed coolness. I spoke to him. It occurred to me that would create a sort of alibi. I made a remark about the fire, then pretended he had replied, saying something like, "I quite agree, I've never cared for radiators either." He made no sound, only a faint grunt which from a distance could have been mistaken for speech. And then I returned to the bridge table. The final trick was being played. You sat down and resumed the game. Yes? With enough focus to recall for me, nearly 2 days later, the bidding and the hands in detail. Yes, said Mrs. Lorimer simply. Remarkable, Hercule Poirot leaned back in his chair. He nodded, then shook his head. But there remains something, madame, I do not comprehend. Oh, you're a woman who weighs every consideration with care. You decide for a compelling reason to take a tremendous risk. You succeed. And then, scarcely 2 weeks later, you change your mind. Frankly, madame, that does not seem consistent to me. A strange, slight smile touched her lips. You're quite right, Mr. Poirot. There is a factor you are unaware of. Did Miss Meredith mention where she met me recently? I believe she said it was near Mrs. Oliver's apartment. That is the area, but the specific street was Harley Street. Ah. He looked at her with sharpened attention. I begin to see. Yes, I thought you might. I had been to consult a specialist there. He confirmed what I had already half suspected. A smile widened, touched now with a bitter, almost sarcastic edge. The composed facade gave way to a raw, weary truth. All that careful planning, that cold execution. For what? The specialist's verdict had rendered the whole desperate gamble pointless. The future she had killed to protect was a future she would not have. The irony was almost laughable, a cruel joke played by fate itself. The bitterness was gone, replaced by a strange, sudden sweetness. I won't be playing much more bridge, M. Poirot. The specialist didn't say it outright, of course. He wrapped the truth in careful layers of professional optimism. With great care, and so on, I might manage a few years, but I have no intention of taking great care. That simply isn't the kind of woman I am. I see, Poirot murmured. It made a difference, a month, perhaps 2. No more. And then, as I was leaving the doctor's office, I happened to meet Miss Meredith on the street. I invited her for tea. She paused, gathering her thoughts before continuing. I am not, it seems, entirely without conscience. The entire time we sat there, I was thinking. By my actions that evening, I had not only ended Mr. Shaitana's life, an irreversible fact, but I had also cast a dark shadow over 3 others. Because of what I had done, Doctor, Roberts, Major Despard, and Anne Meredith, none of whom had ever harmed me, were enduring a terrible ordeal, their very futures now in jeopardy. That, at least, I could attempt to undo. I cannot claim to have been deeply troubled by the predicaments of Dr. Roberts or Major Despard, though both presumably had far more life ahead of them than I did. They were men capable in their own ways. But when I looked at Anne Meredith, her voice softened. Anne Meredith was just a girl. Her entire life was still before her. This wretched affair could ruin it completely. I found I did not like that thought at all. And then, M. Poirot, as these ideas took root, I realized the truth of your earlier hint. I was not going to be able to remain silent. That is why I telephoned you this afternoon. Silence stretched between them in the dim room. Finally, Hercule Poirot leaned forward, his gaze piercing through the deepening twilight to study Mrs. Lorimer's composed face. She met his intense scrutiny calmly, without a flicker of unease. Mrs. Lorimer, he said at last, his voice low and urgent, are you absolutely certain? Will you swear to me on your honor that the murder of Mr. Shaitana was not premeditated? Is it not the truth that you planned the crime in advance, that you attended that dinner with the act already mapped out in your mind? For a long moment, Mrs. Lorimer simply stared back at him. Then she gave a sharp, definitive shake of her head. "No," she stated plainly. "You did not plan it beforehand."
Certainly not.
Then you are lying to me. You must be lying." Her voice cut through the air, cold and sharp as broken glass. "Really, Ma'am Poirot, you forget yourself." The little man sprang to his feet, pacing the carpet in agitation, muttering exclamations in French under his breath. Abruptly, he said, "Permit me," and strode to the wall to switch on the electric lights. The sudden brightness flooded the room. He returned to his chair, sat down, placed his hands squarely on his knees, and fixed his hostess with a stare. "The question is," he declared, "can Hercule Poirot possibly be wrong?" "No one can be right all the time," Mrs. Lorimer replied with icy composure. "I am," Poirot insisted. "Always, I am right. It is a habit so consistent it alarms even me. But now it very much appears, that I am mistaken, and this unsettles me profoundly. Presumably you know what you're saying. It is, after all, your murder. It is fantastic. Is it not that Hercule Poirot should claim to know better than you how you committed it?" "Fantastic and utterly absurd," she agreed, her tone growing colder still. "I am, then, mad. Decidedly, I am mad." He shook his head vigorously. "No, sacre nom. I am not mad. I am right. I must be right. I am willing to believe you killed Mr. Shaitana, but you cannot have killed him in the manner you describe. No one can perform an act that is not dans son caractère." He paused, letting the assertion hang. Mrs. Lorimer drew in a sharp, angry breath, her lips pressed tightly together. Before she could speak, Poirot pressed on. "There are only two possibilities. Either the killing was planned in detail beforehand, or you did not kill him at all." "I really am beginning to believe you're mad," Mrs. Lorimer said sharply. "If I am willing to admit to committing the crime, why on earth would I bother to lie about the method? What would be the purpose of such an action?" Poirot rose and made a slow circuit of the room. When he returned to his chair, his demeanour had softened. "You did not kill Shaitana," he said gently. "I understand now. I see it all, Harley Street, young Anne Meredith standing alone on the sidewalk. I also see another woman from long ago, a woman who has walked through life in profound solitude. Yes, I perceive all that, yet one thing escapes me. Why are you so convinced Anne Meredith is guilty? Really, Monsieur Poirot?" "It is utterly pointless to continue this deception, madame. I tell you, I know the truth. I recognize the very emotions that overwhelmed you that day in Harley Street. You would not have shielded Dr. Roberts, certainly not, nor Major Despard. But Anne Meredith is different. You feel for her because she has done what you once did. You may not even know her motive. Yet you are certain she committed the crime. You were certain that first night when Superintendent Battle asked for your impressions. Yes, I see everything. It is futile to lie to me further. You realize that, do you not?" He waited, but she offered no reply. He gave a satisfied nod. "Good, you are being sensible. What you are attempting is a noble, if misguided gesture, to assume the blame and let this young woman go free. You forget," Mrs. Lorimer replied, her voice brittle. "I am not an innocent. Years ago, Monsieur Poirot, I killed my husband." A silence hung between them. "I see," Poirot said at last. "It is justice, then. Only justice. You possess a logical mind. You are prepared to pay for your own act. Murder remains murder. The victim's identity does not change it. Madame, you have courage and clarity. But I must ask you once more, how can you be so sure? How do you know it was Anne Meredith who killed Mr. Shaitana?" A deep sigh escaped Mrs. Lorimer. Her final resistance crumbled under Poirot's persistence. She answered with childlike simplicity. "Because," she said, "I saw her, the witness." Suddenly Poirot laughed, a rich, involuntary sound that filled the space. "Forgive me, madame," he said, dabbing his eyes. "I could not help it. Here we have argued and reasoned. We have questioned and analyzed the psychology, and all the while there was an eyewitness to the crime. Please, tell me everything." It was rather late in the evening. Anne Meredith was the dummy in our bridge game. She stood and examined her partner's hand. then began to wander about the room. The play was straightforward, the outcome inevitable. My attention wasn't fixed on the cards. Just as we were playing the last 3 tricks, I glanced toward the fireplace. Anne Meredith was leaning over Mr. Shaitana. As I watched, she straightened up. Her hand had actually been resting on his chest, a gesture that struck me as odd. When she stood, I saw her face and the swift, frightened look she cast in our direction. What I saw there was guilt and fear. Of course, I didn't understand what had happened in that moment. I only wondered what the girl could possibly have been doing later. I knew. Poirot nodded, but she was unaware that you knew she did not realize you had seen her. "That poor child," said Mrs. Lorimer, "so young, so terrified with her whole life ahead of her. Can you blame me for remaining silent?" "No, I cannot blame you, especially knowing what I myself had done." She ended with a weary shrug. "It was not my place to accuse. That was a matter for the police." "Quite correct, yet today you have gone much further." Mrs. Lorimer's tone turned grim. "I have never been considered particularly tender-hearted or compassionate, but I suppose such sentiments can emerge with age. I assure you, pity is not a sentiment that often guides me. It is not always a reliable guide, madame. Mademoiselle Anne appears youthful and delicate, with a timid, frightened air. Oh, certainly she seems a most pitiable creature. Yet I do not share that view. Shall I reveal to you, madame, why Miss Anne Meredith murdered Mr. Shaitana? It was because he had discovered she previously poisoned an elderly lady in her care. After that lady caught her stealing a piece of jewellery. Mrs. Lorimer looked momentarily shaken. Can that be true, Monsieur Poirot? I have not a shadow of doubt. She seems so tender, so meek, one might say. Bah, she is perilous, madame, that young Miss Anne. Where her own security or comfort is threatened, she will strike without mercy, deceitfully. With Miss Anne, those 2 crimes will not be the last. She will grow bolder from them. Mrs. Lorimer said sharply, "What you suggest is dreadful, Monsieur Poirot. Dreadful." Poirot stood. "Madame, I shall now take my leave. Consider what I have said." Mrs. Lorimer appeared somewhat unsettled. She attempted her former composure. "Should it suit me, Monsieur Poirot, I shall deny this entire exchange. You have no witnesses. Recall what I have just confessed to observing that evening remains well. A private matter between us." Poirot replied gravely, "Nothing will be done without your consent, madame. Rest assured, I have my own methods, now that I understand the direction of my inquiry." He took her hand and raised it to his lips. "Permit me to say, madame, you are an extraordinary woman. All my admiration and esteem. Truly a woman in 1,000. Why, you have not even done what 999 women out of 1,000 could not have resisted. And what is that? Told me precisely why you ended your husband's life, and how entirely justified such an action truly was." Mrs. Lorimer drew herself up. "Really, Monsieur Poirot?" she said stiffly. "My reasons were entirely my own affair." "Magnificent," said Poirot, and once more raising her hand, he departed. Outside, the air was chill, and he glanced about for a taxi, but none was in sight. He began walking toward King's Road. As he moved, his mind worked intensely. Once or twice he nodded. Once he shook his head. He glanced back over his shoulder. Someone was ascending the steps of Mrs. Lorimer's residence, a figure very like Anne Meredith. He paused, considering whether to return, but ultimately continued on. Upon reaching home, he found Superintendent Battle had left without a message. He promptly telephoned him. "Hello?" Battle's voice came through. "Have you learned anything?" "I believe so, my friend. We must pursue the Meredith girl, and swiftly." "I'm pursuing her, but why the urgency? Because, my friend, she may pose a danger." Battle was silent a moment. Then he said, "I understand your meaning, but there is no one. Well, we cannot take risks. In fact, I've sent her an official note stating I will call on her tomorrow." "I thought it might rattle her." "It is a possibility, at least. May I accompany you?" "Naturally. Honored to have you, Monsieur Poirot." Poirot hung up, his expression pensive. His mind was not entirely at ease. He sat long before the fire, frowning. Finally, setting aside his apprehensions, he retired. "We shall see in the morning," he murmured. Yet he had no inkling of what the morning would bring. The call came by telephone just as Poirot was settling to his morning coffee and rolls. He lifted the receiver, and Battle's voice spoke. "Is that Monsieur Poirot?" "Yes, it is. What has happened?" The superintendent's tone alone told him something was wrong. His own vague misgivings resurfaced. "Quickly, my friend, tell me. It's Mrs. Lorimer." "Lorimer?" "Yes. What on earth did you say to her? Or did she say to you yesterday?" "You never said a word to me. You actually let me believe we were after the Meredith girl all along." Poirot asked quietly, "What has occurred?" "It's a suicide. Mrs. Lorimer has taken her own life." "That's correct. She'd been noticeably down and not herself recently. Her physician had prescribed a sleep aid. Last night she took too much." Poirot drew a long breath. "There's no possibility it was an accident." "None at all. It's perfectly clear she wrote letters." "To whom?" "The other three, Roberts, Despard, and Miss Meredith." Straightforward, no evasion. She wrote that she was taking a quick way out of the whole miserable situation, that she was the one who killed Shaitana, and she apologized to all three for the trouble and distress they'd endured. A completely calm, businesslike note, absolutely typical of her. She was a cool one, no doubt about it. Poirot was silent for a moment, so this was Mrs. Lorimer's final statement. In the end, she had chosen to shield Anne Meredith, a swift, painless exit instead of a drawn-out ordeal, and her last act a selfless one, protecting the girl with whom she felt a private, sympathetic connection. The entire affair planned and executed with ruthless precision, a suicide plainly announced to the three concerned parties. What a formidable woman! His admiration stirred. It was so like her decisive resolve, her insistence on seeing her chosen course through. He had believed he persuaded her, but clearly she had trusted her own judgment more. A person of immense willpower. Battle's voice broke into his thoughts. "What on earth did you say to her yesterday? You must have frightened her. And this is the outcome. But you led me to believe your talk pointed squarely at the Meredith girl." Poirot was quiet for a few seconds. He felt that, in death, Mrs. Lorimer had imposed her will upon him, as she might not have managed in life. He finally said slowly, "I was mistaken." The words were unfamiliar on his tongue, and he disliked them. "You got it wrong, eh?" said Battle. "Still, she must have thought you were on to her. It's a bad show letting her slip through our fingers like this. You could not have proven anything against her," Poirot replied. "No, I suppose that's true. Maybe it's for the best. You didn't intend this to happen, Mem Poirot." Poirot's denial was emphatic. Then he asked, "Tell me precisely what took place." Roberts opened his letter just before 8. He didn't waste a second, rushed over in his car immediately, instructing his housemaid to contact us, which she did. He arrived at the house to find Mrs. Lorimer hadn't been roused yet, hurried up to her bedroom, but it was too late. He attempted resuscitation, but there was nothing to be done. Our local doctor arrived shortly after and confirmed his efforts. What was the sleeping medication? Veronal, I believe. One of the barbiturates, at any rate. There was a bottle of tablets on her nightstand. And the other two, did they not try to reach you? Despard is away. He hasn't received this morning's post yet. And Miss Meredith? I've just telephoned her. Well? She had only opened the letter moments before my call came through. The mail is delivered later there. What was her reaction? A perfectly correct attitude, intense relief, decently concealed. Shocked and saddened, that sort of thing. Poirot paused, then said, "Where are you now, my friend?" "At Chain Lane." "Good. I will come round at once." In the hall at Chain Lane, he found Dr. Roberts about to leave. The doctor's usual hearty manner was subdued this morning. He looked pale and unsettled. Unpleasant business, this, Poirot. I can't say I'm not relieved for my own sake, but to be honest, it's rather a shock. I never truly thought for a moment that it was Mrs. Lorimer. Lorimer was the one who stabbed Shaitana. It's the most shocking thing I've ever heard. I share your astonishment. She was always so quiet, so proper, so controlled. I can't picture her committing such a brutal act. What on earth could have driven her? I suppose we'll never know the full story now, though I must admit my curiosity is thoroughly piqued. This turn of events must be a tremendous relief for you. It is, absolutely. It would be dishonest to claim otherwise. Living under the shadow of a murder accusation is a dreadful experience. As for the poor woman herself, well, perhaps this was the most merciful conclusion. That appears to be what she believed. Roberts gave a nod. A guilty conscience, I imagine, he remarked, stepping out of the house. Poirot shook his head slowly. The doctor had misinterpreted the situation entirely. Remorse was not what had led Mrs. Lorimer to end her life. On his way up the stairs, he paused to offer a few consoling words to the elderly maid, who was weeping softly. "It's just awful, sir. Truly awful. We were all so fond of her, and you having tea with her yesterday, everything so peaceful. And now, today she's gone. I'll never forget this morning, not as long as I live. That gentleman at the door ringing the bell insistently. He rang 3 times before I could even reach it. 'Where is your mistress?' he demanded, and I was so flustered I could hardly speak. You see, we never disturbed the mistress until she rang. Those were her strict instructions. I was utterly tongue-tied. The doctor just said, 'Which is her room?' and dashed up the stairs with me hurrying behind. I showed him the door, and he rushed right in without knocking. He took one look at her lying there and said, 'Too late. She was gone, sir.' He sent me for brandy and hot water straight away and tried desperately to revive her. But it was no use then. The police arriving and all the commotion. It just isn't proper, sir. Mrs. Lorimer would have hated such a scene. And why involve the police? Surely it's not their business, even if there was a tragic accident and the poor mistress took too much by mistake. Poirot chose not to address her question directly. Instead, he asked, last night, was your mistress her usual self? Did she seem distressed or preoccupied in any way? No, I don't believe so, sir. She was tired, and I think she was in some pain. She hasn't been at all well lately. No, I was aware of that. The sympathy in his voice encouraged her to continue. She never was one to complain, sir, but both Cook and I had been concerned about her for a while. She couldn't manage as much as she used to, and everything seemed to exhaust her. In fact, I think the visit from the young lady after you left might have been a bit too much for her. Poirot, who had already begun ascending the stairs, turned back. A young lady? Did a young lady come here yesterday evening? Yes, sir. It was just after you departed. A Miss Meredith, I believe. How long did she stay? About an hour, sir. Poirot was quiet for a moment, then asked, and afterwards, the mistress went straight to bed. She had her dinner there. She said she was completely worn out. Poirot fell silent once more before inquiring, do you know if your mistress wrote any letters last night? After she retired, you mean? I don't think so, sir. But you aren't certain. There were some letters on the hall table ready to be posted. We always took them as the last task before locking up. But I believe they had been sitting there since earlier in the day. How many were there? 2 or 3, I'm not entirely sure, sir. I think 3, you or Cook, whoever posted them. Did you happen to notice who they were addressed to? Please don't take offence at the question. It is of the greatest importance. I was the one who took them to the post, sir. I noticed the one on top. It was addressed to Fortnum and Mason. I couldn't say about the others. Her tone was earnest and sincere. Are you certain there were no more than 3 letters? Yes, sir. I'm quite sure of that. Poirot nodded gravely and began to climb the stairs again. Then he added, you were aware, I assume, that your mistress took medication to help her sleep. Oh, yes, sir. It was on the doctor's orders, Dr. Lang. Where was the sleeping medication stored? In the small cabinet in the mistress's bedroom. Poirot asked nothing more. He ascended the stairs, his expression sombre. On the upper landing, Superintendent Battle met him looking weary and strained. Glad you're here, ma'am. Poirot, this is Dr. Davidson. The divisional surgeon, a tall man with a grave demeanour, shook hands. "We were too late," he remarked. "An hour earlier might have made all the difference." Battle gave a low sigh. "Off the record, I'm not entirely sorry. She was a refined woman. Whatever drove her to kill Shaitana, there might have been some justification, we'll never know. Moreover," Poirot added, "it is unlikely she would have survived a trial. Her health was failing." The surgeon nodded in agreement. "You're probably correct. Perhaps this is the kinder outcome." As the doctor started downstairs, Battle followed. "A moment, doctor." Poirot, his hand on the bedroom door, asked softly, "May I enter?" Battle glanced back. "Yes, we're finished here." Poirot stepped inside and closed the door. He approached the bed, gazing down at the peaceful, lifeless face. His thoughts churned uneasily. Had this woman taken her own life in a final desperate bid to shield a younger girl from scandal and death? Or was there a darker, more calculated motive at play? Certain details nagged at him. Suddenly he leaned closer, examining a faint, discoloured bruise on the woman's forearm. He straightened, a familiar sharp gleam lighting his eyes, an expression those who knew him well would recognize. He left the room swiftly and descended to find Battle and an officer by the telephone. The officer hung up and reported, "He hasn't returned, sir," Battle said. "Despard, I've been trying to reach him. There's a letter for him postmarked from Chelsea, just as expected." Poirot interjected with an unexpected question. Had Dr. Roberts eaten breakfast before he arrived? Battle looked puzzled. "No, he mentioned he came straight over." "Then he should be at home now. We can call him." "But why?" Poirot was already dialing. He spoke into the receiver. "Dr. Roberts." "Poirot here? One quick question. Are you familiar with Mrs. Lorimer's handwriting?" "Mrs. Lorimer's handwriting? I don't believe I've ever seen it before." "Thank you." Poirot hung up abruptly. Battle stared at him. "What's on your mind, Maître Poirot?" he asked quietly. Poirot took his arm. "Consider this, my friend. Minutes after I departed yesterday, Anne Meredith arrived. I saw her on the steps, though I didn't fully recognize her at the time. Soon after Anne left, Mrs. Lorimer retired for the night. According to the maid, she wrote no letters then, and from what she revealed during our conversation, I doubt she wrote those 3 letters before my visit. So when were they written?" "After the household was asleep," Battle suggested. "She might have gotten up and mailed them herself." "That is one possibility, yes. But there is another, that she never wrote them at all." Battle drew a sharp breath. "Good Lord, you mean the telephone rang?" The sergeant answered, listened, then turned to Battle. "Sergeant O'Connor reporting from Despard's flat, sir. There's reason to believe Despard has gone down to Wallingford-on-Thames." Poirot gripped Battle's arm. "Quickly, we must go to Wallingford at once. I am deeply uneasy, my friend. This may not be over, that young woman. She is perilous. 29. Accident." "Anne," said Rhoda. Honestly, Anne, don't just half-answer while you're buried in that crossword. I need you to listen to me." "I'm listening." Anne straightened up and set the paper aside. "That's more like it. Listen, Anne." Rhoda paused. "About this man who's coming, Superintendent Battle?" "Yes, Anne. I really think you should tell him about being at the Benson's place." Anne's tone turned cool. "Don't be ridiculous. Why would I?" "Because it could seem like you are hiding something. I truly believe it would be better to bring it up." "I can't just mention it now," Anne said stiffly. "I wish you had said something sooner." "Well, it's too late to worry about that now."
Exactly.
Rhoda didn't sound satisfied. Anne replied with a touch of annoyance. "Besides, I don't even see why it matters. It has nothing to do with any of this." "No, of course not. I was only there for about 2 months. He just wants these details for background. 2 months isn't significant." "No, I understand. I suppose I'm being silly, but it really bothers me. I feel you should mention it, you see. If it came out another way, it might look suspicious, you keeping quiet about it. I mean, I don't see how it could come out. No one knows except you are really." Anne caught the slight uncertainty in Rhoda's voice. Why? Who else knows? Well, everyone in Kumbayeka, Rhoda said after a brief silence. Oh, that. Anne dismissed it with a wave. The superintendent isn't likely to run into anyone from there. It would be a wild coincidence if he did. Coincidences do happen. Rhoda, you're being ridiculous about this. So much fuss over nothing. I'm terribly sorry, darling. It's just, you know how the police can be if they think you're, well, concealing things. They won't know. Who would tell them? Nobody knows but you. She said it a second time, and on this repetition, her voice shifted slightly, a strange, thoughtful quality entering it. Oh, I do wish you would, Rhoda sighed, unhappy. She glanced guiltily at Anne, but Anne wasn't looking at her. She was frowning, as if working through some private calculation. It was rather fun, Major Despard showing up, Rhoda ventured. What? Oh, yes. Anne, he is attractive. If you're not interested, please hand him over to me. Don't be absurd, Rhoda. He doesn't care 2 cents for me. Then why does he keep coming around? He's obviously keen on you. You're exactly the sort of distressed damsel he'd love to rescue. You look so wonderfully helpless, Anne. He's just as pleasant to both of us. That's just his good manners. But if you don't want him, I could play the sympathetic friend, console his broken heart, and so on, and maybe I'd end up with him. Who knows? Rhoda finished with a grin. You're quite welcome to him, my dear, Anne said, laughing. He has such a lovely neck, Rhoda sighed, so sunburned and strong. Darling, must you be so sentimental? Do you like him, Anne? Yes, very much. Aren't we proper and reserved? I think he likes me a little, not as much as you, but a little. Oh, but he does like you, said Anne. There was an odd note in her voice again, but Rhoda didn't notice. What time is our detective arriving? She asked. 12, said Anne. After a moment's silence, she added, It's only 10:30. Let's go out on the river. But didn't Despard say he'd come by around 11? Why should we wait around for him? We can leave a message with Mrs. Astwell about which way we went, and he can follow along the towpath. In other words, don't make yourself too available, dear, as Mother always said. Rhoda laughed. Come on, then. She left the room and went out through the garden door. Anne followed her. Major Despard arrived at Whendon Cottage about 10 minutes later. He was early, so he was a little surprised to find both girls had already gone out. He walked through the garden and across the fields, turning right onto the towpath. Mrs. Astwell lingered for a moment, watching him go instead of returning to her morning chores. Mrs. Astwell watched from the window, a knowing smile on her face. He's sweet on one of them. That's plain, she murmured to herself. My guess is Miss Anne, though it's hard to be sure he keeps his expression so neutral, treating them both exactly the same. And I wouldn't be surprised if both girls have taken a fancy to him too. If that's the case, their close friendship might not last. Nothing comes between two young ladies faster than a gentleman's attention. Amused by the thought of watching a little romance unfold, Mrs. Astwell turned back to the kitchen to tackle the breakfast dishes. Just then the doorbell chimed again. Bother that bell, she grumbled. They ring it just to keep me on my toes, probably a parcel, or maybe a telegram. She made her way to the front door, where 2 men were waiting, one a small, foreign-looking gentleman, the other a large, distinctly English fellow with a sturdy build. She recognized the bigger man from somewhere. She was sure of it. Is Miss Meredith at home? The large man inquired. Mrs. Astwell shook her head. She's just gone out. Really? Which way? We didn't pass her. While discreetly studying the smaller gentleman's remarkable moustache and deciding the pair made an odd friendship, she offered more information. They've gone out on the river, she explained. The foreign gentleman spoke up. And the other young lady? Miss Dawes. They both went. Thank you, said Battle. Now which is the way to the river? First left down the lane, Mrs. Astwell answered promptly. When you reach the towpath, turn right. I heard them say that's the way they were heading, she added helpfully. They only left about 15 minutes ago. You'll catch up in no time. After closing the door reluctantly, having stared curiously after the 2 retreating figures, She wondered aloud. Now, who might those two be? Can't quite place them. Back at the kitchen sink, Mrs. Astwell resumed her washing up, while Battle and Poirot took the first left, a meandering lane that soon ended at the towpath. Poirot was walking briskly, and Battle glanced at him with curiosity. "Something wrong, Nim Poirot? You seem in quite a hurry. It is true I have a feeling of unease, my friend." "Anything specific?" Poirot shook his head. "Not exactly, but there are possibilities. One never knows." "You've got something on your mind," Battle observed. "You were insistent we come down here this morning without delay, and you certainly made Constable Turner push the accelerator. What are you worried about?" The girls already played her hand. Poirot remained quiet. "What are you afraid of?" Battle pressed again. "What is one always afraid of in situations like this?" Battle gave a slow nod. "You're right, I wonder." "You wonder what, my friend?" Battle said thoughtfully, "I'm wondering whether Miss Meredith is aware that her friend shared a particular detail with Mrs. Oliver." Poirot nodded vigorously in agreement. "Hurry, my friend," he urged. They quickened their pace along the riverbank. The water appeared empty at first, but as they rounded a bend, Poirot stopped abruptly. Battle's sharp eyes caught the scene as well. "Major Despard," he said quietly. Despard was about 200 yards ahead, walking briskly along the bank. A little farther on, the two girls were visible in a punt on the water, Rhoda punting while Anne reclined, laughing up at her. Neither was looking toward the shore, and then it happened. Anne's hand shot out. Rhoda staggered, then plunged overboard, her hand clutching desperately at Anne's sleeve. The boat rocked violently, and in an instant the punt overturned, leaving both girls flailing in the water. "Did you see that?" Battle exclaimed as he broke into a run. "Little Meredith caught her by the ankle and pulled her in. Good heavens, that's her fourth murder!" Both men sprinted forward, but someone was already ahead of them. It was clear neither girl could swim, but Despard had raced along the path to the nearest point and now dove into the river, swimming powerfully toward them.
"Mon Dieu, this is compelling,"
Poirot cried, grabbing Battle's arm. "Which one will he reach first?" The two girls were now separated by about 12 yards. Despard swam on without hesitation. His strokes steady and direct, he swam directly toward Rhoda. Battle, reaching the bank, plunged in after him. Despard had just pulled Rhoda onto the shore. He deposited her on the grass and dove back into the water, striking out for the place where Anne had vanished beneath the surface. "Watch out," Battle called. "There are weeds." They arrived at the spot together, but Anne had already sunk before they could reach her. After a frantic search, they managed to grasp her and, working in tandem, brought her back to land. Rhoda was sitting up now, breathing raggedly, with Poirot attending to her. Despard and Battle laid Anne Meredith on the bank. "We need to start artificial respiration," Battle said, his voice grim. "It's our only chance, but I'm not hopeful. I think she's gone." He began the rhythmic motions with a practiced, methodical air. Poirot stood ready to take over. Despard sank down beside Rhoda. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his voice rough with strain. She looked at him, dazed. "You saved me," she whispered. "You pulled me out." She reached for his hands, and as he took them, a sob broke from her, and she began to cry. He said her name softly, Rhoda. Their fingers intertwined tightly. In that moment he saw a sudden vivid image, not of this English riverbank, but of the African bush, with Rhoda beside him, fearless and full of life, sharing some future adventure he now desperately wanted to make real. Later, in the car driving through the London suburbs, Rhoda struggled to comprehend it. "You're telling me," she said, her voice filled with disbelief, "that Anne tried to drown me. It felt like a shove, and she knew I couldn't swim. But was it really on purpose?" "It was entirely deliberate," Poirot confirmed. He paused, choosing his words. One motive was clear to him, and it was sitting in the car with them right now. Superintendent Battle cleared his throat. "You'll need to brace yourself, Miss Dawes, for another shock. The death of Mrs. Benson, the lady your friend lived with? We have reason to believe it wasn't the simple accident, it seemed." "What are you saying?" We believe, Poirot stated, that Anne Meredith switched 2 medicine bottles. No, that's awful. It can't be true. Why would Anne do such a thing? She had her reasons, Battle said flatly. The point is, as far as Miss Meredith was concerned, you were the only person who could connect her to that event. I assume you never told her you'd mentioned it to Mrs. Oliver. Rhoda shook her head slowly. No, I thought she'd be cross with me for gossiping. Cross? Battle's tone was dry. She'd have been furious. She believed the only threat came from you, which is why she decided to remove that threat. Remove me? Rhoda shivered. How utterly vile! I still can't believe it. Well, she's beyond answering for it now, said Superintendent Battle, not unkindly. We might as well leave it there. But she was not a safe friend for you, Miss Dawes. That's the plain truth. The car eventually stopped before a familiar door. We'll go up to Mim Poirot's rooms, Battle announced, and have a proper discussion about the whole affair. In Poirot's sitting room they were greeted by the effusive Mrs. Oliver, who was already entertaining Dr. Roberts with glasses of sherry. Mrs. Oliver was adorned in one of her latest rather flamboyant hats and a velvet dress featuring a large bow on the bodice, which currently served as a resting place for a discarded apple core. Do come in. Make yourselves at home, she declared hospitably, as if she were the hostess. The moment I got your telephone call, I rang the doctor here, and we hurried over. All his patients are probably expiring from neglect, but he seems remarkably untroubled. I expect they're recovering splendidly without him. Now we are simply dying to hear every detail. I must confess, I'm completely in the dark, Dr. Roberts admitted. Eh bien, said Poirot. The affair is concluded. The murderer of Mr. Shaitana is identified at last. So Mrs. Oliver informed me, that charming young woman, Anne Meredith. I find it almost impossible to credit. A most unlikely killer. She was a killer, without a doubt, Battle stated. 3 murders to her name, and it is only by chance that a 4th was prevented. Incredible, Roberts murmured. Not in the least, Mrs. Oliver countered with a knowing air. It's always the least likely person. Reality, it seems, follows the rules of fiction more closely than one might think. It has been a most extraordinary day, Roberts reflected. First, there was Mrs. Lorimer's letter. I presume that was a forgery? Precisely, Poirot replied. A forgery carefully prepared in 3 copies. Did she write one for herself as well? Of course, the forgery was skillfully done. It wouldn't fool an expert, naturally, but the chance of an expert being consulted was slim. Everything indicated Mrs. Lorimer had taken her own life. Forgive my asking, Mem Poirot, but what made you doubt it was suicide? A brief talk I had with a maid at the house on Chain Lane. She mentioned Anne Meredith's visit the night before. That, among other details, by then, I had already formed my own conclusion about who was responsible for Mr. Shaitana's death. That person was not Mrs. Lorimer. Why did you suspect Miss Meredith? Poirot raised a hand. One moment, please. Allow me to proceed methodically. Let us eliminate possibilities. The killer of Mr. Shaitana was not Mrs. Lorimer, nor was it Major Despard, and, interestingly, it was not Anne Meredith either. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a soft, almost feline purr. You see, Dr. Roberts, you are the one who murdered Mr. Shaitana, and you are also the one who killed Mrs. Lorimer. For nearly 3 minutes, silence hung in the room. Then Roberts let out a low, threatening laugh. Have you lost your mind, M. Poirot? I certainly did not kill Shaitana, and it would have been impossible for me to murder Mrs. Lorimer. My dear Battle, he turned to the Scotland Yard inspector. Are you going to tolerate this? I think you should hear what M. Poirot has to say, Battle replied calmly. Poirot continued. It is true that while I have known for some time that you and only you could have killed Shaitana, proving it would be difficult. Mrs. Lorimer's case, however, is entirely different. He leaned in closer. This is not merely a matter of my deduction. It is far simpler. We have an eyewitness who saw you commit the act. Roberts fell very still, his eyes sharp and gleaming. That's absurd, he snapped. Oh, but it is not. It was early in the morning. You talked your way into Mrs. Lorimer's bedroom, where she was still deeply asleep, heavily sedated from the drug she had taken the night before. You pretended to examine her and declared she was dead. You sent the parlour-maid rushing for brandy, hot water, all the usual remedies. You were left alone in the room. The maid had only a fleeting glance. And then what happened? You may not be aware, Dr. Roberts, but some window cleaning companies specialize in early morning work. A window cleaner arrived with his ladder just as you did. He positioned his ladder against the side of the house and began his work. The first window he approached was Mrs. Lorimer's. When he saw what was happening inside, he discreetly moved to another window, but not before he witnessed something. He will tell you himself. Poirot moved smoothly across the floor, opened a door, and called, "Stevens, come in, please, before returning." A tall, awkward-looking man with red hair entered, nervously twisting a uniform cap that read Chelsea Window Cleaners Association. Poirot asked, "Do you recognize anyone in this room?" The man looked around and gave a shy nod toward Dr. Roberts. "Him," he said. "Tell us when you last saw him and what he was doing this morning." "I had an 8 o'clock job at a lady's house on Chain Lane. I started on the windows there. The lady was in bed. She looked ill. She was just turning her head on the pillow. This gentleman here? I thought he was a doctor. He pushed her sleeve up and injected something into her arm. Right about here?" He gestured. She just fell back on the pillow. I figured I'd better move to another window, so I did. I hope I didn't do anything wrong." "You acted perfectly," said Poirot. He turned quietly. "Well, Dr. Roberts?" "A simple restorative," Roberts stammered. "A last attempt to revive her." "This is outrageous." Poirot cut him off. "A simple restorative. Ne-methyl-cyclohexanyl methylmalonyl urea," Poirot announced, savouring each syllable, more commonly known as Evipun. It serves as an anesthetic for brief procedures. Administered intravenously in a substantial dose, it induces immediate unconsciousness. It becomes particularly hazardous if used after veronal or other barbiturates. I observed the bruised mark on her arm, clearly the site of an intravenous injection. A suggestion to the police surgeon led to the drug's identification, confirmed by none other than Sir Charles Imfery, the Home Office analyst. "That just about seals your fate, I'd say," remarked Superintendent Battle. "We may not need to prove the Shaitana affair, though we could certainly bring an additional charge for the murder of Mr. Charles Craddock, and potentially his wife as well." Hearing those names was the final blow for Roberts. He sank back in his chair. "I fold," he said, his voice flat. "You've won. I assumed that cunning devil Shaitana had tipped you off before you arrived that night. I thought I'd silenced him rather neatly." "You can't credit Shaitana," Battle corrected. "The recognition belongs entirely to M. Poirot here." He moved to the door, and 2 officers entered. Superintendent Battle's tone shifted to the formal cadence of an official arrest. As the door closed behind the accused, Mrs. Oliver declared with cheerful inaccuracy, "I always knew he was the one. 31, cards on the table." All eyes turned to Poirot, eager for his explanation. "You are most kind," he said with a smile. "As you may know, I do relish an opportunity to elaborate. I can be a rather long-winded old man. This case, in my view, stands among the most fascinating I have ever encountered. You see, initially there was nothing substantial to investigate. We had 4 individuals, one of whom was undoubtedly guilty, but which one? Was there any clear indicator? In a tangible sense, no. There were no physical clues, no fingerprints, no damning papers. There were only the people themselves. And one tangible piece of evidence, the bridge scores. You may recall my particular interest in them from the outset. They revealed something about the personalities of those who kept them, and they offered something more, a valuable hint. I noticed immediately in the 3rd rubber, the figure of 1500 entered above the line. That figure could signify only one thing, a bid of grand slam. Now, if someone resolved to commit a crime under these rather unusual circumstances, that is, during a rubber of bridge, that person was clearly facing 2 serious risks. The first was that the victim might cry out. The second was that even in silence, one of the other three players might glance up at the critical moment and witness the act. Regarding the first risk, nothing could be done. It was a gambler's chance, but something could be managed about the second. It follows logically that during an absorbing or thrilling hand, the attention of all three players would be completely fixed on the game, whereas during a dull hand they would be more inclined to look around. A bid of Grand Slam is invariably thrilling. It is very often, as it was here, doubled. Every player is focused intensely, the declarer striving to make the contract, the opponents concentrating on their discards and planning their defense. It was, therefore, a distinct possibility the murder occurred during this specific hand, and I resolved to discover, if possible, the precise sequence of the bidding. I soon learnt that the dummy during this hand had been Dr. Roberts. I kept that in mind and approached the matter from my second angle, psychological probability. Of the four suspects, Mrs. Lorimer struck me as by far the most likely to devise and execute a successful murder. Yet I could not envision her committing a crime that had to be improvised on the spur of the moment. Conversely, her demeanour that first evening left me perplexed. The evidence pointed to two possibilities. Either she was the killer herself, or she knew who was. Miss Meredith, Major Despard, and Dr. Roberts all remained psychological suspects, though each, as I noted earlier, would have approached the act from a completely different motive. I then conducted a second experiment. I asked each person to recount their memory of the room that evening. This yielded crucial insights. Foremost, Dr. Roberts was by far the most probable person to have noticed the dagger. He possessed that natural observant eye for trivial details. Yet when it came to the bridge hands, his memory was virtually blank. While I didn't expect perfect recall, his total forgetfulness hinted that his mind was occupied elsewhere all night. Once again, the focus returned to Dr. Roberts. Mrs. Lorimer, in contrast, demonstrated a phenomenal memory for cards. I could easily picture how someone with her powers of concentration might have a murder occur right beside her without noticing a thing. She provided a key detail. The reckless Grand Slam was bid by Dr. Roberts in her suit, forcing her to play the hand. The third test, upon which Superintendent Battle and I placed considerable weight, was identifying earlier murders to establish a pattern. Credit for those discoveries goes to the superintendent, Mrs. Oliver, and Colonel Race. Battle confessed his disappointment to me, arguing there were no tangible similarities between the three prior crimes and Mr. Shaitana's murder. But that wasn't entirely accurate. When examined not materially, but psychologically, the two murders linked to Dr. Roberts were strikingly similar. They were, in a sense, public murders. Infecting a shaving brush right in the victim's own bathroom while officially washing his hands. Administering a fatal dose under the guise of a typhoid inoculation. Both acts were performed with audacious openness. His reaction under pressure was consistent. Cornered, he seized a chance and acted with sheer, bold bluff, mirroring his aggressive bridge style. In murdering Shaitana, he took a long chance and played his cards perfectly, striking at the precise moment. Just as I had definitively settled on Dr. Roberts, Mrs. Lorimer summoned me and convincingly confessed to the crime for a minute. I nearly believed her, but then my little grey cells reasserted their logic. It couldn't be, therefore it was not. Yet her subsequent statement was even more perplexing. She insisted she had actually seen Anne Meredith commit the murder. It wasn't until the next morning, standing by a dead woman's bedside, that I saw how we could both be right. Anne Meredith had gone to the fireplace and discovered Shaitana was dead. She likely stooped over him, perhaps her hand even hovering near the glittering jewel of the pin. Her lips parted to scream, but no sound came. She remembered Shaitana's ominous dinner conversation. What if he had left a record? She, Anne Meredith, had a motive for wanting him dead. Everyone would assume she was the killer. Paralyzed by fear, she returned to her seat in silence. So Mrs. Lorimer was correct in what she thought she witnessed, yet I was also correct, for she did not see the act of murder itself. Had Roberts shown restraint at this juncture, I doubt we could have ever proven his guilt. We might have attempted a complex mixture of bluff and clever stratagems, and I would have certainly tried, but his own boldness ultimately sealed his fate. Yet, once more, his nerve failed him and he overplayed his position. This time the cards were stacked against him and he suffered a significant loss. He was undoubtedly anxious, aware that Superintendent Battle was conducting an investigation. He could envision the current state of affairs dragging on endlessly, the police continuing their search, and perhaps, by some stroke of fate, uncovering evidence of his past misdeeds. He conceived the clever plan of framing Mrs. Lorimer for the entire affair. His experienced eye had likely discerned she was unwell, and that her days were numbered under such circumstances. Wouldn't it seem perfectly natural for her to choose a swift exit, confessing to the crime before she went? He procured a sample of her handwriting, forged 3 identical letters, and arrived at her house first thing in the morning with his tale of having just received one. He instructed his housemaid to telephone the police, exactly as one would expect. All he required was a head start, and he got it. By the time the police surgeon arrived, it was all over. Dr. Roberts was prepared with his story of attempted artificial respiration that had tragically failed. It was all utterly believable, completely straightforward in all this. He never intended to cast suspicion on Anne Meredith. He wasn't even aware of her visit the previous night. His goals were simple, a credible suicide and his own security. So it was a distinctly awkward moment for him when I inquired if he was familiar with Mrs. Lorimer's handwriting. If the forgery had been discovered, his only recourse was to claim he'd never seen it. His mind worked fast, but not fast enough. From Wallingford, I telephoned Mrs. Oliver. She played her part beautifully, soothing his suspicions and persuading him to come here, just as he was congratulating himself that everything had settled, though not precisely as he had orchestrated. The trap was sprung. Hercule Poirot pounced, and so the gambler will play no more tricks. He has laid his cards upon the table. It is finished. A silence fell, which Rhoda finally broke with a sigh. "What incredible luck that the window cleaner happened to be there," she remarked. "Luck? Luck?" Poirot exclaimed. "That was not luck, mademoiselle. That was the grey cells of Hercule Poirot at work, and that reminds me, he moved to the door. Come in, my friend. You performed your role to perfection," he returned with the window cleaner, who now removed his red wig, revealing himself to be a very different individual. "My friend, Mr. Gerald Hemingway, a most promising young actor." "So there was no real window cleaner," cried Rhoda. "No one actually saw him." "I saw him," said Poirot. "With the eyes of the mind, one can see far more than with the eyes of the body. One leans back, one closes the eyes." Despard said cheerfully, "Let's stab him, Rhoda, and see if his ghost can come back and solve his own murder." Agatha Christie's legendary stories have been brought to life on screen in memorable adaptations, including the classic films Murder on the Orient Express from 1974 and Death on the Nile in 1978, featuring Albert Finney and Peter Ustinov as the brilliant detective Hercule Poirot. Television audiences have their own cherished portrayals, with David Suchet's definitive Poirot and Joan Hickson's perfect Miss Marple, later followed by Geraldine McEwen and Julia Mackenzie in the role. Christie's personal life was as rich as her fiction. Her first marriage was to Archibald Christie, and later she wed the archaeologist Sir Max Mallowan. She often joined him on digs across the Middle East, and the exotic locales they visited together would later colour the vivid settings of her mysteries. In a crowning achievement, she was appointed a Dame of the British Empire in 1971, one of the United Kingdom's most prestigious honours. She passed away in 1976 at 85, and her enduring legacy was celebrated globally in 2010 for her 120th anniversary. Her vast collection of works continues to captivate readers everywhere. HarperCollins Publishers operates across the globe, bringing stories to readers in many nations. In Australia, their office is located at 25 Ryde Road in Pymble, New South Wales. Over in Canada, you can find them on the 20th floor of 2 Bloor Street East in Toronto, Ontario. For readers in New Zealand, the publishing house is based in Auckland. Their United Kingdom operations run from 77 to 85 Fulham Palace Road in London. In the United States, the main office sits at 10 East 53rd Street in New York City. It's almost amusing to think of all the different time zones their conference calls must navigate, a daily logistical puzzle just to share the latest book news. Each of these branches works to distribute books, both physical and digital, connecting authors with audiences worldwide.